Oh, what up? What's goody? What's really goody? Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Hope you guys are all doing well. Happy Friday. It's Scrim night. It's Scrims. It's time for Scrims. I think we have some good sets today. I'm pretty excited. Good to see you guys. Hope you guys are all doing well. So today we're only gonna have 3 best of 3s. That's gonna be for the whole weekend. I kind of had something scheduled today, man. I mean, I'm sorry to do this, guys, but we're gonna have 3 best of 3s today, and we're gonna have the same thing next week because I had a thing scheduled today that was gonna take like 5 hours before stream, and then it got fucking last minute canceled and moved to next week. So now both this week and next week are gonna be slightly shorter days. But I mean, I don't know. It's still gonna be 3 good games, so whatever. It's fine. It is what it is. But anyway, let's get started. Real quick, yo, Cricket, thanks for the resub. 11 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you, gamer. And Why Not gave $7. It said, hey, today's my birthday. I'm officially an adult. I'm 18 now. Poggers, dude. Yo, happy birthday, dude. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $7 hairs. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a good day, homie. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let me get booted up. Let's take a look at the schedule. So first we got Empathy versus Prism. This should be a pretty good set. Plague, Huntress, and then Trapper is a tiebreaker. Then Strangers versus Nerf Dead Hard. Those are two, I say new teams, but I think Strangers is like maybe gonna be a lot of people that we know. I think that's Ziolis's team. So it's gonna be some people that we recognize for the most part, but I think it's a new team to like at least Team v Team Scrims. And Nerf Dead Hard, is that like a I think that might be like an academy team to Nerf Self-Care, maybe, but maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just making that up. Either way, they're going to be a new team we haven't seen yet either. And then the end of the night, we got Dead Men Walking versus DC on First Down, Wraith, Plague, Trapper. So potential at least to see every killer, right? The only one that well, actually not the only one. Trapper and Spirit are both only going to be seen in tiebreakers, but we're guaranteed to see Plague every round. And we're going to see a couple Wraiths and a Huntress for sure, no matter what. So yeah. This should be good. This should be rather good. I am rather excited. Yes. I just booted up on my main account. That's what I did. You guys can't see it, so I'm just gonna pretend I didn't do it. Yep. Nope. No, it's okay. Oh no, my game crashed is what happened. Oh, you guys heard the sounds of the game in the background? That's so weird because my game just crashed, and I'm definitely rebooting it up on the Scrims account, which I've been on the whole time. Hold on a second. I've been on it the whole time, but my game magically crashed, and I now have to reboot. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Trapper tiebreaker? Man, I'm kind of hoping we see some Trapper. I'm kind of interested how the new Trapper would play. Like, I really have no idea how the new Trapper is even going to play at all. Like, I don't know. With all the buffs and everything, like, I have no idea how it's going to play out. I really don't know. So I'm kind of, like, low-key hoping that we get some, because I'm kind of curious just to see what happens. But, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. We're guaranteed to see a lot of Plague, though. There's going to be a fuck ton of Plague no matter what. That's good. I think what we're gonna have first is, if I'm not mistaken, I'm still booting up, so like, give me a second. I'm kind of being a bit of a scuffed gamer here. I think we're gonna have Empathy's Killer up against the Survivors of Prison first. So we're gonna have that on Plague, and then we're gonna flip flop. And Plague, I believe, is playing on Suffo Pit still. So this should be a good matchup. Plague Suffo Pit is a hard, like, it's a pretty hard matchup. It feels like one of those like, kind of like coordination checks where like. It's not, I don't know like how hard it is like mechanically. It's more like difficult from like a teamwork point of view, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of the newer teams can struggle with it. So I'm really curious to see how this goes for both teams, really. What's up, Nos? How's it going? What up? Real professional? Yeah, you know me, so you know me. Professional is pretty much my brand, you know? Most professional streamer out there. Absolutely. Definitely not like having everything on my entire channel being scuffed all the time. That's for sure. I can't remember who's on these teams. Okay, Empathy is like Loris and Frog, and I think Nos is on that team now. It's basically Loris's team. And then Prism is like Autumn Apocalypse. Tyro joined that team semi-recently. It's almost like the old Academy of Overheated, but now they're Prism. Kind of. I mean, they changed up the roster a little bit from then, but it's a lot of the same people. So yeah. You'll see. It's fine. You'll see. Do I gotta accept friend requests? Probably. Let me just accept everybody I have. Bow. Why did you get 50k blood points for free? I think that was a login reward, right? I think there's like login rewards right now or something. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know. I should use this account honestly to like play games because I'm pretty sure this account is brand new, right? Like I don't think I've ever played a match on this. Yeah, I'm literally level 0. I wonder how like the matchmaking would be. Like I wonder how it would feel. I've never played on a fresh account before. I don't do like challenges and shit, so I have no idea. I'm kind of curious. I had a 5 gen on Suffolk this week. 11, 12, 1, top, middle, and 3. Yeah, that happens a good bit. I feel like 5 gens on Suffolk happen. It's not even like that infrequent, I would say. Like I feel like it happens like a decent bit of the time. I don't know. Suffolk was really, really rough for those gen setups. But I think the important thing is being able to identify it, because as long as you can identify it, then you can kind of tackle it early, you know? Which is kind of the idea behind it, I think. I didn't know I gambit too fast. What do you mean? Yo, look, we're not refunding for too fast of gambling. That's just a Meg move. I'm sorry. That's just Meg behavior right there, you know? You know? That's straight up fucking Meg just throwing in money for not and like not even knowing what she's gambling on, you know? So hey, it happens. Happens, man. Happens. Solo hardcore survivor challenge? That sounds like a nightmare, dude. Solo with current solo queue? Fuck that garbage. Hell no. You should buy the charity case DLC if there's a count. Wear the tofu shirt. Yeah, but I'm never actually in game though. That's the thing. I mean, if I actually played, like if I actually like was playing games on this account, maybe I would. I don't know. But like just for scrims, nah. Hell no. Hail no. Hail to the hail no. Do you do Twitch drops for scrims? Yes. Drops are always active, yes. As long as I'm on DVD, drops will be active. So yes. 7.5 gen happens like 20% of the time. It's great. Yeah, it really is. It's a lot of the time. But that's kind of the point, right? Like Suffo is kind of a map that's like it's kind of like that's kind of something you keep in mind when you play Suffo Pit, right? Like I think keeping in mind that there's pretty much always going to be a 4 gen and sometimes a 5 gen is kind of just how you play Suffo Pit, right? Like I feel like no one should ever be caught off guard by a 5 pit by a 5 gen on Suffo. You should go into every Suffo game being like, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that there's going to be a 5 gen. You know what I mean? Like pretty solid chance that's going to happen. All right, I gotta get I hope this is the right autumn. Again, there's multiple autumns that play in scrims, and I'm always afraid that I'm gonna invite the wrong one. So hopefully that's the right one. I could have invited Tyro too, but this, yeah, I think this works. I think this is good. Yes, this is good. Yes. Koala, thank you for the resub for 42 months, gamer. Thank you. Thank you. Fred said, first week of elementary placement done. Already dealt with 3 fights, 2 of them yesterday. But I did have 2 of the girls in my class come up and hug me yesterday. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable. Yeah, I feel like dealing with kids fighting would be really fucking annoying. But I feel like kids being adorable kind of sounds adorable? That's a really dumb sentence that I just said. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Autumn sun? Wait. Huh? Wait, what am I looking at here? Who are you? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, this is Blue Azure. Okay, that's Blue Azure. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so this is Prism Survivors versus the killer from Empathy. The killer from Empathy is Jinxie. We saw Jinxie play last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Last time we saw Empathy, it was either 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think. We saw Jinxie play. And Jinxie played very, very well. I think we saw Jinxie play Nemesis? And then maybe something else. But I remember they had a really strong Nemesis, a very strong Nemesis set. So pretty confident that they're gonna have a pretty good showing here as Plague. Oh, did they play Plague last time too? Oh, well, I guess I'm just a fucking idiot. I guess we've already seen their Plague. Either way, pretty confident. Jinxie like the Rainbow Six guy. No, yeah, there's apparently like some like big content creator named Jinxie or something. I don't think it's that Jinxie. But maybe it is. I don't know. Who knows, man? Who knows? What do I know? Nothing. I know nothing. Either way, this should be a good one. This should be a really good challenge for Prism. This should be a pretty tough set for them. But that being said, I do feel like if the survivors play, this is like one of those sets where I feel like if the survivors play like perfectly, then they should be able to get the gens done and get people out. But they do need to play like really well, especially if the killer plays well. Like obviously the killer play matters too. If the killer plays really, really well and solidly, then the survivors are gonna have to play like borderline perfect to get people out. It's gonna be like I think even just like a few little mistakes can definitely compound up and kind of cause them to get 4K'd. But that being said, if they do play perfectly, even if the killer plays perfectly, then they should be able to get the gens done and maybe get some people out. but it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be really tough because I do think Jinxie's probably going to play this pretty solidly from the killer side, I would assume. So yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to how well these survivors play it. So I'm kind of excited for this one. I'm kind of excited for this one, man. I'm pretty pumped. Xeno's Wesker compared to Nightlight Wesker was epic. Wait, what? When and where was that? Was that like another OhTofu thing that happened or something? Or a hens thing? That feels like a hens or an OhTofu thing, yeah? Praying that Loris is Urban Gremlin again this scrim? I would be very surprised if we saw Loris not running Urban Evasion, to be honest with you. Well, I don't know. Against Plague? I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it matters against Plague. Plague feels like one of the killers that we might not see it on. But who's the other killer that we have in this? Huntress? I feel like we'll probably see it against Huntress, I would assume. Yeah. Probably Huntress. I would assume. Oh, to give her that? Oh, dude, we've seen the magic that is Urban Evasion. Loris has opened my eyes, okay? I was blind, but now I see. I'm running Urban in practice, and now I can't take it off in pubs? Really? That's so interesting. Dude, I feel like there's something to it, man. Like, I don't know. I think there might be something to it. Because there is a lot of stuff amongst different killers that were like crouch walking and counterplays it, you know? Like, I feel like being on a crouch walk quickly does just seem to work against a lot of killer powers. It's kind of interesting. You know? Urban actually can be fun against Plague. Oh yeah, I guess it could be, right? If she's trying to peek on you over like a medium wall and stuff too, yeah. Or even if she's just trying to peek at you close range, you could like crouch walk in her face, you know? So yeah, maybe actually. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's killer and map dependent. Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. Yeah, Skull Merchant too. Every single time I play against Skull Merchant, I'm like wishing I had Urban because yeah, you can crouch walk through their drones like easy peasy. Yeah, I'm like always wishing I have it against Skull Merchant, but I never do have it because I'm not a dirty, filthy Urban Evasion user. But yeah, I think I'm gonna start being one. I think I'm gonna start being a dirty, filthy Urban Evasion user. I think there's something to it. Oh God, what did I? No, don't do that. Oh God, gee, no. Oh, whew, sorry, that was horrible. I heard my voice for a second there. That was awful. Anyway. Here we go. This is gonna be the first game of the night. I'm pretty excited. This should be a good night of scrims. This should be a good first game too. I'm curious to see how this one plays out. Let's see what Jinxie is deciding to run here. Oh, already interesting builds from the survivors. Jinxie's running Pain Res, Pop, Eruption, Corrupt. Pretty much what I expect with Apple and Devotee's Amulet. This is pretty standard from what we saw last time we saw Plague 2 in terms of like add-ons and probably build as well. That's a pretty fucking strong build. Kind of a mixed bag here from Autumn, Deli, Unbreakable onto Autumn's Sun. With Borrowed Time and Sprint Burst. I love the Borrowed Time joys. I still think Borrowed Time is an extremely strong perk. Tyro's rocking the old Dead Hard Unbreakable. He's got the Urban Evasion. Uh-oh, look out. Urban Evading Gamers. And then a bit of an objective build from Kego. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Kind of interesting because the Plague, with Plague, you don't want to run any of the healing perks, and healing perks is something that we see a lot, right? Like I feel like usually like one of the builds you see on the survivor side that has a lot to do with healing, like botany knowledge, renewal, and stuff like that. But all that kind of stuff goes out the window against Plague. So it's kind of interesting to see the kind of things that survivors come up with. Looks like there's a 4-gen top. Yeah, there's a bit of a 4-gen top for sure. As a matter of fact, I think there's a kind of tight 3-gen, specifically top right is what it looks like. Like 12, 1, and 2, I think, is like a 3-gen. And then there's kind of one, and then I think there was another one at like 10. So like it's kind of missing one of like the really, really deep gens. But it's still like a pretty good 4-gen down there. He's venturing into the unblocked gens to look for gamers. These guys are stealthing it out right now. 2 of them are kind of stealthing it out in the middle. Oh, they actually found Deli. Okay. So is this being punished with gen progress? Oh, they're just now jumping on gens. Okay. Adam does get found though. He's taking this chase to Shaq. I mean, this is gonna buy them some time to maybe get some gens done down topside though. This is kind of like weirdly valuable from both sides. It really is gonna depend on how fast this down comes in. Because getting those gens done topside is huge, considering that's where like the biggest gen setup is. Kind of weird to start to go for a blind and stop. I feel like you should have just ran and not even went for the blind at all. But I think it's okay because he should make this pallet. But yeah, it was a little odd to go for that blind at all, I think. Ooh, Jinxie trying to full send it. Autumn, though. Sorry, not Autumn. Blue Azure. Sniffing it out. Doesn't have anything here, though. This is a dead zone, so actually going to go down in this corner. Yeah, it's going to just go. It's just going to go ahead and go down this way bottom left corner. And what do they get for this? A gen. And another gen should be at about 50 or 60. So honestly, decent trade for the survivors. Especially, this is probably going to get pain res, so they might not be able to get this one done. It's probably going to get pain res, and it might also get popped. It's pain res, right? Pain res. Not pain res. Ooh. Okay, the fact that that didn't get pain res is actually kind of big, because if they can pop that gen and get rid of that 3-gen topside. Oh, there was a 5-gen topside. Wait a minute. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that there was a 5-gen top. Wait, was there a 5? Yeah, because they finished that one down there, right? I didn't even see that one. Oh my lord. Wait a minute, that changes everything. Sorry, that changes everything. This is actually massive for the survivors, and this is actually, I would say this is actually kind of not good from Jinxie in a way. Like, that was an insane gen setup. I thought it was 4-3, but it was 5-2. Oh shit. So yeah, this is actually pretty much exactly what the survivors I think want here, right? Like even though that was Deli getting hooked first, which is definitely not perfect. Like you definitely don't want Deli to be the first person hooked. That would have been sick if it worked, but couldn't quite get the puke through the hole. But yeah, I mean, even though it was Deli that went down first, which is obviously not ideal, they did manage to break 2 of the 5 gens topside, which is really, really nice. There is still a pretty good 3-gen here. As a matter of fact, the 2 gens that they did are actually like the 2 deepest ones. So I think that actually just made the 3-gen like middle of the map kind of tighter, which is maybe a little bit of an oversight. Maybe if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong about that one too. I don't think I get a look on the gens, but yeah, no, there's kind of 3 like, yeah, like top middle. There's kind of 3 like really tight. So there is still a pretty tight 3-gen here. But they also still have, but I mean, to be fair, they also have all of main to work with now too. Like they can pre-run down to main. So this is actually, yeah, this is probably better. Like they're not really like forcing themselves like edge map to do this. Like they can kind of play these gens here and then run where Tyra's running right now. So yeah, this is a pretty good setup for them. Jinxie, I think, is in a pretty tough spot right now. Is gonna have to make some stuff happen here. Grabbed Corrupt Puke. It's gonna go for 20 seconds longer thanks to Devotee's Amulet. So this is like an 80-second Corrupt Puke, I think. Finds Tyra, who's full health though. Gets a first initial hit. Tyra's gonna get some distance, but not too much. He's gonna go down. Oh! He's not gonna go down. Not yet. Now he goes down. Triple eruption, I think that was, going off on those gens. Looks like Kego's gonna get a... Yeah, these guys are gonna get a gen done maybe before pain res. And Kego's might get pain resed. Yeah, Kego's is gonna get pain resed. But they might have another gen done here too, and that's just gonna leave that 3-gen top middle. So they're kind of doing both the bottom gens right now, just getting them done and out of the way while that Corrupt Puke was up. So that should finish 4 out of the 5 gens, and it's just going to leave that final 3-gen. Ooh, could get some pop value. Is going to go for Puke instead. Might grab the pop value too. This is pretty insane. Oh no! Anyway, pop goes the weasel value. Anyway, pop goes the weasel value. Anyway, pop goes the weasel value. There we go. Pop goes the weasel value coming in. Looks like Autumn's going to run down and grab that save. That's going to spread sickness to Tyro, unfortunately. But, I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to get sick, gamer, you know? Ooh, Jinxie's actually coming back, though. Okay. So, I'm sure Kego will just hop right back on that gen bottom side and get that done. But now Jinxie's going to come back here and see what they can find. Finds Autumn. Ooh, maybe he didn't see Autumn turning that corner to the right. Does get that down though. Eruption going down too. This final 3-gen is going to be really hard to break. It's going to be really hard to break. Like it might look like, oh no, like it's like almost 4 gens are done and there's only like 2 hook sages or something. Like it might look like really bad for the killer from like someone who maybe doesn't understand the situation here. But like this 3-gen in the middle is going to be pretty tough to break. I think it's going to be pretty tough, especially with these perks, right? Like pop eruption. This is pretty dirty because, like, again, I think what Jinxie's going to do is try to make sure that they get eruption down on all 3 of these gens every single chance they get, which is what you see right now, right? Eruption going down there, eruption going down here, and now anytime that a chase gets committed to ever, as long as Jinxie can get the down before they finish the gen from like 0 to 100, then bam, 10% regression, possibly a pain res, possibly a pop goes the weasel. Like there's just so much potential regression. And they're gonna have to like, have like multiple really good chases. That being said, like as much as I'm saying like it's gonna be hard to break this 3-gen, it also could be equally hard to hold the 3-gen on Jinxie's side if the survivors play chase really well. There's only 2 corrupt pulls up right now, I think, or maybe 1 even, right? Either like there's only 1 or 2 corrupt pulls up. I know there's 1 way bottom side, like kind of far away from everything. So assuming that the killer doesn't have corrupt puke, you should just be able to play the chases. Well, Tyro hitting a good dead hard there. Touche. Well played from Tyro. And he's trying to get down bottom side. He's trying to just get away from these gens. Throw some firecrackers. That was the bottom side gen, so that one is not. That's not breaking the 3-gen. And again, here you go. Eruption going down on every gen. Let's see what's happening during this. They're kind of just now hopping on the gen. They do have Prove Thyself, but they're just now hopping on it. This can't be Pain Res. Pain Res has already been used on Tyro, but this is going to be Pop Goes the Weasel. So second hook coming in on Tyro. Pop Goes the Weasel is going to be up. Jinxie's going to be able to make it back with Pop. Ooh, actually sees Autumn. Sorry, not Autumn. Autumn's son. Sorry, finds Autumn's son here. My bad. Sorry, I keep seeing the name Autumn, but then I have to realize. Gonna get the down into Kego. Kego was randomly running over here too. I'm not really sure what the survivors are doing right now. Kego just kind of like rotated in. To be honest with you, I thought Kego was Adam at first, but yeah, no. Kego just kind of runs in, gets down, gets pain resed. That's gonna be his fresh hook as well. Oh man, this is looking really bad. Jinxie finding Adam here too. That means Autumn's gonna have to get off the gen and come rotate to get the save too. So there's really no gen progress happening and just a ton of downs coming in. Like everyone's on hook and getting down. This is brutal. What's happening? Prism's falling apart. They're like literally just falling apart right now. They were honestly in a pretty good spot, and like I don't know what's going on. They just are completely crumbling. Tyro does have DS and dead hard. So if he goes down here, it's not the end of the world, but he also might get slugged. Was that dead hard or was that? Yeah, that was dead hard. Interesting. Because if he goes down, he's probably gonna get slugged. So honestly, I think that was smart of him to dead hard. It might be tempting there to not dead hard and like let yourself go down and try to hit a DS into dead hard, but I think hitting that dead hard is correct because I think otherwise you're gonna get slugged. And they managed to save everybody but Kego, who's about to go struggle, and I think Kego is gonna Tyro sneaks up and grabs it. So they managed to get Kego before struggle too. So they've somewhat recovered. They've somewhat recovered, but they still took a lot of stages there. Like they got a lot of hooks, they ate a lot of stages. They didn't really get a lot of gen progress to compensate either. Like that was a lot of progress towards like killer win con stuff, without a lot towards survivor win con stuff. Like there wasn't a whole lot of gen progress coming through there, just a ton of people eating downs and hooks. That was definitely very sloppy. We'll see what Autumn can do at this rock here. Looks like they're cleansing quite a bit. Both Kego and Tyro cleansing. Tyro being death hooked, they're probably gonna want him to cleanse for sure. Ooh, good play from Autumn, faking out that vault. Does take that vault too, playing this palette really well. Autumn's kind of juicing here. It's gonna go down top left. That's gonna trigger eruption, and unless they're doubled on it immediately. Ooh, well, this is gonna be close. I don't think Autumn is the pain res. I'm pretty sure it's Adam. I think Adam's the final pain res. They could commit to this if they wanted. They could commit to that and finish it. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to. Yeah, they're definitely going to. So the final gen's gonna pop. Okay, well played by Prism. They kind of started crumbling and falling apart there, but then they brought it back. That chase from Autumn on that pallet was honestly like exactly what they needed. Like if Autumn would have went down there like just 10 seconds sooner, they would have been able to save that gen, right? Like they as in Jinxie. Like Jinxie would have been able to save that gen. But that chase at that shitty pallet top side and then also running with that top left corner, like that was just such good play from Autumn there. That was really clutch. Bought them like the exact amount of time they needed to finish the gen. And now they're looking to be in a pretty good spot. I mean, Autumn's sun goes down too. So, I mean, this is an okay spot. This is still a lot of stages for Jinxie. Like, I feel like if they didn't have that sloppy play in like the mid game where they all kind of went down a bunch of times, this could have been huge for them. I think Jinxie's still gonna end up with 9 stages, right? I think it's gonna be 9 stages. Yeah, so it's still gonna be a 9 stage 4 fresh, which is honestly pretty good from Jinxie still. Like, that's definitely not, like, I feel like Plague is one of those sets where it feels like it's pretty easy for it to sway one way. Like, I know I'm going to be kind of hypocritical right now because clearly this was like a 9-stage game, but I feel like it's pretty easy for Plague games to like sway extremely one way or the other. Like, I feel like Plague games very often are like either like 6 stages or like a 4K one. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's how it goes a lot of times because it can snowball really hard on either side. I say that as we get a 9-stage game here, but like, again, I feel like if the survivors didn't fuck up like they did in that mid game, I think this would have probably been like a 6-stage, right? So this is interesting because I think this is still a good result. It's like a good result given that the survivors managed to get people out, but I feel like it's definitely possible for a 4K to happen too. So like, I don't it's like a very like middle of the road result, I guess is what I'll say. Like, it's good, but it's not like unbeatable for sure. Like, they're definitely going to make sure that their survivors play really solidly and tightly, because I think if the empathy survivors come in here and play a bit sloppy, it's definitely possible for Prism to 4K them. But still, solid result from Jinxie. Very good recovery from Prism, though. I gotta say that. Like, they recovered for that very well. It was looking really shaky for a minute there when they all were kind of like running up. They were going for that save on bottom side, and they all just kind of like got found in the worst positions and went down, and it got really sloppy for a minute there. And honestly, I was kind of worried that they were just going to get 4K'd all at once. Like, it kind of looked like a 4K was going to happen right then and there, but they managed to recover a bit. Actually, managed to recover quite a bit. And managed to get to like, again, that chase with Autumn at the end, top side, was so good. Gave them the exact amount of time they needed. And they kind of just like clutched up and ended up getting a good result, with all things considered. Like, considering that it was kind of looking like they might get 4K, they ended up with a pretty solid result overall. So, yeah, GG's. I mean, solid game. Very, very solid game. It's going to make this second game interesting because I think that was really swingy, right? Like, I was like, oh, man, the killer's dominating and they're about to win. Oh, wait a minute, the survivors are coming back and they're going to win. Like, that was so swingy, both sides. I don't know. I still have to, like, wonder if, like, looking back at that set, I wonder how different it would have been had Jinxie not, like, hard committed so much to the first chase at Shaq. With that 5-gen top. I didn't realize, again, the whole early game of me casting that match, I didn't realize there was a 5-gen top. I thought it was a 4-gen. I thought it was like a 4-3 split. I think a 5-2 split is like significantly different than a 4-3 split. So I do think it's interesting that like there was a hard commit on a survivor bottom side far away from the 5-gen immediately, especially at Shaq too, where they basically can guarantee buy a good chunk of time. Because, yeah, 2 of the gens topside got done when that happened. And I wonder how different the game would have been had that not happened, right? Because it kind of just turned the game into like a 3-gen scenario rather than a 5-gen scenario. But regardless, again, I mean, we can sit here and do ifs and whats all day. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still solid result. And it's still going to be a lot of pressure, I think, now on the killer from Prism to get a good result here. Also, Watermelon. I didn't even realize Watermelon was on Prism. Okay. Who am I inviting? I know who I'm inviting. Yeah. Gamers. I'm inviting gamers. Any gamers? Any gamers? My friends, this is getting too big. I don't see any gamers I'm supposed to invite. I don't see them. I don't see the gamers. I don't see them. Did Prism win that? There's 2 matches that are played before a winner's decided. There's no winner based off 1 game. The winner's based off 2 games. So the killer from Empathy got 9 stages with 4 fresh, and the survivors managed to get out with like 3 stages basically. Now they're gonna flip flop, and the killer from Empathy is gonna go against the survivors of Prism. So the killer from Empathy now has to, the killer from Prism now has to beat the result that the killer from Empathy got. So like if this killer gets like a 4K, for instance, then that means that Prism wins. But if this killer doesn't and they get like a bad game, like say this killer ends up with only like 4 hook stages and then they get everybody out or something, right? Hypothetically, then that would mean that they lose. They as in Prism loses and Empathy wins. You kind of compare the results between each side. It's not decided in 1 game, it's decided in 2 games. Invite Loris. Where's Loris? Ah, there's Loris. I was looking for Loris. I didn't see Loris. Aha! Watermelon, the best killer on Prism, says Tyro. I don't know, Tyro. You're getting some good results last week, man. I mean, Watermelon's a beast, so I have faith in him. Like, he's definitely a beast. I ain't trying to say nothing bad about Watermelon. He's definitely a beast of a player. But I saw you popping the fuck off last week. Not last week. Whatever week we saw Prison play last. Maybe 2 weeks ago. Whatever the fuck we saw you like last time. You got like 2 like 4K threes or some shit. I synced it. I synced it, Tyro. Don't play dumb with me, boy. I synced it. I synced that shit. All right. So here we go. We got Cookie, Nos, Jinxie, and Loris. Hello, chat. I just want you to know that I am recovering from the flu. So if I am bad, it's because in a fever dream, I listened to Tofu and didn't call Plague by her real name. Adiris. I could not assert my dominance. Good. If I'm bad, mind your business or else. Damn. That's the intimidating way to do it. Loris is out here giving you guys like deep lore. And Nos is just like, if I'm bad, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and mind your own business. Motherfucker. Don't you fucking try me. Don't even fucking try me. I like it. I respect it. Also, yeah, don't call killers by their real name. Don't do that. I think you did the right thing. Because you're saying in your fever dream you didn't call her by her real name, which is good. Because people that go out of their I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep saying it. People that go out of their way to call killers by their first name, like you're not being cute. You're just kind of it's just kind of cringe. You know what I mean? It's a little bit cringe. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, when I say something's... Also, to be clear, when I say something's kind of cringe, that's not the end of the world, okay? I'm the most cringe motherfucker in the world. Like, I'm the cringiest motherfucker to ever live. So, like, if you do something and I say something that you do is cringe, don't get, like, super insulted, okay? Because I do things that are cringe all the time. I'm just going to say that I think that is cringe, is all I'm going to say. It's not the end of the world. If you do it, it's fine. I just think it's a little bit cringe, you know? Like people that are like, oh, Adriana's OP. Oh, Adiris. Oh, we're going to play Adiris. Oh, look, this is the best Kenneth player I've ever seen. It's just like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, what? Stop it. Just call them by their goddamn name. 1v1 me for calling something cringe or scared. If I dodge, is that cringe? I'm going to dodge because I'm cringe. I love Bubba Sawyer. See, okay, well, calling Bubba or like Freddy, I think that kind of makes sense because they're like IP characters that clearly you know them from movies and stuff. Like, I feel like most people know Freddy Krueger as Freddy Krueger. So, like, if you called him the Nightmare, that'd be kind of weird. You know what I mean? But, again, it's different when it's like a video game character where, like, the mass majority of people are just calling them their name. Like, no one's calling Nurse Sally. Is that her name, Sally? No one's calling Nurse Sally or whatever the fuck. Everyone's just saying the nurse. You know what I mean? So, like, if you're going out of your way to call her Sally, like, I'm sorry, man. Like, you just, you know, you're just being kind of weird. Like, I don't know, you know? I don't know if it's as cute and quirky as you think it is. That's all I'm going to say. People call Trapper Evan. Yeah, and it's kind of cringe. I think it's kind of cringe. It's not as cute and quirky as I think it is. That's all I'm saying. You know? Look, feel free to keep doing it if you want, okay? Like, again, all because it's cringe doesn't mean you should stop. I do things that are cringe constantly. Let me keep reminding you, I'm the cringiest motherfucker out there. So even if it's cringe, feel free to keep doing it. If you like it, who gives a fuck what I think? Keep doing it anyway. I'm just saying it's cringe. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You stand alone on this one, you freak. Nah, there's got to be someone that agrees with me. There's got to be at least somebody out there that agrees with me. What about people calling Leatherface Bubba? Like, that's fine too, because he's like an IP licensed character. Like, people know them from movies and stuff. Well, I mean, actually, I don't know enough about Leatherface. Do people call Leatherface Bubba outside of... I have no idea. Because I don't really know much about the Texas Chainsaw movies, so I don't know. But I'm assuming so. Every character except Strong Evan. Is Strong Evan some kind of like a fucking dumb meme that I don't know? Because, sure, whatever. I'd rather them call Huntress Anna versus anything with mom or mommy in the name. That's okay. That's true too. That's a good point. Wait, that's a very solid point. Because if we can take away every instance of people saying like Hatchet Mommy or like Vommy Mommy or whatever the fuck like that, I agree. I would gladly abolish all of that and then just have them call them by the first name. I agree. Because that is so much worse. I definitely agree with that. That is like so much worse. Anyway, ooh, No Way Out with Bamboozle. Interesting from Watermelon here. Same add-ons, but perks are way different. No Pop Goes the Weasel, no Eruption. Bamboozle is a really interesting choice. And No Way Out's also a pretty interesting choice, but not a bad one, I don't think, here. Looks like... is this another 5-gen topside? Remember that time that we were talking about a 5-gen topside and how it happens 20% of the time? 20% of the time, every time, baby. Literally 2 5-gens back to back. All right, I'm curious to see how this one goes then, because again, last game Jinxie had a 5-gen topside, and the way Jinxie played it was they hard committed to somebody bottom side and lost 2 of their gens early. I'm curious to see how Watermelon plays this, if he opts to do anything differently. Nos is actually taking this chase deeper into the top side right now, which is a little alarming. She's probably going to want to make her way down to the other side. Yeah, here we go. Loris, the Giga Chad, playing Nia, even though female survivors are currently bugged. Everyone else is playing male characters to get them sweet, sweet male vaults. And yeah, see, Watermelon's just going to get a puke and then head back to this top side. This is kind of how I expected Jinxie to play it a little bit more. Well, I should say, this is how I would have expected Jinxie to play it if I had known that it was a 5-gen. I didn't realize it was a 5-gen until way later that match. But now that I realize this is a 5-gen, yeah, like I think this kind of makes sense. Bamboozle going to be getting some value here. I don't know if Loris even realized that it was blocked. Yeah, I think Loris is like, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Gonna get some puke there. Loris is gonna have to get the fuck out of here and try to make her way to bottom side too. Hopefully this pallet's been used. Hopefully without getting puked on too much. If Watermelon can get the injury from puke here and then the down before they make it the whole way to bottom side, this could be big. Watermelon zoning out here, keeping Loris at this middle of the... oh, good down. Such a good down there. And this is exactly what Watermelon wants. He wants to get this down before they make it to bottom side. They are progressing a gen top pretty heavily though. Pain Res could come in here. Honestly, I really kind of wish we would have saw the build that we saw on Jinxie on Watermelon. Because I feel like this feels like a more aggressive build, which is like it's weird because I feel like the way that Jinxie played, I feel like he should have had a more aggressive build like this. Whereas I feel like the build that Jinxie had was a more like felt more area control-y to me. And it feels like both the killers are playing the play style of the opposite build. Like I feel like the way that Watermelon has played this early game felt like he should have pop eruption pain res. And it felt like the way that Jinxie played, it felt like he should have been like the bamboozled fucking no way out gamer. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit strange to me. Nos gets found to this filler and is going to go down here. Watermelon, very, very well played there. He's playing his palette so well. So the unhook comes in from on Loris, but Nos gets down here too. And this might be another pain res, another stack of no way out. And this gen that they had almost done topside has now regressed a good bit. They don't have a whole lot of gen progress at all. We didn't actually see the survivor builds yet. They have Oh, Jinxie running a pretty interesting build. Even Breakdown was in that build. Deli Unbreakable is on Cookie, who does have his deli up. Loris is rocking Urban Evasion, baby. But a lot of gen doing perks and then bounce landing. And then Diaz Deadheart is on Nos, who's currently hooked. Also Troubleshooter, that's interesting. Troubleshooter, a pretty underrated perk, I think. Corrupt Puke is going to get grabbed, and now Watermelon's going to try to hold down this hook as well as these gens here, because yeah, he has Nos hooked pretty deep in this 4-gen, or 5-gen, I should say. It's honestly more of a 5-gen than a 4-gen because the gen middle map is decently far. Like it's going to be kind of hard to protect that gen middle, but it's still like this one right here is kind of like you can protect it, but it's a little tough. Watermelon just checking on the gens that are nearby. This gen is nowhere near. This one is way down bottom side. That one's way down by Shack. So that one is not a part of like the really strong gen setup. So Watermelon is only concerned with these gens. He's going to force Nos to struggle. Watermelon's in a really strong spot here. This is looking really, really good. Like I think it's going to be tough for Empathy to get out of this alive at this point. This is a really powerful spot. They're just progressing this middle gen, but they didn't manage to get it done. Like the thing about this too is I think once he grabbed that corrupt puke, what Empathy probably should have did is probably jump on that middle gen at the very least, right? And like get that done ASAP. Because like he's definitely securing stages here, right? And like you're not gonna be able to save Nos against corrupt puke. There's no way. So I feel like you need to be able to trade this for at least something of importance. Like they did the bottom side gen, but that's not really that big of a deal, right? Maybe they don't recognize. Maybe it's possible they just didn't recognize the 5-gen scenario that they're in yet. I don't know. But I feel like you got to trade something really, really big for like this amount of camping. You know what I mean? He's got to be careful here because yeah, with body blocking. Oh, okay, okay. There was someone else here. Because yeah, that was actually like dangerously close to. That was dangerously close to being a not even save if there wasn't another survivor there. Cookie is there though. He's gonna get puked on a little bit, not quite to injured yet. Nos is gonna force a DS here. So with DS and Deadheart, Nos is trying to just make it the bottom side of the map right now. Is what's happening. Nos is trying really hard to just get the fuck away and get to the bottom side. Dead Hard's up, but I'm sure Watermelon has a pretty good idea that Dead Hard's on the survivor now. Yeah, it does the old look up bait, does get the down. That's going to be a kill on the Nos. And again, this is a kill on the Nos without them doing any of the gens on the top side yet. This one's bottom side too. Oh no, man. They have like there's no gens done on the top side 5 gen. Watermelon's not gonna give a fuck about that bottom side gen. This feels like a 4K. This feels like a 4K to me. I feel like if Watermelon just plays this, if he just continues to play this solidly from here on out, this kind of feels like a 4K to me. I'm not really sure how empathy. This is gonna be such a difficult gen setup to break. They do have a good bit of progress over here. I still wish we saw pop or something on him. Pop or eruption or both. I don't think it's going to matter, but I think those perks would have been so big in this setup. But he does find a quick down into Jinxie here. And a pain res. So that other gen bottom side pops. Pain res is going to come in on that top on that top right gen. They're currently working middle. They're both there though, and they're both going to get chased bottom side, which is so bad. The blast mine comes in. How are they going to rotate for the save? Like, how are they going to rotate for the save, man? They're both... Or sorry, not top side, bottom side. Like, they're both pushed bottom side now. So no one's really in position to rotate for the save at all. They're not even going to try. So the thing is that Watermelon didn't see them both, though. So I don't even know if they realized that or not. But he only saw Cookie. He didn't see Loris. Because if you would have saw Loris... Like, if you would have saw both Cookie and Loris there, this would have been, like, basically GG right now. But I don't think he actually knew Loris was there. So I think he's a little bit worried that Loris might be ratting it up over here and going for the save. So he's going to come back and defend the hook a little bit harder and try to force a struggle state, which does feel like the correct play. They might be able to pop mid-gen for this. But even if they pop mid-gen for this, there's still 4 gens in that top side. And they have to get 2 out of those 4 gens done. So even if that middle gen gets done, Jinxie's now going to be death hook. This is just... Oh, man. I think this might just be too far over from here. They're not even gonna pop this gen done. They're not even gonna pop this gen done. What is the English language? They're not even gonna pop this gen done. They're not gonna even get this middle gen done just yet, is what I was trying to say. That being said, there's no like significant regression that Watermelon has other than pain res, so it's not really gonna regress a whole lot. They should be able to get it done now, right? They'll be able to double back and get it done now. But again, they're still gonna be prioritizing that mid gen until it gets done, and until that gets done, they're probably not gonna be tackling this 4 gen. And again, Jinxie's death hook now and being chased by a corrupt puke plague, so they basically Jinxie needs to last long enough in chase for them to pop that gen, and then also like 2 gens topside, which is just not gonna happen. Like there's just no way. There's no way. Jinxie's gonna go back down. This is gonna be killing to Jinxie, and this is gonna secure it. This is gonna 100% secure it. Prism's gonna take this first set for sure. It's gonna be a 2v1 now, and there's literally no fucking way. Like, there's no possible way they break this 4 gen 2v1 against Plague. Like, look, man, I don't like to be the whole like calling a game over before it's over, but this one's over. This one is definitely over. Unless Watermelon's game crashes or if his computer fucking dies, or you know what, actually that's been happening a lot lately. That's been happening a lot lately where people's games crash and shit. So you know what, maybe I shouldn't say that. I'm probably gonna jinx it. That actually might happen today at some point. Last weekend we had a lot of issues with that. So I kind of forgot about that. I maybe should shut the fuck up. But regardless, I feel like unless something crazy happens, it feels pretty set in stone here that Prism's gonna win this. Like, Cookie would have to have like a 4-minute chase here, and then also, well, he does have Deadly, but he'd have to have like a fucking 4-minute chase away from the 4 gen, and then I don't like the win con here is just so insane. Like, I just don't see it happening in any circumstance. Although, as I'm saying that, Cookie is kind of juicing. Like, Cookie's kind of sort of juicing. Watermelon just going to kick these pallets. Not playing any games. Not even going to fuck around and bother trying to, like, to be honest with you, Watermelon doesn't have to go for anything risky. He doesn't have to, like, let these pallets stay up. Like, he can just kick every pallet, right? Like, he's so far ahead right now that he does not have to take any risk. He can literally just like kick every pallet that gets thrown, not bother playing any of them. It just grab his hooks and like whatever, right? Like it literally doesn't matter. It's a 2v1 at this point. Oh, he can't hook him here. Oh, all the hooks here are gonzo, and Cookie actually has unbreakable. Oh no. I mean, again, this is just gonna stall it out. They're still not gonna be able to win it. Like, It's impressive level of cockroaching, right? Like this is very cockroachy of Team Empathy. Like they're definitely refusing to die right now, but it's still gonna happen, you know? Like even cockroaches do eventually die. They just really draw that shit out. You know what I mean? So they're kind of just cockroaching it, and it's still gonna happen. It's just I think it's just gonna get stalled out. Cookie used Unbreakable, and he's gonna go back down now again. And now Unbreakable won't be up. So won't be able to pick himself up again. Is he gonna not wiggle maybe? No, actually I think he just makes this hook. Was that hook hit with breakdown maybe? Is that what it was? I know somebody had breakdown. Maybe this hook was hit with breakdown and maybe it respawned. I don't know. I think it was Jinxie that had breakdown, right? So yeah, I think that hook was actually hit by breakdown. And then it just now respawned maybe. Because yeah, he's actually gonna get that hook on the Cookie. Cookie has deli though, so Cookie will be able to deli off that hook. But again, like Loris isn't even near the gens. Loris is just hanging out bottom side. Like it feels like they've pretty much accepted that it's over, right? One more hook stage ties it. Two more hook stage. One more hook stage ties it. Two more hook stages wins it. No gen progress is happening at all. Oh. Again, not even gonna bother really playing these pallets. Just gonna zone them and kick them, which is pretty much the right choice. There's again, even if they throw every pallet on the map and Watermelon just kicks every I feel like Watermelon can play every chase like a literal AI right now, and just hold W and kick every pallet and never like go for a mind game or whatever and probably still be fine because he's just that far ahead. Like I feel like there's no need to even do anything fancy or even try anything fancy. Like you just hold W and wait for the game to be over at this point. Cookie's gonna head mid-map. This pallet's already been used. There's a T-ball here. I'm sorry, not a T-ball. It's an Orman tile, but he's not gonna be able to make it to the actual pallet. Loris, I think, is... Oh, Loris hopped on a gen, though. Is on one of the gens top side. But I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Cookie's gonna get hooked bottom. Watermelon's probably gonna head back up. That's the tying hook. Oh, there's Corrupt Puke here, too. Ooh, fancy. And yeah, Loris is gonna pre-hop off gen, and yeah, I think it's time for it to come to an end. I think Watermelon's just gonna sit here and secure this. I mean, Hatch is gonna spawn here. Yeah, like Hatch is gonna spawn here. I think Watermelon's just gonna sit here and watch him die, and then kick Hatch and just end it. So there you go. There's hook stage number 10. That secures it. Prism is gonna take this win on the plague set pretty convincingly. Very strong showing here for Watermelon. He played this really well. I would say Empathy maybe did fumble a bit on their side. And the no way out too. Not like this, dude. Loris is like, don't worry, this gate is as far away as possible. According to my calculations, this is the maximum distance possible from the hatch, which means therefore I should be able to open this gate before the killer arrives. But then they got hit with the surprise no way out, so yeah, their hopes and dreams shattered. Oh, the old mortar puke? Nope. Watermelon confirmed bad artillery. They're moonwalking together. How adorable, how cute. And there you go, there's the 4K. Well played. I mean, I don't really know what else there is to say. I think Watermelon just played this really well. Again, I have to wonder how different the game would have been if Jinxie would have played their killer game the way that Watermelon did. Like both of them had it's actually kind of nice to see that both of them had a 5-gen. Because if one team gets a 5-gen and then the other team doesn't, that obviously will like feel kind of bad sometimes. You're like, oh man, the RNG. It was kind of nice that they both got 5-gens, right? And I do feel like I wonder if Jinxie would have played that 5-gen similarly to how Watermelon played it. I feel like they would have maybe gotten a similar result, maybe. I mean, that being said, that also discounts a lot of what Watermelon did. He played a lot of those chases really well, right? Like he got the better out of he got the better of Loris on that pallet mid map. He then got the better of Nos on that filler pallet. Like he played, like he won a lot of 50-50s at pallets and just did a really good job of outplaying the survivors in chase too. So I don't want to downplay that either, right? Like I think Watermelon, it wasn't just his strategy, it was also like his micro and everything that really helped him win this too. But I do think the strategy also plays a big role on a map like that. So I just have to wonder how different it would have been had Jinxie played it in a similar fashion. But regardless, very solid set. Prism looking really good. Looking very strong on all fronts. Empathy still looking good themselves, but definitely a tough survivor game here. I mean, Plague I think Plague in a 5-gen scenario can be kind of tough. I don't really think they tackled it quite correctly the way they should have. But it is what it is. Hopefully they can chill out and put that game behind them, and we're gonna go into the Huntress set now. Huntress set, I believe. So we'll see how this Huntress set goes. Also, Ralph, are you still lurking? I think we put Huntress on Cool Tower, didn't we? I think we did. I think I asked for that. Is that a thing that happened? I believe so. So you might be happy to see this, maybe. Maybe. Or am I lying? I'm pretty sure that we discussed that. It was like 2 weeks ago, so now I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure we discussed that. And I think she might be on Cool. Yeah, she's on Cool Tower now. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So no more Wrecker's Yard Huntress. I know you were big on that shit. And I'm kind of curious to see how it plays, because I have not seen a Cool Tower Huntress since like back in the King of the Hill days. So I'm curious to see how it goes. Yeah, sorry, Cool Tower, good old Cool Tower. Yo, Krat, thanks for the 20 months. Welcome back, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Aloni, thanks for the 100 bits. I said, please support my grandpa and wishlist Abaddon on Steam. Did your grandpa make a game called Abaddon? And is it on Steam? Wait, does your grandpa make games? The fuck? Well, thanks for the 100 bits for the promo, I guess. Chaotic Gay, thank you for the 4. Sorry, that wasn't a 4-month reset. That was a raid. Thank you for the raid, gamer. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. Future Shane, thanks for the 13 months. Thank you. All right, so here we go. We got Kego. Kego's going to be playing killer for Prism. Going to be playing some Huntress. We're going to get the survivors from Empathy back in Meow. Cool grandpa, right? I wish my grandpa made games. That'd be sick. That'd be so sick. All right, this should be good. So this is, I think, our only Huntress set of the day. Yeah, this is our only Huntress set of the day, no matter what. So this will be our only test for Huntress Cool Tower is these two games. And if Empathy can tie this up on this Huntress set, then we're going to be going to the Trapper set as a tiebreaker. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Empathy picked Plague, right? Because I'm pretty sure the way that it usually goes is that the killers will play, like whoever plays the killer first, I think is usually the team that picks that killer. So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I think Empathy picked Plague and Prism picked Huntress. So Prism probably feeling good on Huntress. I don't really know anything about Kego and Huntress, but I'm assuming Kego must be a Huntress man then, if that's a thing. So, yeah, they must be feeling good about Huntress on all fronts here. So that being said, this could be a toughie, right? Huntress does feel like one of those very like special, like I want to say like specialized killers. Like I feel like there's a lot of like cracked out Huntress like gamers that play like nothing but Huntress. And I feel like if one team has one of those and then like another team doesn't, that might be a big difference maker. But I guess we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. Empathy's gonna need a good result here because they kind of need the set to stay alive. If they don't win the set, that just ends the best of 3 right now. So they need a really good result Survivor side here. Now that being said, I actually don't know what to expect in a Cool Tower Huntress game. Like I feel like this also feels like one of those things that can go either way. Like I feel like I've been saying this about a lot of sets, so maybe it just sounds like I just say this all the time. And maybe I do, I don't know. But this feels like one of those sets that could go either way. It feels like this could either be like a 6-7 stage game or like a 4K1. Because I feel like Huntress is so snowbally, man. Like she's able to snowball so quickly. And like, I think if you make like even any like big misplays, even like just mid-level misplays, I think you can pretty quickly just snowball into like complete death. You know what I mean? But that being said, I think if the survivors do a really good job in chase or if the killer kind of fails to land hatchets, then I think, and then also if the survivors can like get out to a big lead early, then I think you can kind of put the Huntress into a spot where they can't really do anything. So I think like either way it can swing. I think the early game of this is going to be really important. Like the early game is always important in every match, right? But I think especially in a set like this, it's going to be super important because Huntress can hold down hooks really well, right? Like if you put somebody on like a basement hook or up on a hill hook, you can hold down a hook really well. So like if you get a hook early, that can be really dangerous. But that being said, if you don't get your hook until maybe 1 or 2 gens are done, then holding down that hook does nothing for you, right? So like I think the early game and how they play it is going to matter here a lot more than it does on a lot of other killers. I mean, it matters a lot on every killer, don't get me wrong, but I think especially on this killer is going to matter a lot. And also again with Cool Tower having such good like lines of sight as well. Other than like, I mean, I know there's like the landmark, like either logs or whatever in the middle, plus the main building. But other than that, there's pretty good lines of sight. And I feel like there's a lot of potential here for the Huntress to pop off. So I guess we'll have to see. I guess we will have to see. Yo, Hude. Is your name like a... I'm not understanding what your name is. Hude, thank you for the sub. Welcome in, man. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for support, Duder. All right, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Deli Unbreakable on Jinxie with borrowed time. Looks like Chemical Trap on Cookie. What the fuck? Jen doing build with Bounce Landing and Urban Evasion on Loris, and Nos rocking the DS Denhard with Resurgence and Leader as well. Resurgence Leader, that's a really good combo because like the idea there is that you get unhooked, right? With Resurgence, and you're already at like 50% HP. Did they not see that person right there? I don't think they did. But then Leader also heals up the speed of whoever unhooked you, so they can heal you even faster. Not getting that hatchet onto Cookie. I think that's actually a hatchet you can land even if they're crouching, right? I don't think that. I think that hatchet, like this hatchet, feels like okay. Well, if they're behind the box, probably not. But if they're behind the wire spool, I feel like that was a hatchet you could hit even if they're crouching. Maybe I'm wrong about that. This is where I need Ralph in here co-casting. Oh god, the camera shake is like extra bad on Huntress. Oh my god. Why is the camera shake so bad on Huntress? Holy hell. This is like so much worse than every other killer. Nos is here to take a hit. Cookie... Was Cookie the deli? No. That hatchet looked like it went right through him. I don't know. Does have both Resilience and Lithe, though. It's going to activate Lithe here. But it's going to stay. Reload coming in. But Cookie doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kind of just trapped at this pallet. Ooh, but I don't think Kego realizes. Okay, Kego realizes now. Has Brutal Strength and is going to kick that. Gens are progressing a good bit. And again, this down so far is taking a decent bit of time, but I think Kego's going to get it now. They did do a pretty good job of buying time and making this down not happen instantly. Like, what's gen progress looking like? They're going to be able to pop close to 2 gens. I think Pain Res is probably going to deny one of these. Assuming this is Pain Res. Yep, Pain Res will deny one of those. I don't know how I feel about Brutal Strength here. Like, especially on a map like Cool Tower. Like, Cool Tower is... Like, okay, people give Suffo Pit shit for its gen spawns, and they're like, oh my god, Suffo Pit is like 4 or 5 gens all the time. I feel like Cool Tower can get like some pretty brutal 5 gens too. As a matter of fact, there might be one here. Like, I don't see a whole lot of gens bottom side. There might be a pretty rough gen spawn top side. So I feel like on a map like this, ooh, these hatches, you need to be more patient with these, man. These need to land. Like, you need to be able to land these. These are so important, especially with OhTofu. Like, you could have stopped her from even making it the hatch to Shack. And even like that one, man. Oh, Kego. I think Empathy is definitely getting the better of Kego here on the survivor side. Like, I think a lot of these hatchets are definitely like landable, and he's just kind of missing them, which is not great. Like, you definitely, like, if you're in a situation in like an open field where you can land a hatchet, or I don't know, someone's locked in a vault like that, you really need to be able to land those. You can't really get them, like, you can't let people keep getting away with that. Let's get that down to Loris though. Because I don't think these survivor chases so far, like, I do think that Cookie did a pretty good job earlier, but like a lot of this chase with Loris wasn't played in a way where like hatchets are unhittable. Like, you can play chases at certain tiles where like it makes it really hard to land hatchets, but like a lot of these hatchets were like kind of like, I don't want to say easy. Good body block there from Nos. Kego trying to greet a Scourge Hook, and Nos being able to call it out, getting a body block and a Firecracker to buy time. That's going to deny that hook too, so interesting. That being said, we're still at 5 gens, so I don't, like, this is still weird. I'm not really sure who's ahead. Going for a pretty aggressive hatchet there that doesn't land. This is a strong setup with this window here too. It's like double window tile into T-walls. Full setting these hatchets is now out. Can go for this. Oh, Kego! Kego! Buddy! Oh. Is it nerves? Are the nerves getting to him? This has to be a nerves thing, right? It feels like he's just going for shit that he shouldn't be going for. This has to be nerves, I think. Finds a hero into Jinxie. We'll be able to down him really quickly thanks to OhTofu. Man, that's rough. Like, Loris was getting away with way too much in that chase, though. Like, I feel like every chase that's happened with Loris so far this game, they've gotten away with way too much. Cookie manages to pop the gen topside too in the main building. This is so, like, they're doing a really good job of tackling the gens. There was a pretty strong gen setup here, yeah, on this top side. It kind of looked like there was like a 4, maybe potentially 5 gen on this top side. He can crouch walk off of that. He's gonna go for the maybe vault in. Was a little bit late on it though, but Kego doesn't quite get the hatchet. Those can be a little bit awkward to land. Those like falling hatchets. So that's a little bit more excusable there to not land those. Still, honestly, still a 4 gen topside. So yeah, there was actually a 5 gen topside. So yeah, actually, there you go. Actually a perfect example. Like Like again, like we were talking about like the whole Suffolk Pit versus Cold Tower thing. There's literally a 5 gen on this map. They managed to pop the one that was upstairs in main, but there's still like 2 here, like top middle, and then there's 2 deep middle, or sorry, 2 deep top as well. So yeah, I mean, pretty brutal 5 gen here. Good play on that pallet from Cookie. Does get the stun. Ooh. Fail skill check on that gen. So far, they only 2 hooks on 2 different people, and none of them are that close to dying. Jinxie, was that Deli or was that Renewal? I think that was Deli, right? Yeah, Jinxie delied off the hook, so no teammates were needed there. Is doing this gen topside. Needs to be careful. Going back down here would not be great. Does avoid that hatchet, though. Okay, go. Hitting the follow-up, though. Does get the down. And again, having a hook on this top side is pretty big, considering this is where all the gens are. Like, I think it's actually pretty risky for Jinxie there to stay on that gen. Even though he's injured with Deli, I kind of don't like that. I think if you're going to be doing one of these deep gens, you will probably want to be healthy. Like, I think if you wanted to hop on a gen, you probably should have hopped on the outside gen and then just, like, pre-ran away if the Huntress was like, heading his way. I don't really like him staying on that gen that was at 1. I think that's a little reckless. Again, that being said, I do think Empathy is still pretty far ahead, so I think they're going to be okay. They got all the gens on bottom. This gen that's like top middle is almost done. Yeah, I'm sorry that the stutter is so bad, guys. I don't know why it's so bad on Huntress. It was not this bad on Plague. It seems like it's worse on some killers than others. Like, Huntress is, like, especially bad. But I also feel like I don't want to, like, just watch Survivors, too. Because Huntress, like when Huntress throws hatchets, like, look, like they're changing targets all the time. Like, how would I do this from the Survivor side, right? Like, I never know who the Huntress is looking at. They can turn and throw a hatchet at anybody at any point. So it's hard to watch him from the Survivor side. I think I kind of have to stay on the killer. Kego gonna secure this kill. They can't even really bother even trying to go for this because of OhTofu. Like, they kind of have to let him die. But the idea here is they definitely want to trade this for gens, right? And they have 2 gens being progressed. A lot. Cookie's going to finish this gen, and Adam, Tap was very close to finishing the other gen as well. He's going to get chased off. Or no, he did finish the gen. It was Nos that was close to having a gen done, right? Yeah, they actually are going to finish the gens. So there you go. All 5 gens done. And man, this felt like it could have been a big result here if this was played a little bit differently. 2 stacks and no way out are still in play, so there you go. That pops. That's gonna be 36 seconds of stalling. Definitely gonna want a fresh hook. So not Loris and not Cookie. I think you want Nos, right? No, Loris is fresh hook. Oh yeah, that's right, because they wiggled out. I forgot. So yeah, you're probably gonna want either Loris or Ace. Like, I don't think you're gonna want Tap is pretty much the only person you don't want. But also at the same time, getting anybody is better than nobody. So if you have to kill Tap over nobody else, then you might as well. But I definitely think Ace or Nia are going to be the better target here. Does get a hatchet there on the Cookie. Did somebody have hope? Oh yeah, Cookie has hope. That is interesting. Also, why did he not pull out of that? Oh, because he wants Ace, I guess. Oh yeah, he really wants Ace. I see. So Cookie was trying to die so badly that he was like, go ahead and pull me out of this locker, because if you pull me out of this locker, then Nos will be able to get away. Which is ballsy, but also risky, because yeah, this could happen, right? What happens if he gets a hatchet onto Nos and then turns to you? Like, this is really risky, because then you could both die. Like that! So this was kind of risky. I don't know if I like this. I mean, obviously, like, hindsight's 20/20, so clearly I can say this, but I do think that this is the clear risk that's involved here, right? And I think Kego should just push out Loris. Yeah, just push her out. If he just pushes her out and then, like, hooks somebody near Shack and then protects Hatch, he should have this. And that's going to be 9 stages. Like, this should not have been a 9-stage game. This definitely should not have been a 9-stage game. This was really... This was kind of, like, to be quite frank, this was kind of throwy from the survivors here at the end. Like, this was extremely throwy. I'm not really sure why they did this. Like, I know, like, basically they were trying to save 1 hook stage, right? Like, Nos was worth 1 more hook stage than Cookie. So Cookie was, like, trying to get in the way and, like, try to force himself to get killed over Nos. Like, jumping into locker and stuff and trying to get pulled out. Like, again, hypothetically, if it would have worked, it would have been, like, sick. Now it's, like, now it's 6 stages rather than 7. But... again, the risk is that this happens, then you get 9 stage. So like they were trying to turn a potential 7 stage into a 6 stage, but now they're gonna get 9 stage. I think Kego's a little bit worried about Deli here. Maybe didn't realize that Jinxie delied earlier. Because he's not, or he's worried about him crawling out of the gate. I don't think he knows. Actually, I don't think he knows where Cookie is. He might be worried about him crawling out of the gate too. Gonna find him here though. So there we go. Cookie's gonna get found, and there you go. So 9 stages. Interesting. Very, very interesting. 9 stages. Again, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I feel like I have so much to say about this. Because again, I mean, like the Survivor play, I think the Survivor play was good. I'll say that much. I think the Survivor play was good. Pretty much all around. Obviously, like there was some minor mistakes here and there. Obviously, this end game was a little bit of a was like a bit of a mistake. They got greedy trying to save hook stages and then ended up losing some. But other than that, and maybe the play where Jinxie stayed on the 1 o'clock gen while injured, like those are probably the 2 main plays that I would say were a little bit questionable. But other than that, the Survivors played very, very well. On the killer side, again, the build even, I just. Maybe am I dumb here? Is Brutal like actually good in this scenario? I just don't really see Brutal being that good. I do understand that like a lot of the filler pallets might need to be kicked, so like zoning it and being able to get the pallet down faster might be better. But I feel like again on a map like this, I feel like just being able to have like even just like pain res pop feels like it would have been so valuable for that like gen setup on the top side. So I just feel like there was a big miss. Like I don't know if Brutal is getting you more value than Pop would be getting you here. You know what I mean? So. I don't know. Interesting. Very, very interesting. This build might have been based around the idea of like downing somebody quickly and then like camping them out so that you're not getting a lot of pop value because you're camping them out and then going from there, right? Like maybe it was based on an idea like that. I'm not sure. But I definitely, to me, I feel like maybe just like throwing Pop in there instead of Brutal or something could have been huge. That being said, I do think there was a lot of missed hatchets that could have changed the tide of the game too. And I think it kind of, again, like what I think what I said happened. Like he kind of fell behind so much that 5 gen top side didn't really matter so much anymore. And Empathy was able to break it, get some survivors out. Ends up with, again, still ends up with 9 stages though. So it's so strange. It's still like, it's all over the place because I feel like at first the survivors were dominating and it looked like Kego was going to get a horrible result. And then like at the end, they kind of throw a little bit and then Kego ends up getting a decent result. Like 9 stages, I would say is like a decent result, right? Like that's pretty solid. That's definitely not bad at all. Like, it's definitely not unbeatable. I mean, again, this is the exact same thing that happened with the Plague game. The Plague game was also 9 stages. So, same as that thing as Plague. I mean, it's a good result, but it's not unbeatable because I think if this game goes... Like, if this other game goes very snowbally in the killer's favor, then this could very, very easily turn into a 4K. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Interesting. Very interesting games is all I'll say. I don't... Like, it's so hard for me to, like... Because they're so all over the place. I don't know. Like both sides are playing so well and bad at the same time. It's so odd. Like there's a lot of like minor like things that if they were different, either side could have gotten a huge result. So I don't know. Interesting to see. Now we're gonna have the killer from Empathy. Oh yeah, Jinxie. Wait a minute. I remember that thing that Loris made about scrims. I think Jinxie actually does play Huntress. Something I remember. I have a memory. I'm Jimmy Neutron brain blasting. I remember watching one of the little videos that Loris made, and I think at one point Jinxie hit like a Nemesis tentacle, and I was like, oh my god, someone got this guy on Huntress. Like this guy should be a Huntress main. And then Loris like cut to a clip of Jinxie playing Huntress because I think they do play Huntress all the time or something. So Jinxie might actually be a Huntress main. So this might be fine for them, right? This might be good. Because again, he's going to need a good result here. So that's kind of the thing I was worried about. Because again, I think, unless I'm not mistaken, I think Huntress was the choice. Unless I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Huntress was the choice of Prism. And I think Plague was the choice of Empathy. Unless I'm incorrect about that. So I was a little bit worried that they wouldn't have like a dedicated Huntress player on their team. But I think they should be good with Jinxie, I believe. I don't need to run ads. No, I'm good. I run 2 sets of ads during the starting student screen, which gives us like a 2-hour buffer. I'm good for 40 minutes. I'm Bing chilling. Where did Deathbringer, the Legacy Meg main, go? Shut up, man. Fuck you. You see the new Overwatch hero? Yeah, he looks OP. Is he actually OP? I haven't got a chance to play him yet. I know you can like play him right now in quick play or something. He looked busted from what I saw, but I feel like everyone looks busted. So like I don't know. I feel like every time you see a new person, they always look like they're OP. But he seemed kind of busted. Like the fact that he like lights people on fire and then he just like crits them for free or something. Like what? Like what the fuck? Like what the fuck is that? And then like his ult just traps people. Like hello, you like jump on a fucking squishy and just trap them and kill. Like what? I don't understand. Like he seems kind of nuts. I don't know. Yeah, Lifeweaver. Actually, Lifeweaver didn't look OP, but funnily enough, I think Lifeweaver actually is really OP. I would like you to know I called the killer Anna during that chase and did good in chase. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. How dare you? He has 2 huge guns. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of utility though, right? I think he's kind of just big DPS. I don't know. Does his like charge thing, does it like knock people out of stuff? Maybe it does. I didn't really see what he had in terms of like utility. I don't know. I need to play him first before I can really give an opinion. I feel like their showcases only show you so much. It's hard to really give a good feel until I play him out and see how much damage he does and everything. You know, I don't know. No, he still sucks. Lifeweaver? You think Lifeweaver sucks? Hey man, to each their own. To each their own. I don't know. Maybe I need to stream Overwatch at some point or something, because I beg to differ. I beg to differ on that one. Change map overlay. Oh, you're right. I've had the wrong map up. All right, sorry. There we go. There we go. Cold Tower. Cold Tower. I played him a bunch. You just need to have supports that counter him. Probably like Anna, right? I would assume. Because he doesn't have any kind of a shield or anything, right? Again, I don't know. I think I've seen to play him, so I have no idea. I don't know, man. I don't know. What if we'll see Trickster and Scrims post buff? Dude, we don't even know what post buff Trickster is going to be. Like, that thing that they posted in the fucking dev notes is terrifying. Like, I feel like there's no way that Trickster comes the way that he was in those dev notes, right? I don't like... That shit was wild. I don't know, man. What have we played on Cold Tower 2? Yeah, honestly, Cold Tower 2 didn't seem too bad. Like, if there was any suffo... There was actually a discussion about putting Spirit on Cold Tower 2. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but that was a big discussion that we were having in, like, the admin channels, or the balance channels in Discord. We ended up not doing it. Actually, I flipped a coin for it, is what happened. We actually ended up flipping a coin. And it was heads for Blood Lodge and tails for Cold Tower 2, and it landed on heads. So we didn't get Cold Tower 2. But we almost did. We were literally a coin flip away from it. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad. I feel like if there was any, like, 2 map that we'd ever consider using, it would probably be Cold Tower 2. I think all the other ones looked pretty bad. But even that, like, I don't know. It's... Doesn't really feel that necessary, you know? People with DC so hard versus Trickster. Oh, yeah, dude. That's going to be brutal. Yeah, how's it going, Hans? Good to see you, gamer. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be brutal. No, Tofu, I wasn't serious. I hate it. Well, hate it all you want. Again, we were a 50-50 coin flip away. You gamers almost had Spirit Cool Tower, so hate it all you want. It almost happened. Just for the sake of chaos, we almost did it. That was literally our reasoning, too, was like, it's also going to be chaotic, which might be funny. But so I just flipped the coin, you know what I mean? I heard Suffo 2 is okay for S tiers. I literally have the little realm shape set up here. Let me go look at Suffo 2. Suffo 2 looks so dumb, though. Like, they're so... Like, I hate their shapes. They're not, like, shaped in a way that is, like, interesting to me at all. I mean, I guess, like, again, I feel like these maps are probably still better than, like, Garden of Joy, right? Like, they're still better than all the other options we have. But, like, I still... Like, why not just use Suffo 1? Or, like... Cold Tower 1 or whatever the fuck. Like, I feel like we already have maps. I don't know. Maybe we can play around with them a little bit and see, but who knows. Anyway, here we go. Bamboozle, No Way Out, Pain Res, Corrupt Intervention with Infantry Belt and OCAF. So we do allow Infantry Belt. So there's that. Dead Hard DS on Steven with also Kinship. So lots of anti-tunnel on Steven. Sprint Burst Unbreakable with the old Borrowed Time and everything on Dwight. Ace is rocking the objective build here. Lots of objectives stuff, but body knowledge too, because why not? And then Watermelon's got a little bit of a mixed bag, but he does have the old Overcome Lucky Break Renewal with Resi. And he's gonna get found. Oh, and he's also gonna... What the fuck did I just look at? Why did both of them walk into a wall? Oh, Overcome not gonna get any... Well, not... I shouldn't say any value, but not a whole lot of value. And yeah, he's gonna go down. So very fast down from Jinxie. This is exactly what they want. This is like the perfect start for Huntress. Very, very fast down here. And this is going to be pretty brutal now because this could be a pain res. And with OhTofu being in play, this is also going to be like potentially a very hard unhook too. Not pain res. It's actually not a pain res. The gen setup actually looks pretty... there's 3 gens bottom. There might be like a little bit of a 4 gen top. Okay, finds Dwight coming out of basement too. This is pretty big as well. This is the deli survivor. Finding the deli survivor here is also pretty big. Doesn't land that hatchet though. Actually, I think deli's gonna get a free unhook now. So maybe that's not as good as I thought it is. That would have been big if they got a hit like really early, but didn't quite get the hit early. Oh my God. Like I can't tell. It looks like Jinxie's aim is all over the place right now, but I think it's just the camera jitter. Like their aim might be fine. It might just be the camera jitter. I don't know. This camera jitter is pretty awful. Is now chasing Dwight. Really? Really? You're not going to stay on that Adam that got fast unhooked in your face. And you're going to go after the guy that most likely has deli. I hate this. I don't like this play from Jinxie at all. I really, really don't like this play. I think you stay on Watermelon there 100% of the time. You already hit him into deep wounds. He was going to Shaq, which like Shaq is okay, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the best tile in the game. And he's getting and you were gonna have him in struggle like so early. Like you got that down so early. Like if you just followed up with that down in like the next like 40 seconds, then that was basically the same thing as camping him to struggle, right? I don't like this at all. That's not even a scourge hook or anything either. It's just a regular hook. I mean, that being said, I still think Jinxie is ahead just because of how early the start or how good the start was. But I think you could have made a lot with this I think you could have like done a lot with this early lead, but I feel like this maybe isn't getting the value that you maybe could have gotten. They managed to heal up Adam. The 3-gen top side is broken now. The only possible 3-gen is like this it's kind of a scuffed bottom side 3-gen because one of them's kind of like mid-map. He does find Adam here though. Adam's been hooked already. He's chasing him and giving him the inside of the map, which I think is a bit of a misplay here. But he is going to kind of keep him here, and he can zone him now. Yeah, so he's actually going to zone him now. Good zoning. Take him to the corner before he kicks it. Should be able to land this hatchet as long as he doesn't biff it. As long as he doesn't do that, then he should be... No! No! It looks, oh, Hunter's God, help me. Pre-throwing that pallet from Adam. Very good. Doesn't land that hatchet either. Oh, no, Jinxie! 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 And throws his last hatchet now, and he's gonna have to reload. So all 7 hatchets down. I don't think any of them hit. So that's gonna be pretty brutal. That's gonna put him again. He went from kind of ahead to kind of behind now. So not looking as good anymore. Ooh, beautiful hatchet there through that little crack though. Oh my God! What? Whoa! He prayed to the right God. What the fuck? This man looked up and prayed, and then they were like, yes, son, we will bestow you with the powers. Because what the fuck? This man went from missing 7 hatchets in a row to hitting like 2 nasty hatchets back to back. God damn. Still not a pain res. All of his pain reses must be topside or something. What is going on? This man cannot find a pain res hook. But that is going to be Adam's struggle. They managed to pop this gen, so now there's a really good gen split. There's 2 gens top side, 2 gens bottom side. This is a really, really good gen split for the survivors. So their macro for gens here has been phenomenal. And another gen pops top, and yeah, Jinxie's in trouble. Like again, I think if this was happening like earlier, like with this guy being struggling on the hill, then I think this could have been like I think if you would have chased him off hook and downed him, like even if he got looped at Shaq a little bit and had to kick Shaq pallet or whatever, and it took like 45 seconds or so, I think if he would have had Adam on this hill much sooner, this could have been a whole different game. But I feel like the fact that he like downed Dwight, hooked him, kind of fucked around for a bit. I guess the 7 missed hatchets also didn't help too. He's looking at the unhook. This is an interesting position because he can kind of like protect, not really protect the hook, but at least like punish the unhook. They're not even going to go for it. He's just going to die. I do like this play from Jinxie though. I do like him kind of sitting here and kind of looking at the hook from far. They actually don't even end up going for the unhook. So they just let him die. And he did also pressure a little bit the middle map this whole time this was happening too. This top right gen though has a lot of progress. It's in a dead zone, so whoever's here is going to be sweating. Key is here. He's going to... No! He's going to eat a hatchet, but he's going to eat an M1. M1 is much better than a hatchet, though. He's going to get a lot more distance out of that. He makes it to that window. Doesn't go down there. And Jinxie needs this down very fast. They're doubled up on the bottom side gen now. So yeah, he needs this down. He needs this down very, very fast now. Key so far playing this chase so well. One more hatchet left. Gets the bamboozle down on this window. Firecracker's coming in. Ooh, oh, he has this pallet. Yep, he's okay. He's dead now. But is this fast enough? His pain res have to be topside. He has not gotten a single pain res, and all of his hooks has been bottom. So I feel like every hook here is pain res, right? Apparently not, because that one's not. If that hook was pain res, he would have been able to hold it. Dude, I feel... Bro, that is so bad feeling. Like, that is like the worst pain res RNG I feel like I've ever seen. He didn't get any pain res value all early game because they must have been all topside. And then even though they were all topside, I guess, it still wasn't the one that was closest to him. Because if it was even that one that was right beside him, he would have been able to pain res and stop that gen from popping. Oh my lord, dude, that's such a shame. Pain res did literally nothing this game. It did literally nothing. Like, he finally got one use out of it, but it was after the gens were done. So they activated No Way Out. That's going to be 48 seconds of No Way Out. So that does buy a good bit of time. That's going to at least make Key go struggle, right? Like, Key's going to go struggle before they can start working on gates. Which is going to get him his 6th hook stage. But the win con right now is 9 stages for fresh, or 10 stages. So he's going to need at least 3 more stages. Maybe on Tyro. Like, Tyro's life is really important right now. Because if Tyro gets found and killed after Key goes struggle, that's win con. So Tyro needs to really, really make sure he doesn't get found. And that being said, ooh, he's right there. He's right fucking there. Oh my lord. Oh my Lanta. Because yeah, if right now if Jinxie finds Tyro, downs him, and then stands in front of the hook, that's like borderline game ending. That's borderline win con. Because they would have to save him. Like, they would have to try to save him against OhTofu, which would probably just slaughter them. Like, that's pretty much game ending. Oh no! Oh, beautiful hatchet from Jinxie. That one was a little behind. Maybe he was expecting a juke, or maybe he just kind of yeeted it for funsies. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know if he recognizes the win con here, but I honestly think like, Tyro went away from the gates. I think if he would have committed to Tyro there, it actually would have been smart. I think this is actually a bit of a misplay from him. I don't know if maybe he just doesn't recognize the win con here, and maybe recognize the hook stages. I mean, it's a lot of, I guess, insight you have to have towards a snare, right? You have to know what the win con is exactly, which is 9 stages for fresh, and you have to recognize that Tyro is also fresh hook. And you also have to recognize that Deli's out of play, which it is. And obviously we know all that because we're watching and spectating. And it's easy for us to keep track of all that kind of stuff, but it's hard to keep track of that when you're in game, right? But he does find him now, and this is probably actually going to be the win here. I think everything's going to take this here. I don't, like, because how the hell do you save Tyro? He needs to reload before hooking. He needs to reload before hooking. No, reload before hooking. The only way this doesn't work is if you... never mind. They're just going to leave. Never mind. I guess they're just going to leave. They're not even going to try. I'm not sure why they didn't even at least try. Like, they have to. They have to save him. Otherwise, they lose. So, they lost. Were they just not aware of the win condition? I don't understand. Well, that was weird. I mean, empathy wins. Good job, Jinxie. I mean, empathy wins it. I don't know why they left. I'm not sure. That's interesting. Maybe they must not have realized what the win con was, or maybe didn't realize the situation they were in. But that was, yeah, that was 9 stages 4 fresh, which is the exact win con that they needed, because the other game was 9 stages 3 fresh. So yeah, that was very odd. I don't know. Because yeah, it ended up being a really good play for Jinxie, because he did go back and find Tyro, which is exactly what he needed. But honestly, like, again, I feel like the second he got that hit on the Tyro, I think he could have just committed on him even. Because yeah, I mean, at that point, killing Tyro is game over. And again, you have OhTofu, so like, you put Tyro on hook with OhTofu, and what are they going to do? And there honestly was a little bit of a window there, right? I mean, maybe the survivors just knew that they wouldn't be able to save against OhTofu, so they just left. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, that being said, Jinxie got the hook before reloading. Or sorry, yeah, he didn't reload before he got the hook, so that actually was kind of risky. Because there's obviously like a chance that like you have to go reload to get hatchets, and then during the reload they can unhook, and then you're fucked. So it was like there was at least a little bit of an opening that they could have maybe gone for. But yeah, hey, I mean, I don't know. You know, it is what it is. Empathy takes the win. I'm not going to overanalyze it anymore. Whatever happened, you know, whatever happened happened. Empathy takes the win by one fresh hook exactly, and that's going to be it for that set. Which means we're going to see, dude. We're going to see the Trapper set. We're getting Trapper, baby. You know what? I'm actually pumped. I'm glad they left. I'm glad they didn't even try, because that means that means we get to see fucking Trapper. Let's go, dude. Let's go. I was worried that we might not see any Trapper, but we're gonna get some. Fuck yeah. I hope he plays Naughty Bear. Oh, I hope he plays Naughty Bear. Oh, that'd be so cool. I hope somebody plays Naughty Bear here. Wait, is Ninny on this team? What the fuck? Wait, Ninny Lover. Oh, wait, Ninny Lover, who is also Autumn's son. Never mind. I thought that was Ninny. I got confused for a second. Okay, I see. So, is Jinxie playing Trapper? Are we keeping this lobby? He said yeah. They said yeah, so I guess that means we're keeping lobby, I think. Yes. Okay. So we are keeping lobby, which means Jinxie's going to be the Trapper player. Up against the survivors of Prism again. And this is played on Records Yard, I believe, right? Did we land on Records Yard for this? What map did we land on for this? Records Yard, I think. We also had a lot of discussion about Trapper map too. I think we landed on Records Yard, if I'm not mistaken. I have this thing where I have like goldfish memory, because we'll discuss maps, and we'll have like, sometimes we'll have like a couple that we're deciding between, and then we pick one, but then I forget which one we picked because I'm a fucking idiot. Yes, it is Records Yard. Okay, so Trapper's on Records Yard, and Eerie Stone is banned. Yeah. Yeah, we banned Eerie Stone because it feels like Eerie Stone with the extra traps feels a little intense, you know? Like, that's a lot. 10 traps that are all resetting themselves. That's a lot. So we did ban Eerie Stone. Because, yeah, fuck that. I think that's just a little too much. So yeah, no Eerie Stone, but still does have Bloody Coil to play with. Has all the other add-ons to play with. Also has 10 traps to play with in general. So I guess we'll see how this goes. That being said, I think the fact that Eerie Stone is gone, maybe, I don't know, how viable do you guys think this is? Do you guys, like, especially people that like play comp and you guys maybe know whether, like, I feel like especially people that like scrim and play comp, you guys might be able to tell me how viable or unviable this is. Hypothetically, if you know Eerie Stone is banned and you know that there's no Eerie Stone in play, would it hypothetically be viable to have a survivor kind of just follow around Trapper, like literally just run into the map and find him right away and either get chased by him or just follow him around and disarm all of his traps and basically turn him into like a no power killer? Like, that feels pretty reasonable, right? Like, you just run into the map, like somebody with like an aggressive build just runs into the map and it's like, okay, you either chase me right now with no traps down, or you go around and set traps, but I watch every trap you set and then I disarm them. Like, I feel like that should be the play, right? Like, I don't know, maybe there's something that makes that not viable. If you know it's Trapper, you should literally run him instantly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought was correct. Like, it makes sense in my head, but like sometimes things that make sense in my head in practice end up not being correct, you know? Like, for instance, in my head, I also thought that like if you're playing against Knight, you might want to have like a buddy system type thing where somebody can run up and take aggro over the guards. But then that also didn't really work because sometimes they just spawn the guards right on your face and you can't really do it. So sometimes things that I think are going to work in my head end up not working out. But yeah, that one seems pretty reasonable, right? I think that should be there, especially with Eerie Stone not in play, right? Like, I feel like with Eerie Stone in play, maybe that makes it less viable because you'll go around disarming his traps, but then they'll just reset themselves. So who cares, you know? But if you know that Eerie Stone isn't in play, then like, yeah, you can just completely shut down his power, you know? I mean, he can still have Bloody Coil, which can make you injured, but still, like, even being injured, it's just Trapper. If he has no traps down, like, who cares? I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see how these guys play. I'm curious. Like again, the fact that Eerie Stone is banned, I think does leave room here for survivors to play in a pretty oppressive way if they know what they're doing. And I'm curious to see if either side does it, or if they do it, how well they do it. I'm just really curious to see how this plays out in like every way. But considering Honing Stone's a thing, but what does Honing Stone have to do with anything? That's only if you step in a trap, though. Or did you mean Eerie Stone? Because Eerie Stone's not a thing. Lobby crash, sorry. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I like the old Luigi Dwight trying to blend into Azarov's. I love how everyone's trying to find male survivors to play now. the usual like neophytes and stuff aren't working anymore. You got to find some male survivor. You love to see it. In a comp setting, trapper traps are generally more used to deny loops instead of trying to actually trap. You mean like, but by saying that, do you mean like you just like set it down like under a pallet just to temporarily shut it down as opposed to like trapping like grass in an area or something? Is that what you mean? Bloody Coal is allowed, yes. The only thing we have banned right now is Eerie Stone. Yeah. Why Eerie Stone? Because dude, he has 10 traps now. Like maybe I'm wrong about it, but it kind of just felt like it was going to be kind of overwhelming to have 10 traps that are auto setting themselves. Like that's kind of a lot, especially also considering getting those 10 traps is easier now, you know? Like they made it so they spawn near gens or whatever, and they're not spawning like way outside of edge map and in weird places. So like you can kind of get 10 traps and put them all down in an area, and then they all auto reset themselves. Like that is a lot of tiles to shut down. Like shutting down 10 tiles, like that's like, I mean, how many pallets even spawn on a map? Like 12 maybe? Like 10 traps that auto set is a lot. That's a lot. So yeah, it seemed like it was potentially really overwhelming, so we were just like, yeah, let's just ditch it. I mean, look, if Trapper gets absolutely fucking dumpster today or something, and we're like, damn, maybe he does need Eerie Stone, then maybe we'll bring it back next time. But this felt like the more logical play to start, and then we'll judge it from there, you know? I guess we'll see, though. Give Naughty Eerie Stone. I hope it's Naughty Bear. Oh, I hope it's Naughty Bear. Oh, man. With how much setup he has? Yeah, but if you have Corrupt Intervention, you could, like, kind of, like, I'm pretty sure you can probably get, like, 4 or 5 traps down, especially if you're just quickly trapping, right? If you're just quickly trapping whatever pallets you see, again, with 10 traps in Eerie Stone, you can be super reckless. Like, you can literally just place traps down right under pallets in, like, plain line of sight and not give a fuck, right? Because who cares? They're going to auto reset. So if you just spend the first, like 30 seconds to a minute of the game just trapping every pallet you see, they're not even gonna get that much gen progress done. Like you can probably get like 5 or 6 gens done, or sorry, 5 or 6 traps down before any kind of like significant gen progress comes in, especially if you're doing it in the unblocked gens, you know? Like I don't know, man. Again, we could have tried it, but it sounded like a lot. It sounded like a lot. So, you know, I don't know. Burn the Mori, take the penalty. Hey, you can always bring Devour Hope. We do allow Devour Hope, you know? I don't think Devour Hope's going to be very good on an Azerov's map, but you could try it, you know? I guess we'll see. What if he just brings Trapper Sack and already has traps? True, that's a good point too. Yeah, like if you bring Trapper Sack with Eerie Stone and like Corrupt Intervention, and yeah, you could literally just walk around whatever gen setup you have and just trap the fuck out of it. And then like, yeah, I mean, obviously they can like take the chases into the corrupt gens or whatever, but still like you're shutting down so many loops so quick. Like that's, yeah, I don't know, man. Like again, we could have allowed it, but I just feel like it sounded like it was going to be very oppressive, like a very oppressive and like a bit of an annoying way. So, you know, we're going to go without it for now. We'll see. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Again, I'm always down to evaluate and change things later, you know? Are you Mr. Bear? I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Am I? By the way, the old school DVD players here, is there any like 2016 DVD players here? The voice that's used for Naughty, I could probably just ask the devs this. The voice that is used for Naughty Bear, like the whole like trailer and also all the commentary that happens during like Mori's and stuff, that's Ash, right? Is that Ash? Like, I think that's Ash, because I haven't seen anything or heard anything from Ash in a long time. And it was kind of cool, because it was kind of cool to, like, see his voice again, because I feel like that's stuff we used to get in the old, like the old, like, Nurse trailers and shit, you know? He works on Meet Your Maker. Yeah. Yeah, he's always working on other things now, right? Yeah, like, he's always just working on other behavior projects. Like, I feel like we don't see him on a lot of DVD stuff. He's usually doing, like, I know he was, like, on, like, the Death Garden team when, like, Death Garden was a thing. And then he was working on Meet Your Maker. Like, I think he's always, like, working on new projects. But it was kind of nice to see, to, like, have him back for at least something, you know? Because Ash is like, he's like the OG, like one of the OG god devs of DBD. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like Ash, McLean, Dave Richards, you know, Matthew, like they were like the OG squad. You know what I mean? So it's kind of cool to see him still around and still doing. I mean, and I think he must maybe they. I don't know how long. I think Dave and Ash might have been with the company so long that they might have even done Naughty Bears. So they might have been with the company forever, even. You know, but it's still really cool to see. That's just his conscious though. Yeah, I don't think Survivors hear him. No, yeah, you don't hear it from Survivors. It's like his it's like his inner monologue or whatever. It's like the voices in his head or some shit like that. Yeah. I miss those old dev streams so much. Same. I was just talking about them the other day. Yeah, the like weekly ones or whatever. Oh, they were so good. Anyway, here we go. Who's a good killer? You are naughty. Thanks, Ash. Thanks, man. See, that was Ash. Thank you so much, Ash. Appreciate that, man. Wait, is something wrong? Why is he AFKing? Wait, is something wrong? Oh, wait, he's moving again. It's fine. Stabiffel's really interesting to see. Stabiffle, Noed, Agitation, Corrupt Intervention. No regression perks at all. The only slowdown perk he has is Corrupt, and no slowdown whatsoever. So that's interesting. Now here, again, from the Survivor side, we do have Autumn kind of running up on to where the killer just was. I think. Sorry, this isn't Autumn. That's Autumn's son. Autumn's son running up on where the killer was. Maybe saw that trap in Shack. But again, I was wondering if we'd see that like super aggressive, like running up and disarming everything kind of stuff. Did he see it? Okay, he's gonna be running away. And there's only 2 traps down right now, and he's not near any of them at the moment. Oh, the aggressive ass swing. Gonna head down to this pocket where the corrupt gens are. This is really good. Staying away from the unblocked gens. Dude, the stun animation for Naughty Bear is so fucking ridiculous looking. My god. Good stun there on that pallet, though. Does have this edge map pallet. Can also transition to this pallet, too. So playing this chase really well so far is Ace. Ooh, very well played. Naughty Bear mind gaming himself right now. Good vault, too. Ace is juicing. Look out, he's juicing. Jinxie struggling to get anything going here on this Ace. But is there even that much gen progress happening? 2 people are just hovering. What's going on? Maybe they were looking for traps? I don't know. Hit comes in on Blue Wizard now. Blind comes in from the Firecrackers. He's just going to stay at this edge map pallet. He wants to just stay here because, again, this is far away from all the gens. So this should be buying his team plenty of time to do gens. I'm kind of surprised there's not more progress with how well this chase is going. And he's still doing such a good job in this chase. I think he has resilience, right? Yeah, he has resilience, which makes it a little bit better, but he's going to go down now. So down he goes. 1 gen pops, but that's it. It was kind of just like, I feel like they could have had nearly 3 gens, I feel like. That was a really good chase. Like, I'm not really sure what was making them, like they were maybe looking for traps. I don't know. I'm not really sure what they were doing. But that took a while, and there wasn't a whole lot of punishment for it. Like 1 gen getting done and then 2 more just kind of getting started. I mean, I say just getting started. This one's at like 70. So you know what? I think maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. I just feel it kind of feels like there should have been a little bit more, but they still have a good bit of gen progress. The Survivors are still in a pretty good spot. Jinxie sets down another trap. Again, he only has like 3 traps down right now, so not that many at the moment. Again, I think even though it was a little bit later than I maybe thought it might have been, I think it was still a good play for Blue Wizard to run up and be aggressive, because I think that did kind of deny Jinxie's ability to set a bunch of traps. Because I think if you play very passively against Trapper, then yeah, you kind of just give them the opportunity to set up a gazillion traps and have you not know where they are. So I think having somebody play aggressively is good. So I think they did do a really good job of that. Like he has like maybe 4 traps down right now out of like the 10 that are on the map. Unhook gonna come in from Watermelon. He's most likely Deli, although I don't think we fully checked, right? Or maybe we did, and I just forget. And Blue Azure is going to head back down to the same area he was in. I don't think there's a pallet here, right? Yeah, there's no pallet there. There is one of these cars. Looks like it might have been borrowed time. It feels like he's fast for a long time right now. Has DS and Dead Hard still. Actually wasn't borrowed time. I'm actually just on Copium. I'm Copiumed out of my mind. There's going to be DS, though. DS, and then a potential Dead Hard afterwards. And then also... That's going to save the best for last if he stays on him, which he's going to leave. Only 2 gens left. They're all on the side of the map, though. Yep, yeah, he kind of set up a death trap here. Watermelon must have not recognized? the death trap that was Shaq? Did he not look around? Because yeah, he had the window and the pallet trapped, and maybe Watermelon just didn't realize. Because I'm a little confused why he didn't like disarm one of them. Like at least the window. Like maybe leave the pallet trap, that way you know that the killer has to come from the other side or something. And now you're in a fucking fortress. Yeah, I mean now, like he has deli or whatever, right? Don't get me wrong, like he does have deli, which is good. But you're still kind of in a trap fortress, you know? I mean, honestly, they're very, very lucky that he does have deli. Because if he didn't have deli here, they'd be like giga fucked. Oh man, here comes Basement Trapper. Oh lord. Someone make it into a YouTube video. Don't worry though, his anti-cam his anti-cam is almost charged. Kappa. That's bad, by the way. We don't allow it. They actually managed, okay, so yeah, he delis and someone manages to disarm the trap. Sorry, the pallet side trap. So he manages to get out. My God, I'm like failing at speaking today. I apologize. They managed to disarm the trap that was on the pallet side. So he does manage to get out, and there you go. So that whole little fortress setup at basement ends up not really doing much of anything, which is good for the survivors. Again, if that wasn't deli, that could have been disaster. But the fact that that was deli makes that a little bit better for these guys. This will be hook number 3, but this will be the 3rd fresh hook here. 3 different fresh hooks coming in. He's not going to be able to get him to basement. There's traps all over it, so he can't even get in himself. And again, like the lack of aggression here is really interesting because, like, again, maybe like he was banking on making basement plays happen with Agi, I guess. I don't know. But the fact that there's no regression here means that like all these hooks aren't really like normally with all the regression perks in the game with like pain res, pop, normally every time a hook happens, it's like cool, you get a hook stage and some good regression out of it. But now it's like you're just getting a hook stage, but these gens are still pretty progressed, right? He's gonna dry kick that one. But they have another one over here that's pretty much almost done. They're just resetting at the moment. And Ace is probably gonna hop right back on that gen that got kicked. So yeah, 2 gens that are both very, very progressed. And considering those are the last 2 that are needed. This one pops. They have to be worried about Noed, right? They have to be worried. Like, I'm sure they've seen agitation. I'm sure they've probably seen Stabiffle by now with him being 6 stacks and corrupt. But they don't know what the last perk is, right? And you probably got to be stressing about Noed. So they're probably going to keep that in mind with this final gen. They're going to pop it. Kego's about to go struggle. Ooh, somebody's there. Well, Jinxie might just full send this gate. Oh, they found Noed. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's disaster. Oh, that's disaster. They're going to get that unhook too. Ace is going to grab that unhook probably. Probably? 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 You know what? I think they're trying to take no chances. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. What's another hook stage? Who cares? Or maybe he's going to open it and then grab it? No, he's not going to grab it at all. He's just going to leave. Yeah, I think they're taking no chances. Maybe they're like a little bit worried about traps and stuff. To be fair, one more hook stage really isn't that big of a deal, especially when it's a trapper and you're worried about like maybe traps and stuff. Like hypothetically, if he runs back into the map and then steps in a trap or something, then suddenly you're like giving the killer like a really good result when you don't need to. Don't hate it, right? I think you could have ran through, yeah, actually on the other hand though, you could have ran through the non-grass and unhooked him like right away and then been fine probably. So, and then probably you could have probably even held W to the other gate as the full health survivor, right? Like I do think they probably could have got him out, but that ends up being what, 5 stages, 3 fresh. There was 2 fresh hooks and then a kill. So not an extremely strong result for Jinxie here, but again, it is Trapper, so keep that in mind. Oh, I love how in the end game screen it says Naughty Bear. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Does it do that for other like legendary skins? Are there even other legendary skins? I mean, I guess for survivors it does whenever you like pick like Maria or something. But I don't think I've ever seen that. It literally says Naughty Bear. That's so cool. Anyway, not exactly a crazy good result here for Jinxie. I got a lot of unfortunate things happening. I think like that Noed spawn was pretty unfortunate, but a lot of other things that weren't really unfortunate. I think just survivors really getting the better of him, right? I think Blue Azure in particular played that game really well. That like opening chase that he had on that like I think it was the right side of the map was extremely strong. So good. Like that was such a good early game start for them. He did a really good job of playing aggressive, taking the chase, playing the chase extremely well. and kind of just putting Jinxie, like, again, that puts the Trapper in such a tough spot, right? Because you can't just ignore that Survivor and go place traps, because if you do, he'll see every trap you place, he'll call them out, he'll either disarm them or he'll call them out to his team, right? So, like, he kind of makes you not able to, like, leave the chase, but then also if you commit to the chase, you're just 4.6 killer, right? Like, yeah, you can trap Palisman chase or whatever, but you're mostly just 4.6 killer. So, like, maybe we could have seen more, like, you know, attempts at mind gaming with traps out of Jinxie, right? Like, maybe at that, like, edge map tile, maybe he could have, like, fake trapped to try to bait him into leaving or something. Like, maybe we could have seen more mind games or whatever, or even just trapping the Paladin in general, right? Because you get that 7.5% boost now. So even if you don't fake it, even if you just trap it just to get the boost and then chase him, like, even that is a pretty good play. So maybe there is more stuff we could have seen out of Jinxie that would have made that chase better for him. But that being said, Ace definitely did get the better of him and definitely gave his team a really, really good head start early game. And they kind of just snowballed off that, and there was just really no coming back after that. Especially with how it played out. Again, he ended up getting a basement hook with a bunch of traps and ended up being Deli, which was also, like, perfect scenario for survivors. I mean, that also you can credit to being a little bit of a misplay from Jinxie too, because the only person that could have had Deli was that survivor, because he was the only person that had unhooked from that point. So again, a lot of this, it's kind of hard to judge whether you want to call it unfortunate or, like, skill issue, you know, because I think there are, like, certain, like, awareness things that could have been better, but overall I just think Prism played that very, very solidly. And they get a really, really good result. 5 stages 3 fresh, I would say, is very, very solid. Because I think now, from, like, the point of view of this killer, right? Knowing that your win con is basically, like, you know, 6 stages or 5 with 4 fresh, you can kind of play around that. And again, like, Noed plays a big factor here. I mean, I know that Noed got cleansed last game. That was all. I think Noed was the main thing that was mostly just unfortunate. But now, with the win con being what it is, I mean, Tyro can just cut and can just try to get a couple stages early and then try to use Noah to basically secure anything to try to secure stuff late game, which could potentially help him a lot too. So I think there's a lot of different ways that Tyro can get this win, and it's going to be really tough, I think, for Empathy to be able to pull this off now. They're going to have to play this very, very well. I need to hold this lobby hostage for a minute and play ads. Let me get some ads out of the way. I'm going to play them now so they don't play mid game. So let me just get them out of the way. I'm going to hold this hostage for just a little bit. Yeah. When you use the Hooked on You Hunter skin, it changes the Mommy Huntress. Dude, I would literally file so many complaints. I'd be in the fucking Fog Whisper Discord typing out fucking paragraphs. I'd probably be getting kicked off Fog Whisper if they were doing that shit. I'd be like, what in the fuck, devs? What are you guys thinking? To be honest, though, it wouldn't surprise me if they did some shit like that. Like, I know that's not actually a thing, but, like, it'd be funny. It wouldn't surprise me. It would be kind of funny if they did. All right, this should be interesting. This should be an interesting final game. Again, even though this win con, like, the whole, like, 5 stages thing, like, again, it's not an extremely strong result, but I feel like, again, the fact that it's Trapper, no Eerie Stone, it would not necessarily surprise me if Empathy can actually still win this, right? Like, again, they need a really good result. They basically need to get out with, like, only, like, 4 stages, right? Or maybe 5 stages to tie it or something. With 3 fresh, but they need, like, a really good result from their driver's side. But I really don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility, right? Like, they're gonna have to play extremely well, but it's doable, right? It's not like it's impossible. It's definitely possible to do. I do think they're definitely gonna have an aggressive survivor, right? Like, I think they're definitely gonna have a survivor with an aggressive build, run at the killer early, kind of disrupt his traps, and, you know, not let him set up. They're gonna have to make sure they have a really good chase. And yeah, they can maybe just take that and go from there. And again, who knows? Like, who knows what can happen? You know, like, anything can happen from there. So I guess we'll see. I'm really curious to see what Tyro decides to run too, because I think there's a lot of options from the killer side here that could change things up as well. But yeah, hey, Zard, just the 24 months, man. Welcome back. 2 years, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You let made for this and Blight never getting nerfed slide, but Mommy Huntress crosses a fucking line. Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, that absolutely crosses the line. Yeah. Man, I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, the whole Blight thing, like, Blight does need a nerf, but I just, like, I feel like I know in my heart, you know what I mean? Like, I know deep down in my heart that when eventually a Blight nerf comes in, they're probably going to nerf all the wrong things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel it. I feel it in my plums. You know what I mean? I feel it deep in my plums. All right, The ads are pretty much, well, everyone's ready up, so I'm gonna wait for the ads to be actually fully done. They still have 25 more seconds. Yo, Sarah, thanks for the 8 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it, gamer. Thank you, thank you. Is Huntress getting a nerf? I don't think. Why would she? Do you think Huntress needs a nerf? She's not getting one, no. Not in a recent patch. If I die, I was watching Bear. Oh, okay. Evan WSWSS or scared? There is no Evan here, only Bear. All right, anyway, ad should be basically done, so I think I'm ready to go. They're ready to go. We'll see how this goes. Trickster's getting a change, and I don't think it's a nerf. No, it seems like a pretty big buff to me. Trickster, again, Trickster in the PTB, if Trickster comes to the PTB with the exact numbers that they posted in that dev update, that is going to be a fucking interesting PTB, man. That's going to be a really interesting PTB, because that motherfucker is going to be strong, dude. He's going to be strong, like terrifyingly strong. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know. And I also imagine there's no way he comes to live servers with the numbers that are in that dev update, right? Like, if he does go to the PTB with those numbers, then I'm assuming he's gonna be a fucking terror. And then if I don't know what's gonna happen from there, right? Like, I'm assuming they're gonna probably change things from the PTB to live. I don't know. I don't know. But I guess we'll have to see. I don't know. Define PTB. PTB is public test build. It's basically a build they give people on Steam in advance to like test out an upcoming patch and give feedback. And it's usually 3 weeks before a patch, so it kind of gives them time to like make last minute tweaks to things if they need to. And they do it for every single patch that happens, basically. Every single major patch, anyway. Anyway, here we go. Tyro, he's on Naughty Bear. Oh.
Who's a good killer? You are naughty.
You are naughty. You're a good killer, Naughty. All right, he's got fastening tools. He's got bloody coil, so faster trap setting, and the traps will injure you when you disarm them. He's got a pretty similar, well, actually no, the build's actually not really similar at all. Now that I'm looking at it, never mind. He's got corrupt and no ed. Those are really the only things that are similar. But he's got pain res, so he's got some aggression, and he's got no ed, or sorry, brutal. I already said no ed. So he has some aggression. He has no ed to fall back on too. This looks like the aggressive survivor I was talking about. Nos is going to go ahead and take this chase really early. Tyro's going to leave it, though. But again, this is where Nos can just be like, no, you wait. Oh, I don't like this. See, I think here what you do is you follow the killer. He's going to come back. This actually ends up kind of working out because Tyro came back. See, I think Tyro could have maybe used that to, like, go set some traps that are maybe not being seen. But maybe you just assume that people have eyes on you all the time. Because, I mean, this is a pretty open map, right? Like, I think it's going to be kind of tough to set traps without having eyes on you. So honestly, maybe this is fine. Because really, like, can you ever feel safe about placing a trap on this map, right? Like, how do you know that there's not someone seeing you somewhere? Finds Jinxie. Might decide to take this chase. Nos did disarm a trap, which injured her. Oh, that trap gets value. So there you go. I mean, it ends up working out. Sets a trap there to try to deny the pallet save. And there you go. First hook going to come in onto Jinxie. Possibly a pain res. Pretty fast first down. This mid-gen was the only one being worked, but it's probably going to get pain res, I would assume. Yeah, so pain res coming in on that Shack gen. And I think that's the only... No, that's not the only one with progress. Sorry, that one that Jinxie was working on had progress too, but... Pretty good speed of the first down, especially considering the win con, right? Considering the win con is 5 stages 4 fresh, this is a very, very good start, right? Go ahead and throws a trap down near the unhook, although they're all able to see that, so that seems like it's going to be pretty tough to get value out of. But at least it denies like a certain path in and out at the very least, so it does at least does something. Gonna find Adam here. He might just take this 1-for-1. Looks like he is. Adam gonna most likely be the Deli survivor. We haven't actually fully looked at the survivor builds yet, but I'm assuming that's Deli. We have a bunch of objective perks here on Dolores. Pretty much the same build we've seen every match. This is Deli on Adam. He's also got Breakout. What the fuck? That's interesting to see. Breakout on Adam too. Maybe they're anticipating basement or something. Dead RDS. It's pretty much the same build we've seen on Nos every game too. Very, very aggressive. Then Jinxie has kind of like a middle ground. Had smash hit. Had some healing perks. But hold on, Loris is getting chased. Everybody's injured now too, so this is actually getting kind of volatile here. Brutal Strength is going to make this zoning much, much better. Although Loris did a pretty good job of not getting zoned too hard. So yeah, Loris will be able to make it to the next tile, even with that zoning. Good stun there too. Again, good solid zoning. Laura's doing a pretty good job of not getting zoned too hard here. But I think the zoning is still going to be enough to probably catch her off before she makes it to this. Gonna try to use balance landing, but yeah, can't get up there in time. Can't really make it anywhere. So brutal strength still actually getting some pretty good value there, and I think definitely helping to cut off Loris from being able to make it anywhere. And that's gonna be another hook onto Loris. This will be the third fresh hook, and possibly the third pain res too. So again, I think Tyro just kind of playing on this win con now, right? Like going for fresh hooks, has pain res, so every fresh hook is like a ton of regression. And now he has no ed too, so like at this point, Nos is the only one that hasn't been hooked. So at this point, you even just like get a hook onto Nos at all, right? And then like just kind of like try to make something happen with Noah in late game, and then it's basically over from there, right? Like it's 2 hook stages away right now from a tie or potentially a win if you can find the final fresh. So looking good. Only 2 gens done. He doesn't have a lot of he has that trap down at main, but I think every other trap there was one more trap down out there too, but I think that was on the maze tile. I think that was on the back of the maze tile, the one where he got the down initially. So only 2 traps down right now, but that being said, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. He's still in a really good spot. He knows that the only person that's not injured right now, so the only person that's full health right now is Nos, which is the final fresh hook. So the only person that can even get the save right now is the fresh hook. So yeah, this is a really strong spot for Tyro to be in. So he's going to be like, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to protect this. This is really smart. I like this. Because yeah, if anybody can get the save, it's the final fresh hook and also the final pain res. Was there a person right beside him? Did he not see that? No, there wasn't a person. I was seeing things. Never mind. I'm hallucinating. Never mind. Sorry. Must have been all those. So, wait, I was gonna make a joke about dropping acid before coming on stream, but that might get me banned. Sorry, I'm not on drugs. Drugs are bad. Okay, don't do drugs. Cookie gets found and down. This is gonna be a second hook for Cookie, and this is gonna actually be the tying hook. So this is basically over. This is basically over, especially because Noah exists, right? Because like even if they manage to play perfectly from here on out, they're still gonna have to deal with Noah in late game, which is gonna make this really difficult. Pyro gonna trap up more of Shaq. They are sitting at 2 gens left with this Shaq gen at like 99 though. So gen progress is looking like pretty good. Like I mean, they're still like the survivors are still in a decent spot overall, just not based on their win con. Oh no, Nos! This was the trap from way earlier. It gets so much value now. Oh, that trap from way earlier ends up paying off so well. They must just not have seen it. It wasn't a pretty dark spot. And yeah, Nos, who was gonna get the unhook, now has to run away. And again, if any hook stages come in now, it's over, right? If Cookies dies, it's over. If Nos goes down, it's over. Any hook stage from here on out is game over. Oh. Janet Shack gets done. And yeah, it's gonna be a down to Nos. There you go. Down comes in on Nos. That's gonna be the final fresh hook, hook stage number 6. That's gonna secure the win. Prism's gonna take the Trapper set, and they're gonna win the set 2-1. This ended up being a really good close set, though. This is a really, really solid set. These were really, really good, solid, close games. But motherfucking Tyro getting the job done here at the end. Again, that first chase, I think especially played a big role here. I think how fast that first chase ended played a huge factor. Because I think that was the big difference between these 2 Trapper games. In the early game of that first Trapper game, Ace definitely got the better out of the killer and had a pretty long chase. Another fast down here on Dolores too. I mean, Tyro's not done yet. He said, hold on a minute. There's still time to be naughty. Still time to be naughty. That's going to be second hook on Dolores. Just kidding. Dolores is death hook. Oh, that's right. Loris got forced to struggle earlier. I forgot. So never mind. Loris is dead. That's going to be a kill and a 3v1. It's actually possible that he might be able to get a 4K here. Everybody's injured too. So again, I mean, really hard to get much done here for the survivors. They're going to have to make sure they play really careful. Like this gen is in a sort of dead zone. Is there a pallet at this tile or not? I don't think there's a pallet at this tile. Is there? Or is there? No. Nos says dead hard, but that's it. Oh, good dead hard though. Has a tile here now. Dead hard saving her life for a little bit. Trap coming in. 7.5% speed boost coming in too. Speedy naughty bear, but Nos has nothing. Makes it to a dead zone. Nothing here. He's just gonna go down in the corner. So there you go. They are gonna pop the last gen for this though. So they are gonna finish the last gen for this. That's gonna activate Noed. We'll see how Tyro opts to play this, right? I don't think he'll sit by this hook. I think he'll probably go try to protect the gates. Final gen done. Ooh, the gates are actually in a really good spot for Tyro. The gate, like the hook is like right in between the gates. Actually, that's actually kind of gross. He's gonna look around. He's gonna go check on Noah immediately. No one's on it at the moment. So he knows where everyone is, right? He saw scratch marks here. He sees scratch marks going towards the hook. So he knows where everybody is. He's gonna opt to go for the guy on hooking. I think the other gamer might try to get back on either a gate or no-ed. He probably didn't see the no-ed. He must not have seen it. The no-ed comes in. Ace is gonna try to take a hit. They're both death hooks, so like really at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who he takes. But Nos does have dead hard, so it might be a better idea to go after this gamer instead, and he does. So Cookie's gonna go down. Cookie's dead. I think the other gamer is gonna get on a gate. Yep. Quentin. Yeah, Quentin. Quentin's on a gate. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I get Quentin and Steve mixed up, and you guys are probably gonna hate me for that, but that's just the thing that happens to me sometimes. I'm sorry, you know. Good dead hard from Nos too. Good dead hard to the end. They're gonna get out with 3 stages. I think it's gonna be a 9-stage game is what that was, right? 9 stage 4 fresh for Tyro. So yeah, I mean that's very good result for Tyro there. I mean for a Trapper, I would say that's very strong result. 9 stages 4 fresh. Really good performance from Tyro there. Looking very strong. Empathy did manage to kind of like get it together and get some like decent plays at the end, and did manage to get some stages out. But overall, not gonna be enough. Prism a little bit ahead on all fronts here, and they're gonna manage to take the 2-1 in the overall set. So there you go. GG's. Really good best of 3 though, man. Honestly, these were some very close games. Prism just looked like they were a little bit ahead on all fronts, right? Even the Hunter set where Empathy won, they won by 1 fresh hook, right? It was like just 1 fresh hook. Like even that one was really close. And then on both the Plague set and this Trapper set, it kind of felt like Prism was just a little bit further ahead on all fronts, and they got pretty significantly better results. But Empathy still played pretty solidly. Like I don't think they played badly. I think they just, again, they were just like, I feel like they were just a step behind Prism on like almost all fronts other than the 100 set. And yeah, it's gonna be it. It's gonna be the 2-1. So well played, Prism. Very good games though. I think everyone played pretty solidly. Like definitely some sloppiness here and there from people, but I mean, hey, that's how it's gonna go. Not everyone's gonna, like, you can't really play, no one's gonna play perfectly ever, but I do expect there to be like a lot of like little mistakes happening. So hopefully stuff that you can learn from, and just overall really good solid games. Prism looking good today. Looking really good today. Prism's been looking good the past few weeks actually. Like I think last time we saw Prism, they were looking really strong too. So that team looking better and better, I feel like, every time we see him, man. Dangerous looking team. Very dangerous looking team. So that's going to take us to our next best of 3, which is going to be the Strangers versus Nerf Dead Hard. These are 2 teams that we've not seen yet in scrims. So this should be interesting. Can I get like a confirm or deny? Does anybody know? Is Nerf Dead Hard like a academy team or like a sister team to Nerf Self Care, or is it just a coincidence that 2 teams named themselves that? Prism won, Jasm. Jasm, I called you Jasm. What is wrong with me? Jasu Prism won. Holy shit, guys! My brain today is not working. Oh my, I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. What's weird is that I think I got the most sleep tonight that I've gotten in the past like 3 weeks. Like I actually slept for like 8 hours last night. And that like never happens. I never get 8 hours of sleep. I'm pretty much always like running on like 4 to 6 hours. That's usually like split between 2 naps and shit. Like my sleep is usually dog shit. Today I actually got a lot of sleep, and I figured I was like, damn, I'm probably gonna be on it today, right? Since I actually got sleep. Apparently not. Apparently me getting a full night's rest is actually a bad thing. I don't know, because like I cannot speak today, dude. I'm just fucking everything up. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah, Prism won. Thank you, Jasu. Thank you. And now we're gonna have the Strangers versus Nerf Dead Hard. And yeah, I think Nerf Dead Hard is the like academy team for Nerf Self Care. Yeah. And the Strangers is the team from Yolas. You guys might remember Yolas. Yolas played in a lot of the King of the Hill scrims. Yolas was one of those people that was like in like 3 different teams. Like back when we did King of the Hill scrims, we allowed survivors to be in multiple teams, up to 3, I think. And a lot of gamers would do that. There was a lot of people that would just join like every team. Like there was like 3 different teams that were just kind of like mix and matches of other teams basically. And Yolas was one of the people that we saw on many different teams. So like we've seen their name before. We know Yolas, like we know them, and I think I've seen them like posting in Discord, like basically recruiting people for this team, Strangers. So this should be interesting. I'm not exactly sure who's on this team, but I'm excited to see them play. And Nerf Dead Hard, I don't know if I'm familiar with any of those players. I'd have to go look at their roster. I'm not sure I'm 100% familiar with anyone on their team, so we'll see how they play. Yeah, like I recognize some of the names in terms of just recognizing their name from like chat and stuff, but I don't recognize them from like gameplay. I've never seen them play. So I don't really know what to expect out of that. We'll see. She also used to be on Effigy. Ah, yeah. She used to be on... Wait, was she on Effigy like during TV Team? Or was that only in King of the Hill? Because I don't think we've seen Yolos in any King of the Hill, have we? Or sorry, or any TV Team. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Nerf Dead Hard is new, they demon. Is Nerf Dead Hard like new to like comp in general? I mean, I'm pretty sure like the Nerf self-care guys would probably like know, right? Like you guys probably know about like their like level or whatever. Are they like new to the entirety of like comp, or like, I mean, I'm sure like with them being like an academy team, they probably are learning fast, I would assume, even if they are new. During TV Team. Ah, she even played Plague for us. Ah, okay. That must have been so long ago that I must have forgot. Is there any add-ons banned on Wraith? No. Wraith is allowed all add-ons. We are going to have Plague for the first set again. So back to Plague, back to Suffo Pit, back to Plague. That's going to be our first set. This is our first Scrim game. Yeah. Cool. That's exciting. Pretty sure this is the killer for Strangers. So let me do this. Yeah. Perfecto. Yeah, we do have a Spirit tiebreaker. I really hope we get to that. I hope we get to the tiebreaker here. This is our only potential Spirit game. So we're gonna see we're gonna see Wraith here. We're actually gonna see Wraith in both. So both these last two sets are gonna have a guaranteed Plague game and a guaranteed Wraith game. So Plague and Wraith are gonna happen in both these final two sets. And we might see Spirit if this one goes to tiebreaker, and then we might see Trapper if the last one goes to tiebreaker. We already did see a Trapper game, technically, though. But this is our only potential chance to see Wraith. Sorry, not Wraith, Spirit. Like, if this doesn't go to tiebreaker, then there's going to be no Spirit for the whole weekend. So, a bit unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. Wait, is Dino lurking in chat right now? He probably is, right? I have a proposition for you guys. So, okay, you know how there's only 3 best of 3s this week, right? Like right now, there's 3 best of 3s right now, and then there's no game at midnight. And the reason, okay, so let me explain. The reason why there's no 4th set today is because I had like an appointment. I'll just call it an appointment. I have to be kind of vague about it, but I had something today that I was supposed to do before scrims, and it was supposed to last for like 4 or 5 hours, and it was right before stream. It was from like 1 p.m. to like 5 p.m. or something. And basically how I predicted today going, as I was pretty sure that I was going to end up like running off of like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, doing that like 4 or 5 hour appointment, and then going live afterwards. And I didn't really want to do a full 8-hour night after all that, right? Like I didn't really want to have a full super long night after having like a 4-hour appointment and also running on no sleep. So I was like, I'm just gonna do like one less set just to like give myself a break. But what ended up happening was at the last minute, my thing that I had today got moved to next Friday. So now I kind of have to do the same thing next Friday too. I have to do only 3 sets next Friday too. But if you guys want, maybe for just one weekend only, we can bring back 2 days of scrims to make up for the fact that we're ditching so many games. If you guys want. Like, I know that we're missing out on a full set today, and we would also miss out on a full set next week. So maybe if you guys want, if Dino's okay with it, and also if chat wants it, we can maybe do like Friday and Sunday for next weekend. But only for next weekend. That's not going to be like a regular thing again. I still want to do it only on Fridays. But maybe for next weekend, we can do like 2 days of 3 sets. Because I feel like we are denying a lot of scrims with these like early games or whatever. So if you guys are cool with that, I'd be down. Just gonna throw it out there. Friday, Sunday, next week, only if you want, fine by me. Okay, so I'm down if you guys are down. Because yeah, I do feel like I'm kind of cucking you guys a bit. there's a lot of scrim cucking happening, and it's I feel kind of bad about it, but I kind of need to at the same time. You know what I mean? Like I hope you guys can also understand that like I really can't cast for 8 hours after doing a 4-hour appointment and also running on 2 hours of sleep. Like, that's just not something I can do. So, yeah. Yeah, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe we'll do that next week. Yeah. What's the pool next week? Dino actually just posted it to discuss. Are you okay with me just saying what it is? I mean, I don't think we're going to make any big changes to it. Nivix. Oh, Nivix. Our killer is in there talking about... Bro, I could expose Nivix right now. I could expose Nivix so hard right now. Gonna cancel Nivix out here for their suggestions in the fucking balance channel right now. My only concern is the pool is gonna drop late, so hopefully we get enough signups. Yeah, you can talk about it. Okay, the proposed pool was Oni on Cool Tower, Legion on Dead Dog Saloon, Deathslinger on Wrecker's Yard, Pig on Midwich, Billy on Thompson House. Which seems fine to me, right? Oni, Legion, Deathslinger, Pig, Billy. I don't think we've seen Legion in scrims ever, so this would be Legion's first time ever showing up in scrims, which I would be cool with. I don't know if anybody would actually pick them, but maybe. Monkey Burrito is saying it too. Multiple gamers are in there suggesting that we give Skull Merchant a chance. I'm exposing them. Nivix and Monkey Burrito are both fighting for Skull Merchant here. And Milton too. Oh no. We have so many Skull Merchant lovers in here. Oh, disgusting. Oh, disgusting. Oh, gross. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed. Like, as much as I'm giving... Panda literally went in just now and typed, y'all fucking gross. Anyway, as much as I'm memeing about it, I actually, like, unironically would maybe be down with giving her a chance. Like, I actually am kind of curious to see how Skull Merchant would play. Again, that's one of those killers where maybe nobody would pick her. But I kind of am curious to see how, like, a good organized team would play against her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm honestly not opposed to the idea. Like, I don't want to do it for next weekend, but maybe, like, coming up at some point soon. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm one of the gross people too, because you know what? I think I'm maybe on board with this. Again, maybe no one will even pick her, but I think it would be interesting to see, you know? I don't know. Skull Merchant not a 3-gener anymore? Yeah, she kind of still is, though, just not in the same way. She's still very area control, you know? Like, she's still extremely area control-y. Onryo, when we did have Onryo at one point. We could bring her back at some point soon, though. Brownie's lying. Rats are not down for Skull Merchant. If at all, we do it weekend after next. All right. I mean, we can maybe consider it. I said, I at least, yeah, that's a good point. You know, in Milton's defense, he did say, I still hate Skull Merchant, but agree we should probably give her a chance. So, if I'm going to be exposing people, you know, I should say Milton did add in that he said, I still hate Skull Merchant, but agree we should probably give her a chance at some point. Okay? So, I feel like he was supporting Skull Merchant in, like, the most passive way possible. He was like, I guess we should probably give her a chance at some point. He probably rolls, he probably also rolled his eyes while he typed it too, you know? He's like, fine. I guess at some point we can give her a chance. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm mostly trolling around because I actually do want to see Skull Merchant. Like, I'm actually one of the grossest people here because I actually would really like to see her. Like, I just want to see how a Survivor team handles her. Because I don't really know if she's actually that strong. I think it's one of those things where, like, if survivors really, like, practice against her, I think you might be able to shit on her, like, pretty hard. But I don't know. I want to see, like, with both teams having a lot of practice. See, I know that we did those scrims a little bit, but, like, that was also, like, I remember I think it was you, Demaboba, actually, that said that you, like when we were playing Survivor together, you literally said that you weren't even sure how the hell she worked at one point or something, right? Like, there was something that happened and you're like, oh, I don't even know what the hell this killer even does. And I was like, what? So, like, again, like, I think with you guys actually having a lot of practice in advance, like, I think if everyone, the killer and the survivors, both scrim a lot in advance and get a lot of practice, I'd be really curious to see how those games would go, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting. I'm not entirely opposed to it. Fuzzy, thanks for 51 months and said, can I be a dandelion? Sure, man. Whatever you want to be, Fuzzy, you can be. Just believe it. Just believe it and you can achieve it. Thank you. Welcome back. Livia, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you for welcome back in. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. They said, so much love for all the community scrim teams. Dude, fucking true. I love that we got so many gamers on here willing to play and hang out and fucking play games in front of all these people and have my dumbass fucking criticize things that they do and stuff, even though they're probably all better than me too, you know? I appreciate the fuck out of them. I'll make $1 million and pay you to never put Skull Merchant in rotation. At this point, it's not because I hate Skull Merchant. I just don't want Nivix getting what he wants. You know, there's not a lot of things I wouldn't do for $1 million. So, you know, you got yourself a deal. You got yourself a deal. I just learned 3 days ago that you can crouch her drones. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so many people don't know things about her. But yeah, you can crouch walk in her drones and not set them off, right? I mean, fuck, I think people might not even know that you can stand still in her drones and not set them off. Like, people just don't really know about that killer. So I think like scrims would be really good for that. Because I also think it'd be really good just to show proper counterplay. Because I think that kind of helps the entire community learn. You know what I mean? So yeah, I kind of like it, you know? The idea of it is totally okay with me. I think I can bully DC on first down and doing a show match at some point. Ooh, I wouldn't be against that either. I definitely would not be against that. Yo, Krat, thanks for 21 months, man. Welcome back. Appreciate it, dude. To be fair, it's not stated anywhere that crouch walking works. It just does. Yeah, that's pretty fair. That is pretty fair. Oh, was it the wrong map? Oh, no. What happened? Oh, no. What happened? Not like this. Didn't set the map. 0.5 hook penalty. I hate to see it. Unfortunato. Have we done Larry sets at all? Yeah, we've actually had multiple Singularity sets. Last time Singularity was in the pool, though, only one team picked it. We only saw it in one set, which is pretty unfortunate. But I think the first time we had Singularity, we saw them quite a few times. But yeah, Singularity sets are actually really good. I love Singularity sets. I kind of love watching those sets. They're always pretty entertaining. Another killer where Urban's OP. I'm telling you, dude, there might be something to Urban Evasion, man. Like, actually. And yeah, Krat, yeah, you just shared your 20 months an hour ago, and you're sharing your 21 month right now. You must have shared that 20 month, and then an hour later it like changed month for you. That's really weird. Thank you for the 21 months though. Thank you for the multiple resubs in the same day, you crazy bastard. Nothing to do with anything, but I just played like 5 Twins games in a row, and holy shit, is Twins strong. You mean as Twins? Twins is like, okay, Twins is definitely stronger than I think people give them credit for, but honestly, Twins in like public matches is so strong just because no one knows what the fuck they're doing. Twins would struggle way more if survivors just had any fucking idea of what they're doing against her. But I feel like your average team has no fucking clue. Like, they are just straight clueless. So yeah, Twins is kind of like free wins at the time. Like, I feel like it's like Onryo and Twins. I feel like they're just like the free win killers because no one knows what the fuck to do against them. As a matter of fact, maybe Skull Merchant now is kind of like that too. This is the schedule. Yeah. We're currently on the Plague set. This is the first game of the Plague set of the second best of 3. So this is the first Plague game between Strangers and Nerf Dead Hard. So we're gonna play these 2 Plague games. We're gonna have 2 Wraith games. We'll maybe have 2 Spirit games if we need them, and then we have Wraith, Plague, possibly Trapper. Yes. So the queue falls apart against Twins. To be honest though, there are a lot of perks that counter Twins. Like, Twins is like one of the only killers that we have where we actually have to restrict survivors a lot more. Is there any other is there any other killer where we have survivor restrictions? There might not be. That might be the only one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's actually a true statement or not, but it might be. Like normally when it comes to balancing, we usually only are like restricting more things on killer, and survivors usually don't have any other additional bans. But yeah, I think Twins is the only one. On Twins, we have to like actually restrict a bunch of survivor perks. Like last time we had Twins, we had to banned Power Struggle, Boon Exponential, Boon Circle Healing, and We're Gonna Live Forever. And even that still opened up a lot of options. I mean, all the like healing perks and everything are all really strong, but like those perks in particular, like if you allow like flip-flop Power Struggle, if you allow like Boon Exponential, like there's so many things that just shit on that killer's power, you know? Like that killer has so many like perks that counter it. It's brutal. So yeah, I mean, like a team in pubs that know what they're doing. Tofu, I subbed. Nivix with the 17 months. No. Well, maybe. We'll see. Nivix, thanks for the 17 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, gamer. Mirror G, thanks for the 35 months. Thank you, gamer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll see. No promises on this though, because I feel like yeah, I don't know. I feel like putting Shell Merchant in scrims is one of those, like, again, I want to see it, but like, do I want to put people through this? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe. That's messed up that you can ban perks that crap on killers. Yeah? Why is that messed up? Out of curiosity, what were the restrictions for Larry? I think for Singularity, you just couldn't run Deadman Switch, and I think denied request form were the only things that were banned for Singularity. Denied request form is the one where you start out gooped. And then, yeah, and then no Deadman Switch, because that's obviously insane. All right, here we go for... Oh! I'm dropping frames! Internet, please! Internet, please. It's back. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're good, right? We're good. I lagged for a minute. But we're good. What the fuck happened? I randomly just like dropped all frames for a minute. That was weird. Yo, Sam Hell, good to see you, buddy. How's it going, gamer? What up? What up? What up? What up? How's it going, buddy? Whew. We are Gucci, man. My lord. Are the numbers massive today, or am I crazy? What, you mean like the overlay? Is the overlay big? I kind of thought the map overlay was kind of big, right? Like, is this kind of big? Like, should this be smaller? I don't know. If things are too big, let me know. Map was fine. Oh, so I just made it small. I ruined it, is what you're saying. I blew it. Twitch has been fucky today? No, I think that's my internet. I don't think it was Twitch. I think it was my internet. My internet's been fucky for the past, like, week. So I think it's... I mean, it might be Twitch, but it's more likely my internet, I think. Fuck you. Hey, barcode. Fuck you. Hey, you. Fuck you. Fuck you, barcode. Fuck you. I see you, fuck you. Fuck you. Wait, that's supposed to turn off both cameras. Oopsie. Fuck you, barcode. Fuck you. Oh wait, no, don't ban him. No, don't ban him. No, unban him. No, I like that guy. No, unban that guy. I like that guy. He's cool. Look, if someone opens up and says fuck you to start out, that's good vibes. I like that. Now, their second message is important, though. How they follow up the fuck you is what is like. That's what determines everything, right? If they followed up with like a slur, then we ban them. But I feel like that's a good first message. All right, Deli Unbreakable is on Steven. Dead Hard DS is on Dwight. With that's every anti-tunnel. Holy fucking anti-tunnel. Dead Hard DS Kinship. I mean, what else are you missing? Off the record that we have banned, I guess. So not that. A little bit of a mixed bag here. Dance With Me is a really interesting one. Live Dance With Me is an interesting build to see. Urban Evasion again, though. They're believers. Blast Mine. Is that self-aware? Fixated? Uh-oh. Bray's gonna get found. He's kind of the objective player, too. He's got Deja Vu. He's got a toolbox. He's gonna get found really early. And is he making his pallet? He does at least make the pallet. He has Smash Hit, too, so we'll be able to get some distance with that. So not bad in terms of the first chase. Nowhere to Hide being utilized. Pop Goes the Weasel, Nowhere to Hide, no Pain Res in play. Corrupt Intervention and Thrilling Tremors. Interesting build. I don't like Thrilling Tremors here. I don't think this is the kind of map where Thrilling Tremors is needed. I think you can just kind of know what gens are going to be being worked through like game sense a lot of the times. Like, I don't think Thrilling Tremors is going to be getting an extraordinarily large amount of value here, whereas I think another perk could get a like don't get me wrong, Thrilling Tremors on some maps I think is pretty solid. But I think on a map like this, I think it's pretty, like, you should have a pretty good idea of what gens are going to be worked. So I'm not a huge fan. But I think Pop and Nowhere to Hide are great. But like, again, like, imagine if like that Thrilling Tremors was replaced with either Pain Res or like Eruption, right? Either one of those I think would have been fantastic alternatives. But Bray does go down. He runs into the top side to go down. And I think, is that where the gens were unblocked? I actually, hold on, I'm dumb and I wasn't paying attention. I think the gens were unblocked topside, right? Or were they? He's gonna go down on a hill topside What's the gen setup looking like? There is a minor 4-gen topside. Not the strongest 4-gen, but there is a 4-gen. There's 3 gens bottom, kind of all in a row. And then yeah, there is a 4-gen topside. It's not the craziest 4-gen, but there is a 4-gen up here. So decently strong gen setup up here. And he has a hook in the 4-gen too. So Nivek's in a really good spot here. Hook in the 4-gen. Deep in the 4-gen. Might grab Corrupt Puke too. I think maybe with all that gen progress you hear, I think it wouldn't have been crazy to quickly puke on that gen before grabbing this puke. But Nivix does not seem to... Like, okay, here I think what might have been the play... Like, this might end up working out. We'll see. But I think the correct play here, in my eyes, is puke on that gen that you hear has progress, kick it with Pop Goes the Weasel, grab that corrupt puke, and then head back down to the unhook. I think is the right play. Especially with how dirty that gen setup is topside, and the fact that you have a hook so deep down there, that felt like the better play to me than this. But don't get me wrong, I mean, this is also fine. That's another fresh hook. There's gonna Pop Goes the Weasel down here. But now you're like area controlling a lot less, right? Like you got that hook bottom. You got that hook top side like in the 4-gen, but now you kind of like let it alone entirely. They grab the unhook for free, and they can kind of position themselves to maybe get out of here. And now you have a hook way down on bottom side where there's way more gen progress and way less harsh of a gen setup. But nowhere to hide kicking in here. Still has corrupt puke for a little bit too. Devoted Amulet, the purple add-on, adds 20 more seconds to this, so it takes it from 60 to 80 seconds. Adam doing a really good job here avoiding this puke, though. Oh, man. Oh, this... Adam, he's an ace. What the fuck am I saying? Ace. Ace doing a really good job of avoiding this puke here. The other ace survivor. Oh, lordy, lord. Ace. How the hell did he get away with that? I don't know whether to say that was a misplay from Nivix or a fucking god play from Ace. I guess maybe a little bit of both. But Ace getting away with that. Gonna get away, and that's actually so massive because now the corrupt puke is gone. Okay, well, I was gonna say that's massive because the corrupt puke is gone, and now Nivix has to chase somebody down without power, which should be significantly harder. But then gets it down onto Bray pretty quickly. So, you know, let me double back there and say it was still good from Ace, but Nivix does manage to recover pretty decently and gets us down onto Bray. And this is a second hook for Bray too. This is pretty big. So struggle state onto Bray down here on top side where the 4-gen is. So, you know, this actually ends up being a really good spot in the end anyway. Because now you're kind of right back in the spot you were before. Striver hooked in the top side where the 4-gen is. Nivix right now, I think, should just kind of protect this area. I think you shouldn't really stress about those gens on bottom side too much. Just kind of protect this area. Everybody's injured too. So I think Nivix should also consider playing close to this hook. Like maybe check on these gens and see how much progress they have. And then go back, like right now, you should go back and secure this kill. Right now, Nivix should be going back to that hook. They cannot save without cleansing, which is a big time sink. Yeah, there you go. This is maybe a little bit late. They might be able to get the save. Because I think you could have just denied the save altogether. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the save. This is a little late. I think this maybe should have happened sooner. Because you literally could have just killed Bray here, basically. Because if everybody's injured, they literally can't even, like, die for the unhook, right? They can't even get to the hook if they're injured. But now Bray gets unhooked. He's going to be able to maybe make his way down to the bottom side. Maybe. He's not going to get very far. Oh, just kidding. He is going to get very far. He makes that pallet. He runs around the window side of the 4 lanes. Ooh. He needs to try to make it down to bottom side if he can. Oh, Nivix is going to drop chase. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I feel like Nivix was in like just an easy win position here, I feel like. And kind of gave it up. But kudos to the survivors. I mean, good play. Like they got that unhook at the exact moment they needed to. Bray managed to do a good job of not going down there for a while. And if he could just make it down to bottom side now and play safe. Like right now, Bray needs to make it a point to play really safe now that he's death hook. Like he needs to make sure to not take any chances and play like probably far down, like bottom side. Like do whatever jet is like the furthest away. And not take any chances. Everybody's injured right now. This is very dangerous. Nowhere to hide, revealing the aura here. It's Ace again. Ace, the fucking puke juking god out here. Bro, Ace is just so goddamn slippery here. Now, as Plague you have to be really careful too. Like, I think this is like another one of those things that a lot of people don't know for some reason. But if you stun Plague when she's in her corrupt puke, and knocks her out of her corrupt puke. So that pallet, that's why that pallet was like being so. That's why the Plague seems so afraid of that pallet, because you really do have to be like fucking terrified of him, man. That's like a big play you can make on the survivor side. But does eventually get that hook on the ace. It's gonna be a fresh hook. Pop goes the weasels up. What kind of gen progress are they sitting on? Not a whole lot. See, this is good from Bray. I do like what Bray's doing. He's death hook, so he's just staying down here on bottom side and doing the gen that's safe, right? Like, that gen does need to get, like, obviously that's not one of the 4 gens, so it's like the least important gen, but that gen does need to get done at some point, right? So you might as well have the death hook survivor do it and just stay out of danger. But again, this is looking kind of volatile now for the survivors. Everybody's injured. They keep going down. Like, a major issue with the survivors right now is that they keep going down in the top side. Like, they need to really, like, what they need to do is, like, make sure that they stay far away. You can even use main building, right? Main building's huge. Like, even if you kind of get caught out deep in the top side, maybe, like, rotate around main building. Do your best to get the fuck out of this area before you go down. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to go down and get hooked in the gen setup, because it just makes it so hard to recover, right? Like, even here, like, Steve gets his unhook, but then he just goes down still kind of in it. He at least got a little bit further away. But even like Steve going down here so quickly is a result of them getting hooked deep in the deep in top side. So the big thing for the survivors here is that they really need to just not go down really deep top side. They need to get down to bottom side as much as they can. Like, you can use main building. Like, I think Dwight's doing well here. If he can like use the distance he gained here from main building to now bolt down to bottom side, this is also kind of fine too. I mean, playing this window is also fine as well, because it's such a strong setup, and the killer currently doesn't have puke. That's also a fine option, because that's a very safe loop, right? But even that, like, hypothetically, Nivix could have just committed to that and then bloodlusted and then, like, got that down and got another hook topside. So even that, like, that was an okay play, but I still feel like that could have been kind of punished and kind of could have put them in a bad spot if Nivix would have just committed to it. Nivix, though, feels a little bit indecisive. Like, seemed to want to go for that chase, but then also was like, maybe not. Wants to go check on this hill gen. I don't think that hill gen really has very much progress, right? Or does it? Bray is hovering. He's death hook, so he's being extra careful. He's made it a point to cleanse at least, so he's a lot safer than the others. And yeah, here goes another down top side. Ace tries to play this pallet. I didn't quite see how this came to be, but again, I think the positioning here for the survivors is just a little sloppy. And this is where, like, again, Plague, I think, is one of those sets where it's really, this is probably like one of the toughest sets. I don't like where Nivix is hooking here. Nivix can hook this guy way deep. Like, I think Nivix should have carried him to the hill hook. I don't like this hook position from Nivix either. I think Nivix could have taken that survivor and carried him to this hook on the hill back here. And that guy's pretty much dead at that point, right? Like, you hook him on the hill, that motherfucker's dead. Like, good luck ever getting an unhook there, right? Like, this is so much easier to unhook, right? Like, you see this? Like, like he walks away, like fucking kicks that gen, and then they just unhook immediately. Because middle map is just so easy to unhook from. So, I'm not sure how I feel about that. And also, Bray manages to finish that. Manages to finish one of the gens with the 4 gen too. Nivix didn't even bother checking on that gen, so doesn't manage to regress it or protect it at all. And now we're just down to the final 3 gen here, and it kind of looks like survivors are recovering at least a little bit. I mean, now Bray and Ace are both going to be death hook, so both Tap and Ace are both going to be in danger. That's going to cause Ace to cleanse. And Ace should have cleansed bottom, right? Because, yeah, ideally, you definitely don't... Like, if you can choose to cleanse away from the gens, you definitely want to do that, right? Cleansing, like, down here would be a big mistake. Dwight gets found, though, and he's in danger now. He's going to go down. Just kidding. He's got fucking Dead Heart, and he's an absolute god of gaming. So never mind, he doesn't go down. He's a literal god of all games. And that's actually pretty big, because him going down there would have given the killer a hook, which would have given him pop. And that would have helped a lot for this gen that he's kicking right now. But the lack of pop is going to make that just a plain old dry kick. And no gens are currently being progressed. Looks like they're all just kind of trying to play safe. Oh, no! Trying to play safe is what I was going to say. But then the Ace vaults in and gets hit. Luckily, that doesn't down him. He wasn't full injured yet. But Nivix going to grab Corrupt Puke. And this is a pretty good spot to be in. I wouldn't commit too hard to this, though. Especially with how much progress was on that mid-gen. I don't like this. Yeah, you have to... Oh, my God. That lingering puke ended up getting that down. What the fuck? That felt like it came in so late. What the fuck? I thought that guy plot twisted. I was like, wait, what? But smart from Nivix to come back to this gen, recognizing that if they like double triple up on this gen, they can get it done. Even this, I do like committing to this ace because he's death hook, but this is still a little bit scary. See scratch marks on that gen. Needs to get this down like ASAP. This is such an important down. Ace doing a really good job here. These chases from Ace have been very, very good. And Nivix has to bail from that one too. It's going to take this kick. Going to activate nowhere to hide. Aura's being revealed. Does see 2 people here. Bray also death hook, so also a very good target. Again, these pukes are just falling a little bit short. Like this should be a down, right? Like corrupt puke, he's running down a tight hallway. There we go. Gets that down onto Bray. This will be a kill, but they might be able to get the final gen while this kill is happening. They did manage to get on it before throwing tremors. Throwing tremors could have been clutch here, actually. But only Steve's on it. Where's the other survivors? They're not in position. They're not going to be able to get it done. Nivix is going to be able to make it back with pop. Wow, this might end up being a 4K because of this. This actually might end up being a 4K literally just because of that. They really needed to be in position for that gen on that chase, to be honest with you. Like, I think they were busy picking up Dwight, which, I mean, does kind of make sense. But at the same time, like, if you're going to lose a survivor there and someone's going to die, you really need to be able to trade the final gen for it. Nivix did kick the gen, right? I'm assuming. And I'm assuming this was because of nowhere to hide. I also don't know if the survivors have realized that nowhere to hide's in play or not. It feels like they might not have. Yeah, this gen definitely did get kicked. And yeah, that's going to be Ace dying too. So there you go. 2 survivors dead. It's now a 2v1. Pop Goes the Weasel will likely come in on this gen too. Now, it's not entirely impossible here for them to at least finish the final gen, right? Like, if Nivix commits to one of these chases and struggles, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility to get one of these gens done, but it's going to be definitely tough. Nivix going to come back and find Dwight, who does have this main building window, which is decently strong. And Steve's here too. He's got the middle maze tiles. This pallet's still thrown. This is not the strongest pallet. It's definitely somewhat mind gameable. Oh, but vaulting into the killer's not going to do any favors, and down goes Steve. And yeah, that should basically lock down the 4K. I don't see how. I should be a 4K one. I don't see how they pop the final gen at this point. I don't think there's any way of popping the final gen from here on out. I think Nivix also going to kick this gen, and that's going to reveal nowhere to hide too. I don't think they have any idea about nowhere to hide. It doesn't seem like it. But yeah, nowhere to hide's going to kick in. That's going to show Nivix where this Dwight is. Or maybe they do know, and Dwight's just choosing to stay there anyway, since it's a strong spot. I mean, that might be the case as well. But yeah. There you go. It's going to be 4K1. Now, the penalty here actually matters a lot. So, this is where, like, these penalties actually matter a lot, because now the win con for the other team is actually going to be to match this result. Like, normally, if the penalty wasn't in play, the win con for the other team would be a 4K2, which is significantly harder than a 4K1. Like, this penalty is actually hugely impactful. Because a 4K2 is way harder than a 4K1 to get. Like, way harder. But the win condition now for the other side is just going to be a 4K1, because if they get a 4K1, then they would get the exact same, but it would be 12 stages instead of 11 and a half. So that would definitely not be definitely super not ideal to get that penalty, but hey, it is what it is. I mean, you know, just set the map. Forehead, just set the map. Forehead. Dwight is, where the fuck is he right now? Bottom side? Top side? No, he's got to be top side because there's all these fountains here, right? Oh yeah, he's stealthy near that gate. He actually might be able to get out anyway. If he gets out anyway, then the penalty doesn't matter because the same thing applies. Like if he gets out, that's pretty much the same thing as the penalty. And I think he worked on it a little bit and now he's hiding. Is that what happened? These gates are pretty hard to protect. He actually might be able to get this. Oh, he's got resilience too. 9% faster. Oh, but Nivix comes to the gate at the right time and he's not gonna be able to get out. Yep, he's not gonna be able to get out. Ye old firecrackers ain't gonna do it. And Nivix gonna take that kill. And there you go. 4K1 for Nivix. Unfortunately, the penalty makes it not quite the 4K1 that you would think it would normally be. But it is still a 4K1. And now the win con for the survivors, for the strangers, is just to finish all 5 gens. That's it. Just finish all 5 gens. It's that easy, right? Forehead. It's that easy, Forehead. Just finish 5 gens, Forehead. It's that simple, Forehead. It sounds simple, but again, it shit can be really hard. Again, Plague, I want to make sure to really like drive this home. Plague has got to be one of the more hard sets to like play as like a newer team to this kind of thing, right? Like a plague on Pit, like holding down like a 3-4 gen on one side. You really have to have like really good comms, really good like macro, really good like control of like people pre-running away and being able to get to the right areas. Like again, I think the biggest mistake from the survivors here was just the fact that they kept having people go down in the 4 gen. To be honest with you, Nivix was actually misplaying a bit too, because Nivix could have taken advantage of it even better. Like there was a couple situations where Nivix could have hooked people deep. Like for instance, that one hook on Ace, I think it was, where Nivix could have carried them deeper into the 4 gen and hooked them on a hill, but instead hooked them mid map. Like I feel like there was even times where they could have even been punished harder than they were punished. But yeah, like them going down in the 4 gen and like not really just like, you need to have like really strong comms in terms of knowing. I say this as if like, also for the record, I don't like, if these guys are new to this kind of play, I don't expect them to be this good at this yet, right? This is hard to do. I want that to be clear. I'm dropping frames, aren't I? You guys probably can't hear a word I'm saying. I'm dropping all my frames. My internet is shitting the bed, isn't it? What is wrong with my internet? Internet, please. Is it back? Is it back yet? Am I back? Oh my God. Am I back? Yeesh. My Lord. Dude, my internet is fucking up. What the fuck? Anyway, I don't know how much of my rant you heard, but I'll say that I don't expect the survivors from either one of these teams to like have the practice and experience to be able to like calm and have perfect macro yet. Like it's hard to do. It's not easy to do. So I'm not trying to like, I want to be clear that I'm not like trying to say like these guys aren't playing as well as they should be or whatever, because that shit is hard, dude. It's fucking hard to have really good macro and really good comms and really good like pre-running, and like it's all very difficult to do. But that is definitely what needed to be done though. Like just for the sake of like growing and for the sake of being able to like, you know, try to improve, that's definitely what needed to be done in terms of what they needed to do better. Is they did need to have like stronger comms in terms of like where the plague is going, where they're headed, and they needed to make sure that their positioning was in a place where they could basically, even if they like used main building, right? You could use main building as a way to get distance and then use that distance to run bottom side. They basically just needed to make sure that they didn't go down top side, because that's where all the gens were. But that's kind of what kept happening, and that's kind of the thing that they really need to sort out in terms of getting better at that set. But I do think outside of that, right, like outside of their macro, they played really well. Their chases were really, really good. Ace in particular had some amazing chases, and I do think that they definitely did a lot of things right as well. Like I love that Bray played really safe when he was death hook and didn't play too risky. Like I love that, the whole like doing the gen bottom side and then cleansing before doing the gen top side. Like there was a lot of things that they did right too. So I don't want to sound like I'm being too hard, but definitely I think if they just had a little bit better macro, they probably could have got servers out that game. And yeah. Anyway, let's get started for the next game. This is going to be the survivors from Strangers up against the killer from Nerf Dead Hard. I need to play ads and get coffee, so I'm going to hold this lobby hostage. That's what I'm going to do. Dino, thanks for the 14 months, man. That said :0. I agree. :0. Yeah, I agree with that. :0. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yo, thank you. I'm going to go get some coffee, guys. I'm going to play some ads. I'm going to go grab some coffee, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Let me throw up the scuffed, misspelled text. Yeah, sweet. Sweet. I'll be back in a minute, guys. BRB, 1 sec. These guys are going to hop into the lobby and get ready, and then hopefully they'll be ready to go by the time I get back. And then we'll see how the game goes. So BRB, 1 second, BRB. All right. All right. What is happening in here? No skull margin. Don't listen to him. Wait, what? Good luck and have fun. Chat, tell Tofu skull margin's fun. Okay. Yeah, you can tell me that all you want. I don't know if that's gonna do anything. You can say things all you want, you know. Like, you guys can call me a Meg main and a weeb all you want, but that doesn't make me a Meg main and a weeb, right? Like, I mean, sorry, you guys can't assimilate me, but it's not happening, you know. Just like you can't say that skull margin's fun and just have it happen. That's just not how it works. Anyway, let me ditch this. All right, we should be good to go. Yeah. Hell yeah, Anathema. Agreed. Big shout out to the mods. Agreed. The mods and the admins and everybody that runs scrims. Those guys are doing work, dude. They're doing work. Again, I super appreciated how much time they fucking dedicate to all this, because it's all just volunteer time, you know? And without them, this shit would not be happening. Or it would be happening, but like in a way, way more scuffed way. That would be way less entertaining. So, yeah. Like, massive appreciation to them. Skull Merchant's fun? I mean, Skull Merchant might be fun to play as, you know? I mean, maybe playing as a Skull Merchant, even that maybe? Like, I don't know. Even that's like a hard maybe. Playing against Skull Merchant, I would say your average person probably wouldn't like it too much. But hot take, I really don't mind it. I don't mind going against Skull Merchant as Survivor, but I'm kind of a psycho, so I don't know. Winray, thanks for 21 months. Welcome back, dude. Dame, thanks for the 8 months. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Appreciate your support, gamers. All right. Here we go. Bo Chrono on Plague needs a 4K 1 to win. The survivors need to finish all 5 gens to win. Hematite Seal and, oh god, what's this green add-on do? Is that the one that makes it so your puke is more effective? No, because there's a purple one that does that but better, right? So why wouldn't you run that? That's cooldown, right? That's cooldown, I think, right? I'm pretty sure that's cool, maybe? I think that's cooldown. I'm pretty sure that's like cooldown after you puke. I like this build. This is the build that we saw in the very first game of the night. I do like this build a lot on Plague. I think in a setup like this is really good. The only other thing that you can maybe run in place of here is maybe like Agi, just to make sure you get hooks in the right side. That's effectiveness. Really? I thought there was a purple one that did that but better, that we also allow. Or is that like effectiveness when they're doing things? Isn't there a purple one that does that but better? Or am I just thinking of something else? Maybe I am. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's puke effectiveness. So like when you puke on people, it like fills up their bar more. These guys are hopping on the gens that are puked on, so they're gonna go ahead and just take the sickness. Multiple of them are. Pretty much everyone but Yolis has so far. And yeah, that's a very fast injure. That's that green add-on kicking in right there, right? It takes less puke to get someone injured. And that's a very fast injury and a very fast down from Bo Chrono. That's a really good start. Pain Res coming in. Pop Goes the Weasel's up too. Whew. Looking good right now, dude. Looking really good. Multiple people are sick too as well. Like on top of that really fast down, like this really fast down could maybe be like okay for the survivors if like other things were going well in terms of like gen progress and like, you know, people being sick. But the fact that like 3 out of 4 people are sick and are gonna get injured soon, like Nivix gets the unhook, but Nivix is also sick now and is gonna go down. That might have been Deli. No, Deli is actually on Meg. I didn't really look at the builds actually, but yeah, this is gonna be Nivix is gonna get put on hook. Nivix does have DS, no dead hard, but DS balance landing. Balance landing is a bit of a weird one on this map because other than hills, like the main building doesn't have a lot of drops. I mean, balance is still good, don't get me wrong, but like balanced on the DS, I think it's kind of weird here. Like balance, obviously, I think is a good perk to run on somebody, but like I think like replacing dead hard with it seems a little bit odd to me. Oh, and Fang goes back down too. Bo Chrono's doing so well here. There's gonna be a readout on a Fang. I think he's probably gonna carry her top side. I think he could have even carried her a little further in if he wanted to, like hooked her like mid. But that's also fine too. Fang's gonna be deathhook now after that. There is a 4-gen up here, a 4-gen top. So there's a 4-gen top and then a 3-gen bottom. This is probably like the closest we've seen to like a proper like 3-1-3 split in terms of gens. There's like 3 pretty deep top side and one's kind of like top middle, and then there's 3 bottom side. But definitely stronger gens on the top side than bottom. The purple one is where they do actions. So this green out is the best one for like actual puking on people. That would make sense. Yeah, see, I don't play a lot of Plague. My bad. I'm a little bit dumb in that department. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Hematite Seal, by the way, makes it so that when you puke on objects, they're puked on for 30 seconds longer, which I think makes it go from 40 to 70, which is a long fucking time, which is honestly, it's a pretty good add-on. I'm kind of surprised we don't see it more. Because yeah, it makes that early game especially hard because they can't really avoid getting sick. And that's why we have the situation we're in right now where everyone is fucking sick and everyone's injured. Steve playing this pallet really well though. At least for now. He's going to go down eventually. Eruption's going to go down on that gen. And again, another down coming in. And this is big. If Nivix can get this done, this is big. But this is possibly pain res coming in. I think this hook is a pain res hook, right? I'm pretty sure we saw a pain res here earlier. So yeah, pain res is going to deny this, which is really unfortunate. Because if they could have just bought... Like, look at that. If they could have bought an extra, like, 7-8 seconds worth of time, that would have been so big. Getting that gen done would have been so massive. That's so unfortunate. They were so close. Nivix is not... What's happening? What? Not able to unhook? What was that? Not sure what was happening there. They weren't unhooking for like a... I don't know if there was like a bug or something, but it looked like they weren't able to unhook. And Nivix is going to get put on their second hook too, and this is looking not great right now. Still at 5 gens. 2 different survivors are death hook, and we're still sitting at 5 gens. The 5 gen on top side is still decently locked down. Although this one over here does have a good bit of progress, but it's going to get kicked. That's going to put Eruption down on it. I think Pop and Eruption... I guess Eruption didn't go down on that gen, but I think Pop went down on that gen on the hill. And Steve's going to 1-for-1. That's going to pop Eruption. And again, this is just going to be yet another 1-for-1. Like I think the timings on this are a little bit wrong, right? Like, if you're going to unhook quickly... Like, if you're like, here's the thing. You either let the survivor go to, like, almost death hook... Or sorry, you let the survivor go like almost their full hook stage and then unhook last minute. Or if you're gonna unhook early, you got to do it while they're like away doing something, right? Like the plague is probably gonna spend the first like 10 or 15 seconds like kicking gens and putting Eruption down and stuff. So if you can get the unhook then, that's good. But if you miss that timing, then it's kind of not worth it at that point, right? Like I think that 1-for-1 was definitely not worth it. That unhook needed to happen like 5 or 10 seconds sooner or 30 seconds later, like one or the other. Like, that was pretty much the window that you didn't want to do it in. Didn't even use Pop here. Just chases down Euless and gets this down. And that's going to be fresh hook on the Euless. This is the final fresh hook. Final pain res coming in. And everyone else is death hook now. Everyone else other than Euless is death hook. So pain res coming in. It's not going to hit this gen. It's going to hit one of those top side gens. Pop goes the Weasel up again now, too. And this is looking like a 4K... 4K3 probably from here. This is a pretty dominant performance from Bochrono here. Like he is pretty much just dominating this game. This 4-gen top side is pretty locked down now. The gens have regressed quite a bit. Everyone's death hook but Euless, so everyone's got to be super careful. And if anybody gets caught and killed other than Euless, they're just instantly dead. And as soon as the survivor dies, it becomes like 50 million times harder too. So yeah, this is pretty rough. Pretty rough here. Gonna find both Steve and Meg. Again, Meg's the only not death hook survivor. I think Bochrono maybe recognizing that is gonna go after Steve. Oh, I think maybe heard Meg here and said, hey, you know what? Fuck it, we'll take this one too. They still have some pallets up though. How's this filler pallet? Doesn't really zone or anything. I think maybe you could have zoned that a little bit harder. Kind of just walked up and kicked it without zoning at all, and kind of lets Meg just easily walk away. So a little bit of a minor missed opportunity there, but definitely could have made a difference. Steve gonna run the logs. Make his way back to this 4-lane, but it's only a 4-lane. It's not anything too crazy. It's also the bad pallet 4-lane as well. But he can make it back to this maze style. Yeah, he's fine. This pallet's gonna need to be kicked as well. And they're doing a pretty good job of not dying now, but I feel like at this point it feels too late. Fang's gonna get found, and she's gonna get puked on, so... That cleanse now just kind of going out the window. She's going to eventually be injured again. Steve's still trying to make his way back up the top side to try to pressure gens when he can. Steve is doing a really good job here, by the way. Like, I do think that maybe there's some things from the killer that could have been done better to, like, maybe cut him off and not actually let him get away every time. But he's been doing a really good job of, like, trying to pressure these gens when he can while also being able to make it back to bottom side every single time he gets chased. Nivix is going to be in trouble here. Bounce landing going to, I think, save him and help him get away. Does have this Orm and tile, so there you go. Does manage to get away. And at least make it here. But yeah, Bochrono might just commit to one of these, right? Yep, there he goes. Takes that down. That's going to be Eruption. That's going to be a kill. And the second, and again, the second this first kill comes in, this just becomes like infinitely harder for the survivors. Like this becomes so much harder. They're gonna try to bang out this gen while this kill is happening, but they're not gonna be able to get it done. Pop's gonna come in. I'm actually, wait, is he carrying him further bottom side? Oh, he's carrying him to the pool of corruption, I think. I don't know if I like that though. Oh, well, yeah, that was a little bit further bottom side. I guess that's okay. I thought he was carrying him down towards Shack, so that was a, yeah, no, I think that was fine. You definitely don't want to. You definitely want to make sure you don't walk up like far enough away that you're like losing gens, right? I mean, I know that this game is pretty much locked down in terms of the win con, probably at least, but just in case, you know, you definitely don't want to give up one of these gens for free. Ooh, just a straight line puke to the side. It doesn't actually hit it. There we go. Down goes Fang. She's death hook too, so she's also dead. That's gonna turn the game into a 2v1. Still 3 gens up. That's basically game ending. There's no way they finish off 5 gens from here. There's no possible way. Pop goes the weasel up too. He's not even using his pop. He's just looking to kill. He's just looking to kill. To be honest with you, they do have a lot of gen progress. Like they really weren't that far away. Like 3 of these gens were at like 80%. Like I think Steve is gonna finish that gen on the hill right now. And you know what? If Bokrono, like, I feel like he should be kicking these gens with pop just in case. Like I know that the win con is like, again, like pretty much there, but like, just in case, you know, because this Steve can now rotate to another gen, maybe get it done. There's like 20 to 30 seconds more gen time right now between those 2 gens. So like, yeah, it's still probably over, but I feel like you're definitely taking a trip to fuck aroundville here, you know, and you definitely don't want to end up taking a wrong turn and then go to find out town, you know, that would suck really hard. But I think he's gonna be fine. He does get that hook. He finds Steve. This should be over. It should be over. It should be fine. We should be 100% okay here. But I was getting a little. I was sweating a little there because both of these outer gens here have like 80-90% progress. So honestly, things could have definitely gone south. But yeah, this is definitely gonna be it. There's no way he can manage to do anything. He would have to go like unhooked somehow. There's just no way if it's happening. Dead Hard comes in, but again, even if he unhooks here, he just 1-for-1s. And there's no way that Yolos gets any gens. It's still done. He can even slug here if he wants, and he probably will. They're just gonna slug and stay on Meg. It literally doesn't matter. There's no options. There's just no options from here on out. So, hey, nerf Dead Hard. Gonna take this plague set pretty, I want to say pretty decisively, but I guess really not that decisively. It was definitely, I definitely think Bokrono played this plague game very well. He kind of dominated this, like on all fronts. Like I feel like the drivers were kind of just getting annihilated from the start to the end on this in this particular plague game. But the overall set wasn't really that different, right? It was a 4K1 versus a 4K2. But still very, very solid game. Nerf Dead Hard is going to be able to take the first set, so they're going to be up 1-0. And hey, good try from Strangers. But yeah, I mean, I think there was just, it's hard to really touch base on what all went wrong because it was kind of just like, it was a lot of little things, and I'd have to go back and really talk about it all from start to finish. I think I probably commented about it throughout the game. So yeah, like it is what it is. Good start though. Very, very good start for these guys. Again, this is both of these teams' first showing in scrims, by the way. So I do expect there to be like sloppy play from both of them. Like I don't expect either side to play like perfectly. I do expect some sloppiness. And like I said, I think Plague is one of the harder killers. I think like if you're like someone that's like new to comp and you're like getting into like if you're somebody that has never really had to worry about macro before or anything, right? And you're like just getting into comp and macro is like a new thing that you're having to think about, right? Like working on like comms and all that shit. Plague is definitely a toughie. Like that's a tough set. So not that surprising that both of these games were 4Ks. Definitely one of the harder killers to just kind of jump in and play if you're, you know, not super experienced with this kind of thing. And yeah, pretty good set from both killers. And that's going to be 1-0 nerf Dead Hard. We're going to be going into what now? A Wraith set, I believe? I think this is our first Wraith set that we're seeing of the day, right? We didn't see a Wraith set of the first on the first one. So it's going to be Wraith on Dead Dog Saloon, I believe. Yes. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Wraith sets can actually be arguably more difficult. So yeah, actually, this is going to be interesting. Well, we'll see. Because I think... I don't know if you guys agree with this or not. I don't even know if I agree with this. I'm trying to think about it. I don't even know where my thoughts are landing. But I kind of feel like Wraith Dead Dog, it is really hard. But I feel like it's only really hard when the killer is also like playing Wraith really well too. Because I feel like it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility for like the Wraith to just not be good in chase and then have it not be that hard. Whereas like Plague, I feel like even if you're not like a crazy good like chase Plague, if you're just like holding down a 4-gen and, you know, like doing that kind of like macro, I think it's hard for like a newer team to really combat that. Whereas like if they can just kind of get the better of Wraith and chase a bit, which is hard to do on Dead Dog, but it is possible. But I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think it really depends on the Wraith and how they play too, you know? But yeah, I'll say this much. If the Wraith plays well, then yeah, I think it's a crazy hard set, especially if you're newer. So yeah, I think it's going to boil down a lot to the Wraith play. If the Wraith is playing solidly, then the Survivors are in for probably a really bad time, and they're going to have to make sure that they play really solidly. So again, like if this first match ends up in like a 4K1 or a 4K2 or something, don't go calling GG, the whole set's over just yet, right? Like I think this could be another one of those sets where both sides 4K. Like that does not seem like a crazy thing to happen here. So we'll see. Again, I think a lot of it's going to boil down to how good the Wraiths play. The Survivors are probably going to struggle if the Wraiths play well, and how much do they struggle, that's also going to play a role. So I guess we'll see. The hardest part of race sets is retaining your will to live. It's so interesting. It's so interesting how like Wraith is, because I feel like Wraith has always been the example that people have used over the years as like a weak killer. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I know that a big part of this is because it's like Dead Dog, and that's, you know, because of the maps or whatever. Like obviously if you play, obviously if you put Wraith on like fucking Garden of Joy or something, he would be miserable, but I don't know. It's still interesting. It's still very interesting to me. How does Knight actually exist in this game? Wait, what do you mean? A key part of the new comic experience is getting shit on by a Wraith on Dead Dog Saloon. True. True. I'm trying to get back into DVD, and Knight is boring as all hell. Yep, you're not wrong, dude. Knight is just like, they really just butchered that motherfucker's design, man. I don't know. They just kind of butchered it. I don't know. I feel like he needs like a literal ground up rework. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like if there's any one killer in this game that needs a ground up rework, I think it's Knight. Like some people would say Skull Merchant, but I feel like Skull Merchant you can make work more so than you can make Knight work. Like I think the idea of AI chasing people and then just pincer attacking somebody with AI is just never going to be something that's ever going to be enjoyable in any capacity at all, you know? Wraith is also usually played without any exhaustion or good healing prayers. Yeah. In actual leagues, like if this was like if this was like DVD League or like Champions of the Fog or whatever the fuck, I'm pretty sure, yeah, in most leagues, I'm pretty sure Wraith is played on Dead Dog Saloon, yeah, with like no exhaustion, no healing perks. Like the builds, like I think I had Cole send me some builds that they used for Wraith, and it was like wild. It was like bare bones shit. Like I think the only healing perk that existed was like empathetic connect. Empathetic, is that how you say it? Empathetic connection or whatever the fuck it is. Like really just like weird shit. Like you got to bust out like bottom of the barrel perks and shit. Like you gotta just really skim the fucking bottom of the barrel perks and bust out the weirdest shit you can. Empathic connection. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah. Whatever. Either way. Yeah, that's how Wraith sets are played at like really high level. Yeah, we allow a lot of stuff against Wraith. Like we allow like Circle of Healing, we allow Botany, we allow, I don't know, Resurgence, we allow all exhaustions. Like we allow a lot of things that are really strong that normally you don't get in real comp leagues. And even with all this stuff that we allow, still a lot of teams struggle, because again, it can get really snowbally, man. Wraith can snowball really hard on this map. If the Survivors aren't playing very well and really like safe and careful. Yeah, we allow exactly like Deli, yeah, like Deli, all the healing perks, all the exhaustion perks, like so much. Light's a fire killer countered by teamwork. I don't think he gets countered by teamwork. I mean, he gets countered by teamwork in the sense that like he's not good at 4K'ing. Like I think Knight's actually one of the weakest killers in the game when it comes to his ability to actually kill, but not his ability for the Survivors to have fun. I think the Survivors having fun is kind of the bigger problem here. Anyway, Bow Chrono on Wraith. Let's see how this goes. Bamboozle, Pop Goes the Weasel. This is pretty much everything that I expect to see. This is a pretty standard, I feel like, everything. He has Shadow Dance and Swift Hunt, so he'll come out of Cloak faster with Swift Hunt. He'll vault things in Cloak faster with Shadow Dance. Bamboozle also helps him vault windows faster and blocks them. So with Bamboozle and Shadow Dance, a lot of times Wraith will just like follow people through any window that they take on this map, like any main building window. Like the Wraith can just follow them through in Cloaked, and it'll instantly block the window, and the Wraith will be right on their ass. And he's got Pop goes the Weasel, Pain Res, Bamboozle, and Corrupt clearly. So all just pretty good perks. Bunch of really, really strong regression. I do feel like it is a little surprising to maybe not see like Sloppy, but not that surprising. I mean, all these perks are so crazy strong that it's really not that crazy surprising. Ooh, finds Euless. Euless is going to have his pallet, but needs to be really careful to not have that happen. Okay, well, Chrono getting the hit over the little fence, and down goes Euless. Very fast down again. Another really, really fast down. Same thing that happened on the Plague set too. So definitely not the start you want if you're the survivors. They barely have any gen progress, and they might get hit with Pain Res too. I don't think it's even going to hit this gen that Feng is doing, but it might hit a gen. Yeah, it sounds like it hit Sheva's gen, I think. So yeah, this gen way on top side is going to get hit with Pain Res. Steve is trying to progress this gen dead center of the map. That's a really important gen. That like dead center of the map gen. Wait, is that one in the street? That's a weird spawn. That's a really weird spawn. Tries to go for the same thing he got on Euless, but doesn't get it. Oh, Bro Chrono is kind of he bought that ticket to fucking fuck around town now. He bought it because he could have easily swung around the corner. I feel like he was trying to be flashy there. Like he could have easily swung around the corner and got a hit there, but he like went for the hit over the fence and it didn't land because he was still like technically in the vault, I think. And now he's taken a long time just to get this first hit. So there you go. First hit comes in now, but it should have been like 10 seconds ago. But Steve managed to buy some time. The unhook comes in on Euless. I haven't really taken a look at the survivor builds yet, but I probably should do so when I get a chance. Pallet here, but does he make it? He does. Gets the blind too. So Steve doing a good job. This is really, really good delay. It's a really good chance to recover here. Dry kick coming down on this. Finds Feng. She's gonna eat a hit going upstairs. Firecrackers, and then she vaulted that so late. What happened right there? She threw the firecracker and it felt like she vaulted like a minute later. That was very weird. Is he blocking that vault? He's not. Does have bamboozle though, so he's gonna go through that really quickly. He won't be able to get to that window to block it in time. That unblocks this window. He needed to body block it. He needed to try to body block that, I think. Well, this works too. He's gonna uncloak, bamboozle it. Then he's gonna down the Steve here. Steve won't be able to make it anywhere. Yeah, even if there was a pallet there, he wouldn't have made it anyway. So down comes in. But still, this is a good, especially compared to the first chase. That was a good chase there from Steve. As a matter of fact, they're going to finish Gallows gen for that, which is huge. Gallows is a really, really important gen. Gallows gen and then that gen in the center of the street are definitely the two most important gens. Like this one right here is pretty massive, I'd say. Actually, right now, maybe not. With this gen setup, like normally this looks like a pretty massive important gen, and I still think it kind of is, but the three gens that are kind of top side right now are actually kind of tough, and the bottom side gens are maybe the most important ones, but I still think that gen is pretty important. Ooh, staying on Zoomy. Nivix is gonna try to take a hit but can't quite do it. Does Zoomy have any perks here to help out? I don't know. It looked like DS was on Meg, so no. Deli Striver gonna get hit and then run off. Trickster's doing this gen on top side injured, and looks like Meg is doing the gen upstairs. Second hook gonna come in on Steve. Pop goes the Weasel's up too. We'll see where Chrono goes with it. That gen that's out on the street, top side, is definitely a good target, but Chrono's gonna come upstairs instead. Finds Nivix. Won't be able to hit her before the heal's done, but does get a hit on her. Finds Meg too. Uses Pop on this gen. Doesn't realize that gen right there in his vision had a bunch of progress, but I guess he didn't see it. Meg's gonna grab the unhook while that's happening. Steve gets hit into deep wounds and he's gonna head down bottom side and try to get away. Now, the only really viable 3 gen is kind of bottom side, but to be honest with you, kind of, well, actually the middle gen is kind of, you can kind of tie in the middle gen with these two. That probably feels like the best gen setup here, but even that's not the best. Honestly, like the gen setup right now is not terrible for survivors. At this point, they just need to make sure that they play chase as well. So far, the Steve has done a pretty good job. These pallets are gonna get shredded thanks to Shadow Dance. He does have 2 kind of weak ones here. He's currently playing the weak side too, and he's gonna go down, but he could have a teammate hover maybe. Oh, that's not good hovering. Meg's gonna get a hit there for free. That's not ideal. Sheva's hovering too. Wraith looks like a fucking demon in spectator mode. That's terrifying. He's split in 3 parts. Jesus Christ. But Nivek's still here. Ooh, Wraith his picks. This is huge. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh. Well, that turns the tide a lot. That turns the tide a lot. Because also keep in mind that for them to set up for that play, 2 survivors were not on gens that whole time, right? Like 2 survivors were hovering that and not doing gens. And yeah, so he's gonna die, and not a lot of gen progress is even gonna be traded for it. That's really unfortunate. And now there's 3 gens still left. So let's pop goes the Weasel. So has 2 stacks of pain res. Good live play there from Nivix. We'll be able to make this window. Bamboozle is probably gonna get bamboozled. Won't be able to make anything here. He's gonna get hit. Gonna use that speed boost to try to run to Water Tower. Maybe. Water Tower's pallet gone though, isn't it? I think so. This window is pretty bad. We'll see if Nivix can make use of it. Nope, not quite. Female vaults, baby. See, they're all dude, they're playing female characters. What are they doing? Where's the Adams? Where's the fucking aces? Where's the taps? You know? What is this? But down goes Nivix. This is possibly pain res. Was it pain res? Did it hit a different gen? No, it just wasn't pain res. Wasn't pain res, but it is gonna get a pop goes the Weasel kick. Nivix is also deli, so they don't have to worry about unhooking. Nivix is gonna go ahead and deli immediately. At this point though, it feels like this is gonna probably wrap up to like a 4K1, maybe a 4K2 if Bo Chrono can like really dominate chases and everything. Especially considering he has pop. Like the fact he has pop here is pretty big, because every time he gets it down, if you can just find whatever gen is the most progressed and kick it, it's gonna really make it hard for these guys to progress. And especially if the downs are happening fast. Like this is a pretty quick one here. Pretty fast down onto Feng here. I think Feng here needed to run into this like bottom left, unless they were doing gens there, but I don't think they were. Yeah, they're not. Like no one's really ran into that bottom left area yet, so there should be a ton of pallets there. And even though those pallets aren't the strongest, they're at least something, right? Like running to at least something is better than running to nothing. But instead, Feng ran to nothing, died. That's another fresh hook. Another pop goes the Weasel. There's still 2 pain reses available on both Nivix and Feng, so those are still possibly going to be. Those are still possibly going to come up sometime soon too. See, like Meg, I think Meg did the right thing there. Like bounce landing, run into that back corner. Those pallets there aren't the strongest, but at least there's pallets, you know. Unhook happens, but Nivix is gonna do. Yep, gonna die. Down goes Nivix. This will be hook number 2 into Nivix as well. Again, possibly a pain res, but I think Bo Chrono seems satisfied with just hooking on this middle gen. Oh, no, maybe not. He's going to go for a pain res now, I think. I was going to say, Bo Chrono might be satisfied with not even taking a pain res and just hooking in this like middle of the map hook, which I don't think is crazy, honestly. Like, I really don't think it's crazy to just be like, yeah, fuck it, and just keep hooking them right there, because it's a really good spot for a hook, right? Maybe even like further into the bottom side. Actually, I think you could have taken him basement. Maybe basement there would have been better, actually. Like, I think basement would have actually probably been a proper play there, because I think the 3 gen is kind of just surrounding basement. But actually, at this point, you know what? No. At this point, you probably play for the 4K3, right? Like, you can maybe get a 4K3 here. So yeah, I mean, never mind. Actually, I think he's doing fine. I think he's doing everything right. Everyone's injured now. Feng's gonna have to rotate around for that save, and if Meg dies, which like she's probably going to, what in the fuck did I just watch? Hello? What just happened? Fucking ballerina spinneroonie fucking Booker T Wraith out here. What the fuck was that shit? But anyway, gets it down onto Meg. There's another hook onto her as well. So she's not going to be death hook. Nivix is death hook. Feng is the only survivor that's not death hook. And again, there's still 3 gens up. And it's so hard for them to get gen progress, right? Like Feng had to get off whatever gen she was doing to go unhook Nivix, and while that was happening, Meg was getting hooked, so now somebody's got to rotate to get the unhook on Meg. It's just so hard. Like when you're at this stage of the game, it's so hard to find time to do gens. They're currently resetting on the bottom right, down by Water Tower. So Chrono just saw the heal, and he's like, oh, they're probably healing somewhere. He might check there. That does seem like a pretty obvious spot to check. I feel like the obvious spot is either like way top right or way bottom right, right? Seems like the obvious places to check. He actually doesn't really go check. He's just gonna, I think he wants to punish this unhook, which I think this is probably the correct thing to do. I think this is fine. I think he's basically just like, yeah, if you guys want to unhook this, you either got to let me kill one of you or both come in and take hits, in which case like you're in a bad spot anyway, and they're not even gonna be able to get there in time. I think he's, yeah, I think they're just gonna die. So yeah, Meg's dead. They're not even gonna get there in time. They're both full health now. I don't think I like that they're doubled. I mean, at this point, there's really not very many good plays to make, but I think doubling up is maybe not the best. But at this point, they're just trying to maybe fight for like one more gen, right? Like just try to make it a 4K2 instead of a 4K3, if you can. Nivix is gonna get hit. Feng's gonna make her way back to that same gen and get back to work on it. But it was only at like 30% or something. It wasn't that far. So that's gonna be a good bit. That's like 60 seconds worth of gen doing or something that they're gonna have to buy time for, which is a lot. So we'll see what Nivix can do here. I mean, there are some pallets here. Again, the pallets that are here are not the strongest, but it's something. And yep, nope. Good play from Chrono. Good zoning. Kind of got in between Nivix and the pallet and uncloaked, which kind of forced Nivix to have to go around to the weak side, and then managed to get the down. So really well played from Chrono, honestly. Playing this phenomenally. Gets that kill. I don't think Feng is gonna be able to get any more gens done. She's gonna be camping out for Hatch. And even that's probably not gonna work. She's trying to claim it. She might, if she's on the right spot, maybe. Nope. Never mind. How does that work? Like, if you is it possible to claim it as survivor? And if so, like where do you have to stand? I actually don't know. I've never even tried to make that play. I always see people go for it, but I don't really know how it works. I've never really tried to do it, so I don't know. But it kind of looked like she was in a good spot there, but it still didn't work. So I have no idea how the fuck it even works, to be honest with you. And there goes the down. That's an insane performance from Bokono. Like 4K3 is was that a can I DC or do I have the hooker moment? FYI, normally in most scrims, people just DC once the result is known. Like if it's not like a tournament or something, usually people just DC when the result's known. I feel like that pause was like a do I DC or do I have to actually hooker? I would be willing to bet so much money that that's what that was. But either way, there you go. 4K3, really good result from Chrono. And yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say, man. That's going to be extremely hard to beat for the side of the Strangers. I feel like that was just kind of dominant from start to finish. I feel like, so again, the question of like, is the Wraith going to play it well? Yes. The answer is yes. Bo Chrono is looking really strong on both of these killers. Like, I think he definitely a very solid killer player here on Chrono, and he showed that because he was playing these extremely well, and the survivors just couldn't quite keep up. A lot of the chases ended pretty quickly, and he kind of just snowballed super hard. And again, it's so much that it's hard to sum it all up quickly because it just kind of felt like he was just dominating from start to finish. It was just kind of the exact same way that the play game went. Like it feels like both of these matches were just kind of Bo Chrono just going ham and just dominating from start to finish. And yeah, man, 4K3. That means that the win con for the survivors of Nerf Dead Hard now is to literally just finish 3 gens. That's it. Finish 3 out of the 5 gens, and then they win. So the killer from the Strangers is going to have a crazy hard task now. They need to basically have like the perfect Wraith game while also hoping that the survivors have a pretty rough game themselves. Because yeah, that win con is tough. That's gonna be tough. I don't want to say impossible because nothing is completely impossible, but definitely like I would say pretty low chance. Like if we're gonna be realistic about it, pretty low chance. But hey, I mean anything's possible. I don't want to say it's completely over yet. Let's at least go play it out and see. Let me get gamers in here. Perfect. It should be relatively impossible. That's right, relatively impossible. Like we're definitely leaning much more towards the impossible side than the possible side. That's for sure. But hey, man, we've seen some crazy shit happen. You never know. You know? And again, like I said, well, like we both said, like Wraith is pretty hard, man. Like Wraith is a very hard killer to play against when you're like not super experienced in a comp setting. And like Wraith games do dominate a lot of the time. But like I feel like the problem is that Wraith was a domination. So you now have to dominate harder. Because I would say even a 4K2 is kind of a domination, right? Like a 4K3 is like a giga domination, you know? Like a 4K4, that is an insane result. Like that is like, I don't know, like you gotta just be shitting on them from like the second the map loads to the second, like every single step of the way. Like that's very tough. So we'll see. We will see. I still remember the game Oni had a kill at 5 gens and the team didn't get hooked at all and 3 outed. Yeah, that was wild. So people still give me shit for that because I basically said that like the game was over, and I said that there was like a 99.9% chance that the game was over and that there was no way the survivors could get the win con that game. But to be honest, I mean, I was right. I wasn't banking on the killer. Like, I can't remember who the Oni was. So, like, you know, I'm sorry because, you know, I don't want to be mean here. But the Oni just kind of, like, giga through that, you know, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know. Like, that's a very impressive throw. That's a very, very impressive throw. So, yeah. It was me? Was it you, Zombie? I can't remember who it was. Well, Zombie, I hate to say it, but it was a pretty impressive throw. Because, yeah, like, that was a really big lead. Like, that was a super big lead. And people still give me shit for that. Because now, anytime I'm saying, like, oh, yeah, a game's like 99% over, right? Like, I would say this game is, like, looking like 99% over. Like, there's probably, like, I don't know. I'm just pulling numbers out of my ass, and they're just completely fucking arbitrary. But, like, I'd argue there's a fucking super minute, tiny-ass chance for strangers to be able to win this or even tie it, but it's like slim to none, right? But every time I say that, everyone's like, oh, remember that one time you said that about that Oni game? And I'm like, hilarious, ha ha ha, so funny, you know. But we'll see. I also feel like the level of everybody has gone up a lot since then. Like, even like, I mean, Zombie was the Oni that apparently threw that game really hard. But I mean, Zombie, like, we put him in that same scenario now, and I'm sure he would probably do better. I mean, everybody has improved since then, right? That was way back in the old King of the Hill days, when, to be quite frank, everybody was pretty bad. Like, everybody was pretty bad back then. Like, back then is when, like, Power Struggle Rangers was, like, playing, like, boosted animals, whereas, like, towards the end of their team existing, they were, like, one of our better teams, right? So, like, it was, I mean, again, like, the general skill level back then was just way lower. So I think nowadays, obviously, any scenario that's like a 91, that's like a 99 to 1, I think nowadays is a lot more secured, because I don't really expect anybody to be like as bad as they were back then, I guess. I was nervous first time on a stream with thousands. Yeah, that's also true too. That can definitely get to people. I think that's a big thing. I think that's a big thing that people don't realize a lot of times too, is that especially as killer, in these scrims, like, especially when you're the one that's all alone, and you're like, if it's like a team-based failure, then you're like, it's just a team-based failure, whatever. Like, we all fucked up together. If you're the killer and you're like fucking up on stream in front of like 1,000+ people, and you know, I'm assuming most people that are playing in these aren't used to like having like an audience like this, right? Like, for someone like me, I'm used to it, so I don't really give a shit. Like, I'll play like a complete idiot and just laugh about it, because whatever. But a lot of people aren't used to that kind of pressure, right? Having so many eyes on them. And if you start playing badly, like if you start fucking up, that shit can really get to you, and it can make you fuck up even more, right? Especially on killers that are like mechanically intensive, right? Like, if you're playing a killer like, I don't know, like Nurse or something, or Blight or something, and you start fucking up, sometimes it's like, oh god, I'm fucking up, and then you start getting in your own head, and you start overthinking things, and that makes you fuck up more, and then you're like, oh god, I'm fucking up, I'm still fucking up, there's a bunch of people watching, and I'm still fucking up even more, and then they can just snowball out of control to the point where your mental is just ruined. So that can happen. Like, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Like, if a killer ever has a rough game in any of these games, keep in mind that is definitely a factor. Like, that is definitely a factor here for a lot of these gamers, especially the people that are playing, like, you know, for the first, second, third time ever. Even the people that have been playing forever, it's probably still nerve-wracking. But yeah, I don't know. Buys one, thanks for the 30 months, man. That's a lot of months. God damn, thank you, gamer. That is so many months. My lord, you must be a hardcore lurker. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you, man. That's a long fucking time of supporting. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. The killers do have their teams on comms. Yes. So the survivors are allowed to be, well, I say the survivors. The rest of their team can be in comms with them while they play killer, just to kind of help them with macro stuff. Obviously, like, they can't like watch the stream and like share info, right? And if we ever catch anyone doing that shit, they're fucking banned from everything forever. But I don't think that's been a problem ever yet, so hopefully it never becomes a problem. But yeah, they're allowed to be in comms and kind of just help with like little macro things, right? Like, maybe help them be like, hey, this person is like the Death Hook survivor, or, you know, maybe, hey, like, maybe go back to your gens right now because I think that's the better play. You know, like, they're down, like, they're able to help each other like strategically in comms. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Big result here needed from Nivix, or sorry, not Nivix. Trickster's baby. Enduring is an interesting one to see. Jolt is an interesting one to see. Nowhere to hide. Well, the add-ons are good. I mean, Swift Hunt and Shadow Dance is the add-ons that we always usually see. I'm not a fan of these perks. Not a fan of this perk build at all. But we'll see what happens. They're kicking out all the breakable walls at main. Ace is currently hiding right now. Looks like Bray is currently hiding as well. Has Deli Unbreakable on Bray. Lucky Break without Overcome. Just Lucky Break bounce landing here on Robit. And Brochrome rocking the chase build. He's got Resilience, Dead Hard, DS with for the Peepo. What's happening? What? Pretty nice rock. Pretty nice rock, huh? Pretty nice rock you got there. Yeah, the camera shake is really bad. I don't know why. It feels like sometimes the camera shake is just randomly worse than other times. Like, I don't know why. Like for instance, the camera shake wasn't this bad on the last Wraith game, right? Like, I don't think it's like a Wraith thing. It just feels like it's like random. Like, it feels like randomly sometimes you just load into a server and like the camera shake is worse than others. I don't really get it. It doesn't really make sense to me. That weapon is a big. Oh my god, that takes up a lot of the screen. Holy shit. Warlock gets away with that vault. So for Trish's Baby to meet this win con, they need to basically get it down like now, like yesterday, maybe like a week ago. They need to get it down. Oh no, oh god, they definitely this definitely needs to not happen. Steve avoids the hit there. They're already on the building, or sorry, they're already on the gen at main. That's Bo Chrono. Can you explain to me why it's not a good perk loadout for someone trying to get better at killer? Okay. So this is, keep in mind that I'm talking about scrims here, okay? So the critique that I'm going to give this build is only going to apply to scrims and nothing else. Public games is a literally completely different world than scrims, so keep that in mind. But the reason why I think this build here is not very good is because like I think enduring alone here doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, I think getting stunned by most of these pallets isn't really that big of a deal. It isn't really needed. I mean, don't get me wrong. To be honest with you, I don't think enduring is actually like a horrible perk here. I just think that like there's other perks that get way more value. Like, for instance, here's some options. Pop Goes the Weasel, Pain Res, Sloppy Butcher, Noed, Bamboozle, right? Those are like obviously like Corrupt Intervention is an insane perk. Like right there's like 6 perks that get insane value in this scenario. Whereas like enduring doesn't, like it does, don't get me wrong, it's okay, but it's just not nearly as good as any of those other perks, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, is there a mouse bugging out? I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, is something broken? Is everything okay? Did they like need? I'm not really sure what's going on with this game. They were also like standing still earlier too. Like right there, it feels like they can't swing. Is something wrong? Yeah, we could restart if they're having an issue. I agree. I don't know if you like want to hop in their voice or maybe like add them in Discord or something and ask them if there's a problem. I mean, I'm down to restart if there's an issue, because it feels like there maybe is. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm just gonna keep explaining the build thing, I guess, and hopefully it gets figured out. So yeah, that's why enduring is not that good. Jolt is typically like, don't get me wrong, Jolt is not a terrible perk. In a scrim setting, I think Jolt is not great, because with proper macro, like honestly on this map, Jolt's not bad. This map is pretty small, so Jolt actually might get some value here and there. But typically with good gen macro, people are gonna take chases like away from the gens that are being progressed. So like if there's a gen that has a bunch of progress, people are going to run away from it and go down on the opposite side of the map. So Jolt's not going to trigger. Sometimes I would argue on a lot of maps, Jolt probably might not trigger at all. And if Jolt does trigger, it's probably going to trigger on gens that don't really even matter that much and barely really do anything. So like Jolt again is one of those perks where like it gets worse as the macro of survivors get better. And in like a scrim setting, I would expect the macro of survivors to be good and like run away from gens that are being progressed. So yeah, I mean typically you're just not going to see that heavy a value out of Jolt. And again, you will get some value out of it, right? I'm not trying to say it's completely useless, because it will get some value, but again, nowhere near the value of all those perks I named. Nowhere near the value of Sloppy Butcher, Pop, Pain Res, Bamboozle, Corrupt Intervention, Noed, you know, nowhere near the value of those. And Nowhere to Hide, I honestly don't hate Nowhere to Hide, but I feel like I think if you're good at run Nowhere to Hide, you should run other gen kick perks with it. Like if you're gonna run Nowhere to Hide, you should at least have Pop or Eruption or both, maybe? I don't know. Like run something else with it that has to do with gen kicking. Like if you're like your only gen kick perk probably shouldn't be Nowhere to Hide. Like Nowhere to Hide feels like a perk that you combine with other gen kick perks. Like you put on Eruption and Nowhere to Hide, or you put on Pop and then Nowhere to Hide. Like I don't think you run this alone. I think that's probably not the play. They're deafened, so I can't. Too late now, gens have popped. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't like. I can't tell if this gamer is like. What is happening? Like, are they playing with their toes? Like, are they... Like, I don't... Like, genuinely, what's going on? They're, like, running into walls and shit? I don't understand what is going on here. Like, what is this? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Is it like just super extreme lag? I don't know. It doesn't look laggy though. Like, I feel like a lot of the times when killers are lagging, we'll like see the lag. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not seeing any lag. I mean, that's not saying it's not there. I mean, maybe lag is there. I don't know. But no one's reached out. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just count it then. I mean, they got 3 gens done, so the set's over. Like, the set's over and Nerf Dead Hard won. But yeah, this is weird. This is a bit weird. Steven got away. It feels like they're like, again, it feels like, is it? But we just saw this person play Survivor. So like, I'm so confused. Because if we didn't just see this person play Survivor and like do okay, right? Like they did okay on Survivor, right? But like, they can't even not like run into walls right now. Like, there's definitely something going on here. Because they were playing Survivor and like doing fine. And now they're like, they can't even like walk through a building without running into 4 walls. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. The survivors are probably confused too. Hey, does get the hit on the Bray though. Oh, the old firecrackers. There's only 2 gens left. I mean, at this point, 0 stage game maybe. I mean, maybe get that down on the Bray. The final gen's done. No late game perks. Maybe you can down Bray if you play correctly. But Bray's chilling upstairs. This window is not exactly the strongest. It's kind of a dangerous place to be, but the cloak up is going to help a bit. And yeah, I think the killer left. They're still ringing the walls. What? Interesting. Well, unfortunately, nothing really happening here. Survivors are just going to be able to get out. And, hey, I mean, that wraps up the set. That's going to be 2-1. Sorry, not 2-1. 2-0 to Nerf Dead Hard over Strangers. And then there you go. She's a Survivor main. She doesn't play a lot of killers. She said she wanted to play Wraith. So we're down for letting her play. Got you. I'm still confused, though, because I feel like I'm not trying to be mean here, but like it feels like she was she lagging or something? Was there something wrong with her game? Because like I get being new to killer, right? Like I can understand her like being new to killer and wanting to try it out and just trying her best, but it felt like there was something wrong because it felt like she was like running. Like did she? You know, and it's fine. You know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna drop it. I don't know because it felt like there was like lag or something because it felt like she was like running into walls and like not even going through maps correctly, which is kind of extreme. Like that's kind of extreme. Like it's one thing to be new to killer, but that felt like it was like it literally felt like it was like I don't know, somebody playing on like a laptop touchpad or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea what it was. I'm not sure. Either way, regardless, that's gonna be the 2-0. Nerf Dead Hard is gonna take that set, and that's gonna be into that. That's gonna be into that best of 3, and we're gonna be moving on to the final set, which is gonna be Dead Man Walking versus DC on versus Down. So this should be a very interesting one because these are 2 pretty solid teams that we've seen before, and interesting killers too. It's gonna be Wraith and Plague again. Interesting killers as in strong killers, but I mean it's not that interesting in the sense because we've already seen them multiple times, but. I do think these are going to be strong killers, so I think with these teams both being very strong teams, I think it'll be interesting to see how well they perform and how well they can do. So yeah. She said her mouse was having issues. Yeah. FYI, if that happens again in the future, you guys can let us know and we can restart. Like if that happens like really early on in the game, just like let us know and we can restart. Because yeah, that was really unfortunate. I was going to say something had to be happening there. Because like, don't get me wrong, like I know that like even with her being new to killer, like it's one thing to be new, but like it was clear to me that there was something else going on there. Like that was more than just being new to killer, you know? Like that was like new to killer plus something. But yeah, that was definitely, if it was mouse issues, that sucks. Yeah. If something like that ever happens again, and this goes to any of the teams, if you load into a game and there's some issues like that, like as long as it's early enough, like just try to let us know as early as you can, or even just like DC as early as you can or whatever. Because yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than trying to play it out while you're having technical issues, because then you just can't really do anything. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. That's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. Well, sorry that you get that you didn't get your Wraith game probably the way you wanted it, but yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. But yeah, just for the record, just let us know next time, and we can probably restart and try to give you a better game, hopefully. But I think for now we're just gonna move on to the last set. We're kind of perfectly on time too. It's 10 p.m., so I think we can move on to the final set. These guys should be ready to go. I still had fun. Yeah, it was still a good showing from both the teams. That was a really good set. Again, both those teams, that was their first times ever in scrims, by the way, in these scrims at least. I think the players from Nerf Dead Hard might, like, I think they're like an academy team of Nerf Self Care, so they might already have some minor comp experience just from like scrimming and like being taught from like another team. But the Strangers, it's their first time playing in scrims, so a lot of those guys were like brand spanking new to this kind of thing. And I think they played well, right? Considering how new they all are. I mean, I think they played very, very well. Like, I was very impressed, honestly. All right, comp experience? Okay, that makes sense. Because, yeah, you guys were playing very well in Survivor. I know that Yolas played a bit of scrims before. Like, I don't know how much experience everyone on the team had. I know Nivix played a little bit of King of the Hill scrims, too. But not, like, a lot. So, yeah, I mean, considering, like, I guess considering my expectations, I do think you guys played really, really solidly. I think Nerf Dead Hard was just a little bit better, and I think it showed with the results. But I do think that it was still really good, solid play from both sides. Again, especially considering, because I think, again, another important thing to keep in mind, too, is that these killers are fucking hard killers to play against, man. Like, this is definitely not easy sets that got chose. Like, it'd be one thing if we were playing, I don't know, I was trying to think of what an easy set is. I mean, no set's like super easy, but I don't know, say you're playing like a Legion set or something, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, like that's one thing, but playing like Plague and like Wraith, like those are two of the, I would say, harder sets to play from like a macro point of view. Like, I think you really have to have good, solid macro and teamwork and coordination. And if you're like a newer team in terms of playing together or like newer to comp, that shit is rough, dude. That shit is rough. It is very, very difficult. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that there was a lot of like really big killer results. Like, it's kind of to be expected. But I still do feel like, given everything that like, you know, would expect, given everything that we'd expect to see out of those matches, I think the play was still pretty solid. Like, I don't think it's going to take a whole lot of work for either one of those teams to get to a point where they're playing in a much more dominant way on Survivor. Like, I think they're pretty close already. Shart Wizard, hell yeah, we got the Shart Wizard. Thank you, Shart Wizard. So it looks like the killer from Dead Men Walking is going to be first. Let me get the survivors from DC on first down in y'all. Hey, you guys are all in a row. There you go. I don't know. I'm not sure who's playing, so I'm just going to invite all three. It's fine. All right, so this is going to be... Are we going right back in the Wraith? We are. We're going right back in the Wraith. So more Wraith games. It's going to be Wraith and then Plague. So 2 more Wraith games coming up. It's going to be the killer from Dead Men Walking, Mr. Mamfi, up against the survivors of DC on first down. And this should be a good overall set, because I think last time we saw Dead Men Walking, they were looking pretty solid. Oh, I guess Pryon's not playing. And DC on first down is always a solid team, right? These guys, we've seen them play pretty consistently. They're probably the team we've maybe seen the most of over the past, like, I don't know, like half a month or so. And these guys always play very, very solidly too. I feel like, I don't know, like most teams, I feel like they do have their days where they're like more on and days where they're more off. We have seen them have sloppy days here and there, but I would say more often than not, DC on first down is a very, very strong team that definitely makes killers struggle a bit. Oh, I gotta play ads. Fuck, I should have been doing this the whole time. I'm gonna play ads real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and get them out of the way. I should have been doing this the whole time. My bad. But I'm gonna get them out of the way now. Chat, let the record reflect. I protested Wraith. Wait, did you guys pick? I thought they did. I thought they picked Plague. Ah. Get fucked. Cole loves Wraith. Don't listen to him. Yeah, no, these guys all hate Wraith. I'm constantly hearing these guys talk about how much they hate Wraith. Yo, Daniel, thanks for hooking up pictures, baby, this up. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, man. Thank you. Very, very kind of you, gamer. Thank you. Look at my name. Oh, your name is literally Dama Broken Heart Wraith. Nice. Is this your way of like joining the comp heart names, but with your own hatred of Wraith? I like it. I dig it. Lucifer Rising's a new player that I haven't seen, by the way. This is interesting. I think I've seen them in Discord. Like I think I just recognize the name from Discord, but I've not actually seen them in games. That's interesting. This will be a new survivor that we haven't seen. So yeah, I mean, we know Fink is a fucking juicer and a dirty head-on demon. We've seen Cole. Cole's a very, very good player. Damaboba's a juicer too. So this should be a pretty tough team of survivors. But again, Wraith Dead Dog is so tough, man. Like if the Wraith plays this really, really well, it's so tough. Like one little mistake can snowball things out of control so quickly. So this is a good team of survivors, but I think Wraith Dead Dog is also a very scary killer setup, and this really could swing either way. All right, so I have like another minute to go, I think. Lucy's streaming at the moment too. If anyone's streaming, I mean, feel free to like post them up. I'm down to support all the people that are streaming while playing. I mean, like, go nuts. Like, apparently the killer might be streaming too. I'm assuming they're probably live. Because yeah, I mean, it's cool to see people like actually streaming their scrims, because I think that's really, really cool. You can see their point of view. I think especially from like either side, right? Like survivor or killer side. If you guys are interested in seeing like comms from the survivor side, or you know, seeing like what's going on in the killer's brain or whatever, I think it could be kind of cool to like watch their point of view. Yeah, I mean, if any of the people are ever streaming, feel free to shout them out. I really don't mind. Like, I know that like, you know, you don't want to advertise people or whatever the fuck, but I really don't mind when it comes to scrims, because it's cool. I like that people are playing. Like the fact that people are willing to participate at all and play in front of all these people and have that fucking nerve-wracking feeling of playing in front of thousands of people, you know, fuck it, man. They can shout out their stream and you guys can go watch from their point of view. Why not? Why the fuck not, you know? All right, ads are pretty much done. I'm ready to go whenever they are. I can't stream. My internet sucks. Pain, dude. Fucking pain. So instead, Memphi, you're one of the TTVers that aren't live. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Wag of the finger. Wag of the finger. We're wagging our finger at you. Not like this. Memphi's a fake streamer. Gotcha. One of those TTVs that aren't live. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha. There was a Scrims Steam channel at some point, right? Did that go away? Nah. You mean in terms of like for streams? Because I think that's still a thing. I think there's a channel where you can like post your streams. I just don't think anyone really uses it, surprisingly. Right? Or no, did that go away? Maybe that did go away. No, there's a channel called streaming. It's in the social. There's like welcome, general, clips and highlights, chants, and then streaming. So yeah, I mean, if you guys are ever live while you're in scrims, feel free to post your Discord in the streaming channel. You know, go nuts, man. I don't mind. You need permission to use it. You got to ask me or another admin for the streamer role. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, here we go. Now we're ready to go. So, hard set. Really curious to see what the killer runs. Very curious to see how the survivors do. It's going to be a really, really tough one. The survivors are going to have to make sure they buckle down and play really tight. They're going to have to make sure they have good chases. Again, I think a big thing here, a big reason why I like Wraith Dead Dog is I feel like, and I'm not trying to downplay how important the macro is, because macro is always important, right? No matter what. But I think Wraith Dead Dog, I feel like, is one of the sets where I think micro plays a huge role and kind of like decides the matches a lot of the time. Because I think a lot of times it just boils down to who gets the better out of each other in chase, right? And it's really hard to be the winning side in chase here, right? I would say, well, from the survivor side, I would say it's harder than most maps. Like I would say on most maps other than Dead Dog, it's like you can kind of have just have like good pathing and kind of just run to god pallets and then force kicks. Dead Dog is such like a well-designed, I fucking love Dead Dog, dude. It's such a well-designed map. Like most pallets on this map are not force kicks. Like most pallets are like you throw the pallet and you're still in danger and you still have to keep out playing, and it can sometimes be really, really hard to actually get the better of the killer on this map. So a lot of this is going to boil down to how well does each side play. Because even though I'm sitting here and I'm saying that it's hard for survivor, but it's not necessarily easy for the killer either, right? Like it's not like it's a free down for the killer by any means. The killer also needs to play well. So if either side kind of slips up and kind of doesn't play too well on the micro end, that's going to make the game snowball really hard in their favor, which I think is why this is such a good set for me anyway, as a caster or as a viewer. Here we go. Memphi's here. He's got Pain Res, Pop, Bamboozle, and Corrupt. Really, really solid build. He's got, again, same add-ons. We're probably going to see these add-ons every game. Shadow Dance and Swift Hunt. I'm actually kind of surprised that he broke out that wall. I feel like typically what people do is they don't even bother breaking out these walls, and if anybody vaults these windows, then they just follow through with Bamboozle. Because that kind of makes it like almost a guaranteed hit. Maybe. Not quite. I mean, I guess that wall is not really that impactful. I think the upstairs wall is the one that usually is more important typically, but honestly I think it's fine to keep any of them there. I think it's okay. Finds Ace gets that stun. Also the killer was still in cloak, so it was an extra long stun. Also, bit of a misplay here from Memphi because he kind of gave Ace the inside of the map with that pallet, so the stun came in, and on top of that Ace was also kind of in the inner side of the map, so it wasn't even zoned out, and they just ran further into the map. Let me quickly check builds. Dam's got DS with Lithe, Unbreakable Deli is on Fink. Cole's rocking Balance with some gen doing perks and a boon. Oh, so wait, it was Cole that booned that? What the fuck? And Lucifer's here too. Kind of surprised that Lucifer got on that gen without any exhaustions for it. So yeah, it's gonna be a free hit. Typically, you see that. Typically, what I think you usually see is that the survivors that get on the gen at Gallows will usually have Balance Landing or Lithe at the very least. So that way, because again, Gallows is kind of like a dead area. If you don't have one of those perks, maybe Sprint Burst too, because you can maybe drop down in Sprint Burst. But without like one of those exhaustion perks, it's kind of dangerous because you kind of just give a hit for free. That being said, this gen topside is getting progressed a lot. Ooh, Memphi doesn't quite body block it correctly, and Fink manages to get around. Looping around this backside, might be able to make it to this maze tile. What pallet's? Oh, pretty strong pallet here. Gets the stun too. Blind comes in as well. They also managed to heal up Ace really quickly too. So that's also another really big important thing. Is like resetting yourselves and how quickly and efficiently you can do it. I think that's the thing we saw a couple the last team struggle with a good bit. Whereas like this game we're seeing that the resets come in really quickly. I mean, there's only been one, but still, it was still a really quick, fast reset. Good hit on the Dama there. Finds Fink on this gen. Fink has his... Ooh, blocks the window. This is really good for Memphi. He's going to get a hit on a Fink here, too. Good play there. They do manage to pop Gallows, though. That's such an important gen. Gallows is done. This gen topside's almost done. Memphi needs a down, like, ASAP. And I think they're going to get one. Oh, no. They were so greedy. You didn't have to swing there. There wasn't even a pallet there. Oh, no. If they were just more patient, that was like basically a free down because they had nothing. The down still does come in. It just takes a little bit longer. So it ends up being fine. Fink doesn't really manage to play this pallet in a way that really does much of anything. And Memphi gets the down relatively quickly after that anyway. But honestly, still looking pretty good for DC on first down here. Cole drops down and he's going to hop on this gen maybe. The Overzealous is interesting. He's got Overzealous active right now, so he's got a 10% boost to gen speeds. We don't see that. I feel like we don't see that perk enough, honestly. Pain Res comes in on that gen at the top side, and there's also a gen up here that you can kick. It looks like there's actually a pretty good gen set up top side, weirdly enough, right? Because there's one at like 12, there's one at like 1, and then yeah, there's actually a pretty tight 3 gen there. What is this? I don't think I've ever seen this good of a 3 gen top side on Dead Dog before. That is really interesting. Plus main too. I mean, main is not like the best gen to tie into others, but it's not bad. And this is a weird setup. Usually they're bottom side. But yeah, really tight 3 gen up here on the top right. They're going to have to be careful about this. I mean, that makes this gen even more important. Like the fact that I think the fact that Memphi managed to get the down and the pain res before this gen popped is actually so much more important now. Because this gen is vitally important. Like that gen staying up versus getting done is a big, big game changer for late game. Fink's gonna get found though again, and this is not good. Fink goes back down again. Maybe a for the people play or something happening here. No, maybe Lucifer was just trying to take a hit. I'm not sure. But this is gonna be another down. Fucking death hook coming in on Fink. This was a pretty fast double hook. Pop Goes the Weasel is gonna be up again too, and Memphi will probably take it to that topside gen. And there he goes. Pop goes down on it. So even more regression coming in on that gen. And yeah, I think this 3-gen slash 4-gen is just going to be held up here, I think. So what's going to need to happen is that when Fink gets unhooked, they're going to have to make sure that they run to the bottom left, like behind Gallows. Like they got to get the fuck away from this area, basically. Because so far, both of the downs have happened like dead center of the map. Oh, no! Oh, this is really bad for DC on first down. This is looking really good from MP, though. Gets 2 downs right in this 4-gen area. And this is disgusting. Here's the gen above being worked. An explosion happened across the map, too, so good info on where everybody is. Dama has to basically just run and die for this unhook. There's really nothing else they can do. Dama's going to get slugged for it. And the Wraith, there's so many options you can do here. You can take this hook. I think what you do is you take this hook. Dude, I don't know. There's so many options. You can take this hook and then just go tunnel down Fink. You can take both of these hooks and then just kind of look for Fink passively. That's going to be pain res. You know that the last survivor was up top. He's just going to go kick this with pop. That seems a little weird. Because they might pick up the other survivor while you're doing that. That seems a little weird to do that. I don't know how I feel about it. They're not going to, but they could have. And Lucifer is currently down like right beside the hook. So that's not great. Cole was still just doing the gen on top. And Fink is doing the gen. But like they're both injured. So neither one of them can really go for saves here. Unless this happens. unless the killer commits and then the bounce landings. So, hey, I mean, credit to Cole. That was a really smart play. I mean, he's just like, all right, I'll just sit on this gen. If he ever decides to come up, I bounce landing away and get the save. And if he doesn't come up, then I just finish the gen. Fuck it, you know? So, honestly, good play from Cole. I like it. He just stuck the gen and said, fuck it. Like, you know, like honestly, like, what are you going to do? But now this is really bad. Fink has to rotate from the bottom left the whole way around to get this unhook. Or, sorry, to get this, to get this heal. Dama has DS, though? Sorry, I missed that. I moved the camera away, but Dama actually DS'd the Wraith. So the Wraith actually lost that down that they had. They're going to have to go back and pick up Cool. So you know what? This is actually... They kind of recovered from this a little bit, actually. A lot of things kind of went right here. They managed to get their DS off. But they're not fully recovered. That was another pain res. Pop is up again, and now they're resetting, and he's trying to find the reset. They're actually not resetting. The Wraith thinks that they're resetting. I thought they were resetting, too. Oh no, Ace didn't get that pallet throw down fast enough. Oh no, good play from the Wraith there. Ace couldn't quite, just maybe waited a little bit too long on that pallet throw and actually let the Wraith run up and claim it. And that's going to be another fresh hook. Another pain res. More pop goes the Weasel. They did pop a gen though before that pain res came in. I don't know what gen it was. It wasn't one of these. It wasn't one of the 4 gens, so that's good for Memphi. I think it was the gen maybe down by Water Tower, but I didn't see exactly. Finds both these survivors. David is death hook. David's death hook and injured right now. So this is very dangerous and doesn't really have much here. They've already used this pallet. The window here is pretty dog shit. The other window is also pretty dog shit. It can buy you some time, but yep, you're pretty much destined to die. So there you go. Fink goes down again. This is going to be death hook on to Fink. It's going to turn the game into a 3v1. 3 gens left. Still a crazy 4-gen up here, too. This is definitely a 4K. This is basically like, at this point, this is definitely going to be a 4K. Probably a 4K too. This feels like it's probably looking like 4K2 territory. I think from this point, if DC on first down can turn this into a 4K1 somehow, that would probably be good. I think that's the goal from this point, is make it a 4K1 instead of a 4K2. And this is definitely not a good start to that. Dama gets found at main while injured and goes down very quickly. So this is going to be another rehook, which is going to be another pop goes the Weasel. And also this hook is in the middle of the 4-gen too, which is not helping anything either. So yeah, not looking good thus far. They're currently doubled on the bottom side gen, and Memphi has a pretty good idea that's where they are, because they both healed up. Finds him here, finds Cole. The other survivor, though, is going to have to, rotate around to get this unhook? How the hell do you even do that? They're going to have to rotate around, way around the back, probably. It's going to be really hard to do, while also hopefully not being seen. Or are they just going to stick the gen? They're actually just going to stick the gen. Cole might just try to go die for it. Yeah, I think Cole might just Cole, I think, is just going to go try to die for it. But Memphi's going to kick that gen with pop. Isn't going to really stick around. It's just going to leave. Well, okay, I actually like that. That was, I don't know if that was a purposeful bait, but that might have been like a bait to try to show the survivor that you're leaving and then be like, psych, I'm coming back. Because that might have been a bait. Maybe not, because he kind of just bailed again immediately. I thought he would maybe stick around to at least try to get a tag on Ace, but he's gonna bail and go back to Hook. They're healing here. Man, this Cole. Well, Cole does make this pallet. Gonna insta kick it. He has nothing here though. He's got nothing. This is just a dead zone. Oh, the short swing. Oh, my little stubby T-Rex arms. But yeah, he doesn't make this window. He dies here. Oh, what? He does make the window. He got caught. What the fuck is happening? What? And he has bounce landing too, so he actually booked it the fuck. Well, he didn't really book it out of there. He kind of booked it out of there. But the fact that he didn't go down there was... Oh. That was a good vault predicting the like, I don't know what we call it, double back. Like, he kind of predicted correctly when he vaulted, but then didn't really account for like the double back or whatever. And he does get grabbed. They do manage to pop that gen down bottom side, but again, yeah, at this point, it's kind of looking like 4K2. Because I don't know how they do any of these gens here. Like, this 4-gen is so fucking tight. I don't know how they get any of these done from this point. This is such a crazy 4-gen setup. Again, how different this game would have been, right? Like just to really just like send this home. How different is this game if, like, for instance, whoever got chased and went down, like, for instance, at one point that gen at the top of the street, at one point that gen was at like 90%, right? And then got pain res. Like, how different would this game have been if, like, whoever got chased before that happened just survived for like 10 seconds longer and then let that gen pop? This could have been like a whole different video game, you know? It's so tough. This gen setup is just so fucking tough, man. And I think Memphi has just been doing a good enough job of getting the better of these guys micro-wise. And yeah, at this point, it's just done. So he's gonna secure this kill on Nicole. And again, I mean, what do? Right? They can't even really work the gens because the gens are all behind the hook. Like, they have to go past the Wraith to even get to the gens, so they can't even do that. Memphi's like, well, maybe they were so Memphi was like, okay, maybe they snuck around and they're doing that corner gen, but no, not that gen either. Like, Memphi doesn't know for sure where they are, but he knows for sure that he can protect that kill without losing a gen, so he does do that. And now it's a 2v1. And yeah, this is, unless some crazy shit happens, this is a 4K2. Gamma gets found. Quick tag there. She's going to head down to the bottom left, where there is some pallets left. Memphi's not even going to take it, though. He's going to go back to main. And he's going to find Lucy at main. Oh, doesn't quite block it. He's going to be able to bamboozle, though. Even if you don't block it, bamboozle plus shadow step is fucking wild. You vault it so fast. And he doesn't even really need to. Like, Memphi doesn't really need to play these pallets in any kind of a fancy way either from this point, right? You don't have to do anything fancy. Just kick them. Just kick them and move on. We kind of had a set like this earlier. I think it was the Plague one, maybe. Where, like, I feel like once you get to this level of being ahead, like, once it comes down to this point where it's like a 2v1, you only have to worry about one person potentially doing gens. You don't need to get fancy. Just break the pallets. Fuck it, you know? Like, who gives a shit? Don't even take any chances. Good body block there. Claiming the window. I think from the survivor side there, like, you can definitely you can definitely take angles that kind of help you avoid that. Like, typically the Wraith is almost always going to do that, where they try to go around you to, like, claim, like, a pallet or a window, right? To try to, like, body block it. And if you just kind of path yourself a little bit, like, if you try to pay attention to whichever side they're trying to go around and kind of just move a little bit in that direction, you can kind of cut them off and prevent them from doing it. But you have to really, really be aware of it. So definitely is something to maybe think about for future race sets, because I think that was definitely something that happened a couple times this match. Dama's gonna go down. That's gonna be Deathhook for Dama. Lucy will be maybe going for Hatch, but even that's not gonna happen. Not dead center of the map like this. Gonna try to claim it. I don't think Dama's even gonna die fast enough. I think the Wraith will be able to make it back and get this. Oh, that doesn't count. That hatch does not count. That hatch does not count. That is that is 12 hooks for sure. That is 12 hooks for sure. That they were definitely gonna die. So that's 12 hooks. They said we're just gonna go ahead and DC and then easy hatch DC tech. It's actually a tech tofu. It's actually a tech. It's called DC tech tofu. It's a skill diff actually. So yeah, no, that's actually 12 hooks though. So that's a 12 hook 4K2. Really, really strong result there from Memphi. Looking really, really strong. So DC on first down. Unfortunately, I don't know. I feel like maybe they didn't recognize that 4-gen and how bad it was, like, early. I mean, to be real, it can be hard to recognize, especially, I don't know what their deja vu was showing them as well, but they maybe didn't recognize it and maybe didn't recognize how bad it was early. But yeah, that was a brutal 4-gen. They couldn't quite break it. The downs that happened early just kind of happened a little bit too quickly, and I think some of the chases early game just weren't quite where like as good as they should have been. I think Fink dying as fast as they did was definitely not ideal, and probably a big reason why that happened too. And yeah, that just ended up snowballing really quickly, and Memphi ends up getting a really good result. So now Pryon on the side of DC on first down, he's gonna need a fucking crazy good game here. He's gonna need a crazy good game. Again, not another realm of possibility. Wraith is a really strong killer on Dead Dog. Like, Wraith gets results, man. I'm telling you. Like, Wraith on this map fucking gets results. Like, it would not surprise me. Where's the Shart Wizard? Come, Shart Wizard, come. Wraith on this map definitely gets good results. So it would not surprise me a whole lot if Pryon could at least match it. But I feel like probably best case scenario here is like matching the result. I think winning the result is gonna be unlikely, because the win you gotta get a 4K3, right? A 4K3 is fucking tough. Like that, it's not impossible, and we did see it last set. It's not impossible, but it's really, really tough. But a 4K2, right? Like, you have a good gen setup and you dominate the early game and everything, that's, you know, it's definitely possible. Like 4K2, I mean, we just saw it, right? 4K2 is definitely a reasonable thing to get. You just need to have a really, really strong showing. And also hope that the survivors, you know, fuck up a bit here and there. But again, from the survivors' point of view, all they got to do is finish 4 out of 5 gens. Like that's it. They don't even have to finish all 5, just 4 out of 5. So assuming there's like a good gen setup, gen RNG is probably going to matter a bit here too. But if there's good gen RNG and if they just have good gen macro and they just kind of handle their business as best they can and they don't fuck up too much, should be a relatively reasonable result to get. So we'll see. Hi, King Spectre. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you, man. Honestly, if there were money on the line, I'd penalize that. What, DCing for hatch? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it just doesn't count, you know? Like, I think when someone is like DCing for the match, you're pretty much just accepting that you're all dead. I don't think I would like, even if this was like a tournament with like money on the line, I don't think I would penalize for that. I'd probably just laugh about it and then just go on. Like, it's obviously just a 4K, right? Like, obviously it's just 12 stages. I'm not into that. I'm not into DVD scrimming and its teams. Is it 5 people per team, 1 killer, 4 survivors? You can, we actually allow up to 10 players total. But you could have as low as 4. It's anywhere from 4 to 10. Like, hypothetically, you could have a team of 4 and just have one of your survivors play killer, and whenever it's up to play killer, and only use that 4. Like, that's hypothetically possible. But typically, people will like have a large roster that way, because like sometimes certain people aren't available, right? Like, sometimes people are busy with work and you might want to have like fill-ins, or sometimes you want to like get people that are like specialized killer mains, right? Like, some teams will just sign killers that just play like certain killers and they only really play them when those killers are played. Like, for instance, if we see Overheated, like, we're probably only ever going to see like a Ray when there's like a Blight set for Overheated, right? Like, we probably won't see a Ray on Survivor, most likely, or on probably any other killers, right? So like, sometimes people will use one of their team roster slots for just like specialized killer mains and stuff too, you know? But yeah. How's the set going? So far we just played our first Wraith game, and it was a 4K2 from the side of Dead Men Walking. So really good result. DC on first down definitely struggled a bit. Had a bit of a tough game. But yeah, it was a 4K2, and now Pryon's going to be going up and he's going to have to beat it. So definitely a tough result to have to beat. But Pryon's a good killer, man. Pryon's a good killer. It's possible. It's, again, this is not impossible. Again, I think beating it is going to be hard. Matching it could happen. Could happen. Overheated is now Reminiscent. Really? Did they change our name in our scrims too? No, I still see them as Overheated. And like, are they Reminiscent in like other leagues though? That's interesting. What's the barbecue chili icon? That's fresh hooks. Those are fresh hooks. So basically the way that our win con works is those 3 icons go in order. Like, the win con is those in order. If one team, like for instance, it's generators, hooks, fresh hooks. So if one team finishes all 5 gens and the other team dies at 2 gens, clearly the team that finishes all 5 wins. But if there's ever a tie, it goes to the next one. So if both teams get the same amount of gens done, then it goes to the hook stages. So for instance, if these guys finish 3 gens, but then somebody gets hatch and it ends up with like a 3 gens, but there's only like 10 stages or something, then they would win because that's the next tiebreaker. If both gens done and hooks are the exact same, then the final tiebreaker is fresh hooks. And a fresh hook is basically the first time someone's ever been hooked. So if one team has gotten more fresh hooks than the other team, then that would be the final tiebreaker to win it. Ooh, spicy. So I don't hate that. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like you got to take a risk, right? You got to take a risk and you really got to dominate. So he's actually not running corrupt intervention. I like this from Pryon. I like this. I like this a lot. This is ballsy. This is ballsy, but this is definitely the time to be ballsy. He's got pain resin pop, so he still has a ton of aggression, right? There's still a ton of aggression in play. He bait moves to the window. Oh, he couldn't quite take it. He couldn't quite body block that. If he would have got that, that would have been such a strong opening. He still can maybe get this down. He needs to get this down ASAP. But this is a risky build, but this could definitely pay off. So honestly, this is honestly like a typical build. He just replaced corrupt intervention with this perk. So, you know, oh wait, you guys can't see my mouse. But you know, the fucking top perk. I'm not even gonna say it out loud just in case. They prove myself the gen that's at 1 though, so they do pop 1 gen. They also have friendly competition. Look at that. Both these guys get a 5% boost. I think it's 5, right? 5% boost to generators for the next short amount of time. All right, wasn't that awesome? All right. I think it's 5%. But yeah, still lots of regression. That pain res kind of kicked in at a bad time because they popped the gen right before it happened. But there's the first unhook. Finds the survivors. Gets the hit on the Fang. Probably wants the Dwight. We didn't really check the survivor builds. That's going to be Deli on the Fang. So that Deli's going to be up. This is Dead Hard DS. So this is a good target for these guys. If Pryon gets us down on the Dwight, he's going to have to deal with DS and then also Dead Hard afterwards. So this is going to buy some time. If the survivors can at least pop a gen, at least one of them, which it looks like they might be able to. They have friendly competition. They have Prove Thyself. They're just going to triple up on it, which I think is the smart play. Like, not even healing and just tripling up. I think that's smart. Oh, is he going to leave it? They're on this gen right there. He's going to it kind of late. He's not going to make it. They're going to pop it. Yeah, I think he needed to like beeline right to it. But he's going to leave that chase. All right. They're 2 gens away from the win con. And we're currently sitting at 1 hook. Again, this could snowball out of control really quickly though. You know what I mean? If a certain something happens, but he needs to get downs fast. Like, the big thing here is he needs to get downs quickly. These chases are so important. I mean, the chases are always important, but I feel like this is like, these early chases are going to be so much more important than any other chase from here on out. And so far, the survivors are doing a really good job. Yunjin played that palette phenomenally, and Pryon could not quite get anything going on it. And she's going to make her way into main. And while this is happening, they're tripled on Gallows gen. But he didn't see it. It was right there, but he didn't see it. Oh no, he was too focused on this chase. He was too focused. If you could have saw that, that could have been huge, because breaking up that triple gen would have been massive. They're gonna pop it. They're gonna pop it. Tripling up like this is really risky, because if the killer shows up, he's putting pressure on all 3 of you, right? Like, it's really risky to do. So it is like, in this situation, it worked out really well because they managed to pop that gen before pain res came in, and pain res probably just did nothing, right? Like, I think he probably just got a pain res that probably did nothing. I don't think any gen has progress. Goes for a swing and doesn't get it. Needs to be careful not to step too close. Okay. Hit comes in. Second unhook comes in. Next generator done wins though. So like, I think it might have just taken too long to get going. These survivors, I think, have just played this chase too well. He's not gonna have DS up anymore. He did manage to hit his Dead Hard. He did have Dead Hard up. He just didn't hit it. So unfortunate for Dwight that he couldn't get his Dead Hard off. This will be another hook. Not a pain res, but it will be a pop. The gen split's looking really good too. It's like 2 top side, 2 bottom side. So really, really good gen split here. They're currently doubled. They're currently doubled on this gen on the side, and there's somebody on main gen too. Someone's got to rotate for that unhook, but who is it? They honestly might keep the person on main and then send the other person that was on this gen for the unhook, probably. Because again, they pop that main gen and it's over. Was he waiting for the unhook? He was like waiting a minute. He was like, any unhookers? Any unhookers? Pogs champ? Unhook's coming in, so there we go. Stack number 3. Is he gonna... I really, really wish Prion would, like, I know it's hard to do in the heat of the moment, right? Don't get me wrong. I know it's hard to do in the heat of the moment, but I wish you would just take a quick glance at these gens. Like, if you would just look up and see that main gen is being worked right now, that would be such valuable info, you know? Like, I know it's a lot to ask, especially when you're mid chase. But like, look at this. He's gonna lose because of this, right? Like, if you would have just looked up and saw the gen being worked and saw how much progress it had, you could have went up there, interrupted it. He has Devour Hope, so he could have been able to kill her. But yeah, there's no pain res in the survivor, and yeah, he loses now. Like, that's it. So it's a shame, man. It's a shame. Like, because I feel like I like the build. I do think it took a little bit too long to get going, which I think did kind of hurt him, right? Like, I do think the survivors did a really good job of not eating a lot of hooks early and really making it take a while. But I feel like even with how long it took, I still think he had a chance. Like, I think if he looks up, sees Kate there, chases her off the gen, he has bamboozle, so like main building is not that strong, right? Okay, she did have balance, so maybe it wouldn't be like a free down. I mean, it might not have been like a super free, but still, like, if you could have just interrupted that gen, maybe got a down on her, got a pain res on her, and maybe pop goes the weasel. That plus devour is maybe enough, right? Maybe. I mean, that's basically the only hope at that point. Because I also feel like, again, like, I think the same thing could have happened at Gallows Gen too. Like he kind of went by Gallows Gen at one point while they were all tripled up on it, but he didn't see it. Like, he didn't look at it and see it. They got his Devour too, so Devour's gone. That's gonna be the third fresh hook. Another pain res coming in. Both Zim and Memphi are both death hook now. But yeah, it's a shame. I feel like this could have gone another way. Again, it's so, like, keep in mind too that, like, I'm critiquing Prion by saying, like, yeah, you should have just looked at the gens. But keep in mind, this is a really easy thing for me to critique, right? Or any of us to critique, because we're just sitting here watching. We're not having to sit here and think about, okay, the survivor I'm chasing, how have they been playing chase? Are they going to fake this pallet? Are they not going to fake this pallet? What path are they going to run? Like how have they been playing? Like, you're trying to, like, read the survivor, think about what they're going to do, think about the best way to tackle this situation is in chase, think about how you want to tackle this pallet. Like, think about what gens might be being worked. Like, there's so many things going on in the heat of the moment that, like, again, it is a lot to ask. It's hard to, like, give them too much shit for it, because it's not easy to balance all this, right? It's a lot to balance, but I do definitely think that would have been a massive difference maker for sure. But there you go. That's gonna be 6 stages for Prion. Not gonna be enough to take the win. I did like the build though. I love that he took a risk and went with this really risky build that almost, like, it could have popped the fuck off and gone crazy. But again, I feel like the micro was just a little bit too much in the favor of Dead Men Walking. Their chases were just really, really solid. And he said, I'm so sorry that wasn't a teabag at Water Tower. So whoever asked in chat, it was not a teabag. And yeah, that was just a very, very good, solid game from Dead Men Walking. I mean, they played that very well. This, I just slipped on my crouch key. You know what? Every teabagger from here on out is just going to be them slipping on their crouch key. If I ever see somebody blatantly teabagging me in a pub game, I'm going to be like, guys, it's fine. He's just slipping on his crouch key. It's fine. It's fine. His pinky is just slipping over and over and over again. His pinky just keeps slipping. I don't know what's happening. It's weird. It just keeps slipping. It's so odd. Whoa, so weird. His pinky just keeps slipping. Anyway, really, really solid set from Dead Men Walking. Kind of feels like they just got the better of DC on first down on both sides here, both on Killer and Survivor. So really, really solid set. Again, that was the killer that they picked. So I guess not too surprising that they played that set better. That was their choice of killer. Also, apparently DC on first down fucking hates Wraith, so that also kind of makes sense now too. I mean, it's, you know, everything makes at least, you know, some sense there. So here we go again. We're gonna have Plague this time. And it's gonna be Fink on Plague. So Fink is gonna be playing Plague up against the survivors of Dead Men Walking again. And DC on first down now gonna need a pretty big result here, because again, they need this set to stay alive now, because Dead Men Walking is up 1-0. So if they want to stay in this best of 3, they gotta win this race set. Or sorry, this race set. They gotta win this Plague set, and then force it to go to the Trapper set, which would be awesome. I would love to see more Trapper. That'd be sick. But they definitely need this if they want to stay in this. So we'll see. We will see. New Gamba, by the way. If you guys want a Gamba, don't miss it. Don't miss it. There's a Gamba up right now. Get your Gambas in. Get your Gambas in. I hate how simple a game seems in VOD review after you fucking throw the game sometimes. I've had that. Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like unless you do scrims yourself, like, unless you're somebody that actually tries playing in scrims and stuff, you don't really realize, right? Like, you can sit here and watch people play, and, like, the mistakes that they make will seem so obvious to you, right? Because you're not in the game. You're not in the game making the decisions and thinking like, again, thinking about micro, like having to actually sit there and try to outplay somebody at a pallet takes a lot of like your brain energy, right? And like it's hard to like balance that with like all the like decision makings that come into play too. It's not easy at all. It is really hard. So yeah, it's always like, it's one of those things where like when you watch stuff back, yeah, it always seems obvious, when in reality, like in the heat of the moment, it's not easy. Like that's why this shit is so hard, you know what I mean? Little Jules, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Yola, thanks for the raid earlier. Appreciate it. Thank you, gamer. Yo, thank you. Hope the stream went well. Dame, also, thank you for hooking up a sub to Sahara Destruction. Sahara, welcome back in. Thank you, Dame. Also, you... Wait, did you gift another sub before that, too? You did. Yeah, you gifted 2 different subs. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you, gamer. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. For me, personally, Wraith is just unfun in general. You mean even in, like, pubs, or do you mean for scrims? Because I know a lot of people dislike Wraith scrims, but I think Wraith in pubs is like one of my favorites. The 12? Is he going to actually play 12? Did he play 12 last game? I don't think, right? Is he going to be a 12 gamer? I mean, we're going into the blue realm, so if he wears all red, that's going to be pretty ballsy. Playing comp is very humbling. Yeah, it is. I've been humbled many times myself, trust. Like... There was a period in time where I thought that I practiced a lot of Blight in pub games, and I thought that I was a pretty good Blight. Like, I didn't think I was an amazing Blight, but I thought I was like at least an okay Blight. I was like, yeah, I'm a solid Blight player. And then I went and I played like scrims and 1v1s, and I was like, wait, never mind. It turns out I'm actually dog shit at Blight. Turns out I actually fucking suck at this killer. Turns out I can kill people in public games because they all suck, but the second you put actual good survivors in front of me, I just crumble and fall apart. So yeah, trust me, I also have been humbled many times in comp. Like many times. It's a whole different world, dude. It is a whole different world. Will Tofu ever bet hag games on scrim matches? Wait, what do you mean? Are you asking if we'll ever have hag included? Because I think we had hag included. Didn't we have hag in like... Oh, did we have hag? I think we had hag in like a recent rotation, didn't we? Maybe? Or did we? No, maybe we didn't. I thought we did. Maybe not. Have we ever had hag? Maybe we haven't had hag. I don't know. I think we had hag in a rotation at some point a while back, but maybe like, I don't even know if we even saw her though. I know that I did a hag game myself against Overheated. I remember that, yeah. But like, have we had hag in the rotation? I don't think we have we? Since TV team. 6'11"? Oh, so a long fucking time ago. Hey man, maybe we gotta bring back the hag. I don't know. Anyway, here we go. Fink needs a good result here. DC on first down needs to win this set. So this first game is gonna be a pacemaker here. A pace setter. A pacemaker is what you put into your heart. This is gonna be a pace setter. It's gonna set the pace, not a pacemaker. Whoa! Beautiful generators. Nice little spinneroonie there. Oh wait, never mind. That was 4. I thought that was 5. Still pretty good. Still pretty good gen setup. So 4 gen top side, 3 gen bottom side. I thought it was 5. I counted wrong. Apparently I can't count. But still pretty good gen setup. Not as exciting. Sorry, whoa! I take that back. It wasn't that exciting. It was just a pretty good 4 gen. So Fink has his top side locked down. Ooh, finds them hovering. Oh! Fink was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That wasn't a wall. Hold on a second. Gonna get that puke, just puke on him a little bit just to get him infected. Again, survivors are usually gonna hover around where they were, so this is really good game sense from Fink to kind of know that. Typically, how this gets played is survivors will hover, like survivors with aggressive builds, right? Like this is an aggressive build. Kate probably has some kind of an aggressive build. Well, she has a gen doing build, but it's typically like the survivors that want to sit on gens the most, like this, and also like the deli survivor will like sit back and kind of stay back towards the corrupted gens, whereas the survivors with the more aggressive builds will kind of hover mid-map, and then if the killer ever really goes deep into the corrupted gens, the aggressive builds will run into gens, but they'll kind of just wait and see. So really good game sense from Fink there to know that that's kind of where they'd probably be sitting, and she does find a couple of them. She pukes on Dwight, and also, for the record, good play from Deadman Walking to even know to do that, by the way, because that's also a big thing, right? That's one of those things where a lot of teams might not even know to position that way. It's a good positioning from them, but Fink also calls out that good positioning and catches the people off. Dwight's here. Pretty good zoning. He should be able to make it somewhere here, though. He has a shit pallet and also a window. Oh. Oh. Kind of looked like he got enough distance to get away, but then he didn't in the end. Oh no, Fink! Fink! Watch the stamp. Now watch the stamp now. Now come on now. Watch the stamp. Okay, it does get the down. That was looking scary though. If he didn't, if Fink didn't get this down and Dwight managed to actually get away and like prolong that chase, that would have been tragic. But the down comes in. This is gonna be possibly pain res. Carrying him to this hook here. Probably pain res, I would assume, especially since they targeted a hook in particular. Yep, there you go. There's pain res. It's gonna hit this gen that Short Wizard's doing, and that's one of the gens on bottom side. This gen's also on bottom side. They're actually only doing gens bottom side, so this 4-gen top side isn't really being worked at all right now. Fink's gonna hit this gen that has like 2% on it with pop because fuck you, because why not? Because it's in the 4-gen, so fuck you. You know, you might as well regress it. No one else is even sick at the moment, so okay spot to be in for survivors, right? Like this is honestly an okay spot. They're probably just gonna want to progress these bottom side gens. Like I think I like what they're doing right now. They're basically just trying to get these bottom side gens done. And then when this Dwight gets unhooked, he's probably going to try... Actually, will he get unhooked? This Corrupt Puke was right there. So Fink actually grabs Corrupt Puke. Oh, but she gives enough room for it. You almost could say that that was a mistake to even give enough room for that, especially with how close he was to struggle. I think Fink maybe should have played that closer. Because now he gets unhooked. He has DS and Dead Hard. And what's going to happen now is that both these survivors are likely going to try to get the fuck out of Mia and get really far down to the bottom side. So yeah, there goes Nancy. She's already down there. Dwight has DS and Dead Hard, so even if he goes down, he'll be able to DS. But yeah, he's already done it anyway. He's along the right side of the map, and he's going down to the bottom side too. So yeah, they're both out of the 4-gen. So yeah, that was kind of a pretty big misplay from Fink there, I think. Pretty big misplay, but also I gotta say the positioning from Dead Men Walking has been very impressive. Like, I think their positioning early game, I already talked about how good that was, but even right there, like the fact that Fink left a tiny opening to get the unhook, and then Nancy was just already there to get it. Like the second there was a tiny opening, Nancy was there to get it with like sprint burst and you know, and deli and everything was perfect, right? So yeah, I mean, just very, very good positioning from them, and now they're gonna like try to take chases away from this 4-gen and try to probably pressure it when they can. And Fink's in a tough spot now because nobody's injured. They only have one person sick. Ooh, I think Fink could have body blocked there and puked. I think Fink could have killed there. I think that was another minor mistake. Again, I know I'm being nitpicky, but this is really important stuff. Like, if Fink would have body blocked that, puked on that Nancy, gotten her sick, and then downed her before she got out, that would have been pretty big. I mean, Nancy is deli, so it wouldn't have been like massive, but you would have had a down in your 4-gen, and you could have went and like scourge hooked her. You could have got deli out of the way. You could have got both pain res and pop goes the weasel up. But instead just takes the M1, she runs away, cleanses up, everybody's back to full again. Everybody back to full once again. Fink just puking on the gens. I think we're gonna be playing it real slow from here. So I didn't talk about it, but the add-ons, I feel like these are the add-ons you typically see. The yellow apple just adds one more corrupt pool in the map whenever you spawn. Normally there's only one, but that makes it so there's two. And the purple amulet gives you 20 more seconds of corruption whenever you take a corrupt pool. So instead of 60, you get 80. So pretty good solid add-ons. It's typically what we see in pretty much every build. Sometimes we see something a little bit different. Like I think earlier we saw like Hematite Seal and the medic add-on or whatever. Like we see other stuff sometimes, but I feel like this is typically the go-to. And I think Fink at this point is not even worried about those 2 gens bottom side at all. And is literally just like, yeah, fucking try me. I'm just peeking on these gens and I'm not doing anything else. Fucking try me. Go on, do my top side gens. I dare you. I dare you to do my top side gens. And then Zim said, okay. And then Zim started doing them. So Zim is now sick, is going to get injured. Wait, where are they? There we go. But they're rotating around the backside of main. They got to be careful. They actually didn't get that much distance here. And they're close to injured. So they actually have to be really careful here. Because if Fink can get Young Jin injured, she has live. So yeah, I think she's okay. She's going to use this live here to run away and get distance. So there you go. There's the distance. I didn't see the live. That makes sense. So again, the survivors are basically just positioning in a way where if they get chased, they can run to the complete opposite side of the map without dying. So Zim using live there really well. Oh, little dangerous here though. Gets the injury. Gets the injury on the Kate, and she's going to die. She's going to not go down. Fink. Hitting air. Hitting air again. Thought there was a pallet there, but there wasn't. But there's going to be a pallet here. Oh, no. Oh no, and Shark gets away with that one too. That should have been a down. That was a really good opportunity for Fink to get a hook in the 4gen, but doesn't get it. I know that my internet died. I'm sorry. It should be back now. But basically, if you guys missed it, Fink found Shart kind of off in a bad spot, but missed a couple basic attacks, and then Shart actually managed to get away, which is really tragic. Looks like Nancy's gonna just calm corner into the top left, and I think they're gonna try to. This is interesting because I don't think they get this gen done for it. So I think Nancy just got caught out of position and was like, okay, I'm dead no matter what, so I might as well run here. Because I don't think this gets traded for a hook. Or for a gen, I mean. Like, this is deli, so this isn't the end of the world, right? Like, she can deli off hook and then sprint burst away. So that's not the end of the world. It's not like that's going to result in, like, a massive snowball of any kind. But that does give a free potential pain res and a potential pop. Like, that, I mean, it wasn't pain res, but it was pop. And they don't finish a gen for it. On top of that, Dwight's dead now. Dwight's now dead. You definitely don't want to do this. You definitely don't want to corner up against the plague. That's a really bad idea, because then that'll happen. Unless a flashlight save happens, or a flashbang. Flashbang. Oh, she faced. It's too late. That was a pretty big missed opportunity there, I think. That I don't want to. I don't want to say that that was the freest flashbang save I've ever seen in my life, but I'm gonna think it really loudly. Like, I think I'm gonna think that out loud, very, very loudly, because yeah, that seemed very free. So pretty big missed opportunity there. Because that would have been massive. Like, I think Fink getting that hook is huge, because now she gets Pop Goes the Weasel that she can put down on this gen. That also puts Dwight on death hook, so now he has to be extra careful. So yeah, like, I feel like that was like potentially a huge game-changing play from the survivors if Zim would have hit that flashbang. But not hitting the flashbang now puts Fink in, like, again, Fink's not like in a dominant spot, but a strong spot. Like, that definitely would have changed the tide and made it, like, extremely survivor-sided had they gotten that flashbang save. But now Corrupt Puke is in. Zim has to go get this on hook. Is going to get base sickness from it. And Fink might just opt to tunnel Dwight here. Maybe not. Dwight's death hook, but he does have DS dead hard. But Fink's going to go for Zim, actually. Gets the down on a Zim. This is a potential pain res. Dwight's here with the flash. What the fuck? From the side? Do you guys remember that meme? You guys remember that meme? That's a classic one. From the side? Anyway, insane flashlight save from Dwight there. That was wild. He is death hook though, so he's got to be careful. He's gonna force DS here. But even after the DS, I mean, Corrupt Puke is up. He has dead hard. It's still got some time. This dead hard, he better hit this dead hard. They do pop one on the gen's top side though. They're buying, like, all this time they're buying right now is buying them a lot of time for gen progress. And if you can buy enough time for that other gen to get done, the double bamboozle. Ooh, Dwight played this really well. Oh, did he dead hard? They popped the gen bottom. His dead hard still up. Doesn't get his dead hard. Was that gen top though? I don't know. I didn't see. Killer point of view. 1, 2, 3. Nope, there's still a 3 gen up here. Okay, so they finished 2 gens bottom. They finished one of the gens top. So something I think was a general misplay here. Like, okay, what they just did I don't think was a huge misplay, because I do think getting those gens done bottom side is important. But I want to say that I think a big misplay they did is that I think they should have not saved the bottom side gens for this long. I want to comment on this, but I also don't want to, like, just completely ignore the current chase that's happening, because Shart needs to find a way out of here, but I don't think they're going to, because this Corrupt Puke is in, and this is going to be a hook in the 3 gen, and that's pretty brutal. This is going to be tough. This might end up resulting in a 4K. This is a really tough spot from here. Deli's out of play. Fink is slugging. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it. So at one point in the match, all 4 survivors were, like, healthy, and Fink was, in my opinion, very clearly not going down bottom side ever. Like, clearly just protecting the 4 gen that's up here. I think what they should have done is taken that time to just finish the gens bottom side and get them fully done, right? The only reason not to is if, I don't know, if you have, like, fucking maybe the only reason not to is if you have like either A, potential energy, which they don't, or B, if you're trying to do some giga brain strat where you leave one like 99 to eat pain reses or something to make breaking the 3-gen easier. Like maybe you could do some giga brain shit like that. Other than something crazy like that, there's really no reason to leave the gens up bottom side. Like you might as well just get them done, especially since the killer is never going to come down there. You can just get them done for free, and that way you don't have to worry about them later. Because what happened here is all this shenanigans that happened over here, right? Like the flashlight save from Dwight, and then Dwight getting chased over here, then him hitting his DS. That was all really important time that they needed to trade that time for objectives, right? And technically they did, right? They did trade it for objectives, but they traded it for the non 3-gen objectives. Well, they got one of them. They got one of the 3 gens done, or sorry, one of the 4 gens done. But imagine if the gens bottom side were already done, and imagine if that whole time, instead of working on bottom time gens, they had like, I don't know, one person on the gen that got done, and then 2 people doubled on one of these gens, right? Like they honestly might have been able to get all the gens done just right then and there. So I think the fact that they waited so long and not even waited so long, they just had an opportunity where like everybody was safe. Like everybody was full health and nobody was even close to like they could have just done them for free without the killer even probably bothering them at all. Like it was totally free. But they kind of didn't take advantage, and they tried to tackle the 4-gen early. And yeah, it kind of came back to bite him, because now it's looking like Fink can maybe lock down his 4K. That's going to be the final fresh hook. Not even a pain res either, though. Wait, or no, maybe that was a pain res. Who is still a pain res? I'm actually not sure. I think it's maybe Nancy. I think Nancy's not. I think Nancy is pain resable. I think that's who didn't get pain res, but I can't remember. By the way, Hotspot goes Weasel up. She knows where Nancy is. Did she see both survivors? She might have saw both survivors, because she seems pretty sure that they're both down there. This hill position is really convenient too, because she could just sit on this hill, and this is the entire choke right here, right? This is the entire middle map choke. So Fink is just sitting on the hill, looking around, trying to see if she can make it, or trying to see if she can see anybody rotating. Sees Nancy, so yeah, she knows for sure that, well, Nancy's who she saw before, but Kate's there too, yeah. So she sees Kate. Kate can't even make it to that hook in time. Like that survivor's going to struggle for sure. But Kate's gonna come in and try to pressure this gen maybe. But there's the struggle state on the survivor. Then comes back a little bit to protect it. Kate's gonna hop on this gen. Nancy's gonna hop on that gen. Fink was that more corrupt puke to Fink grab? Was that a corrupt pull? No. Okay, no. I thought it was. I was like, oh my god, is there more still? Because the problem now too is that if they like the only pulls they have to use to cleanse with are like in the 3-gen. So like they already used all those ones out there, right? They already used the ones way down the other side of the map. So even if they want to try to cleanse right now, it would just give the killer their power in the 3-gen. So it's such a tough scenario to be in at this point, right? Like at this point, they're just too far behind, and I don't think there's really anything they can do that'll get them this. I think they're doing the right thing though. They're trying to progress these gens as much as they can. That way, when the survivor dies and it turns into a 2v1, they have a little bit of a chance, right? Like if they can have really good chases, maybe the other survivor can get a gen done while one survivor juices, right? Like this gen's at about 50. This gen's going to be at about 52. The Fink's going to come up on this, find the Kate, chase her away. We'll hear this gen to the side. Doesn't look at it though. Doesn't even bother taking a glance at it. Fully tunnel vision onto this Kate. Ooh, bamboozling the T-wall, but it looks like Kate transitioned to the little, I don't even, is that the Orman tile, or is the other one the Orman tile? I feel like I hear people say Orman tile, and I don't even know which Orman tile is which. That is a Orman tile. I don't know if it's the Orman tile, but it's an Orman tile at least. But comes back to the gen, knows that the survivor's there. He's gonna come back and kick this one. I think Fink's just trying to play this really safe. I think Fink is just really not wanting to fuck this up, because at this point, getting this 4K1 is going to be a significant difference than getting a 4K0, right? Like, being able to kill them before the gens pop is way different than killing them after the 5 gens pop. Balance landing here from Shart. He actually doesn't use it right away. He's going to force Fink to actually come up, but waiting that long might come back to bite him. He waited a long time there. He does have this palette. Yeah, this is the Orman tile, right? But they're both kind of Orman tiles. I think this is what people mean when they say Orman tile. But what's that other tile? Like, what would you call that other tile? I don't know. Anyway, good attempt by Shart Wizard, but good play by Fink. Played that chase good enough. Did pretty much good enough. Like exactly the chase that you need. And Fink's gonna rotate back around top side. He's probably gonna see the scratch marks from Nancy, but maybe not. Gonna kick that gen. Gonna come back up to the hill gen. Shart Wizard is kind of nearby. Sees the scratch marks there. I don't think kicking that one is worth it. Yeah, they're actually gonna get the pickup from that. I don't think kicking that is worth. I think with Kate being so close, you just go grab the hook. You grab the hook and hook them near that gen and then kick it with pop. So that was a little bit of a questionable decision. Good play by Nancy thus far. Fink doing some fucking ballerina shit. Nancy just patiently waiting by the pallet though. Is gonna die. I think Kate went down to the bottom side. No, she's getting near the gen again. And now you're gonna pick, but I think this is still fine. I mean, even with deja vu, the toolbox is gone. As long as you get a hook and head right over, you should be fine. Oh, it's also pain res too, so yeah, there you go. Even more so. So there you go. Pain res coming in, has pop as well. There's no way that gen pops. But honestly, for a second there, I was sweating for a second there. I was sweating for a minute there. But Fink is gonna be able to lock down the 4K1. Oh, the crow flew to the right. I'm not sure if she saw it or not. I think maybe saw it now. So yeah, crow's gonna fly. Fink knows things. Maybe. Chart wizard gonna cleanse. Oh, maybe hatch though. Wait, hatch here is actually huge. Wait a minute. Hatch here is actually massive. I'm actually very surprised that Fink took that hit and didn't go for hatch right away. It's on the other side. I don't think he makes it, does he? He just barely doesn't make it. If this hatch was on any spawn other than that, well, maybe that spawn and maybe the other side, but like, that was so close. And that hatch actually would have mattered a lot, because if they would have got that hatch, that would have made the win condition 4K1 rather than 4K2. So that was actually a really important hatch as well. But whoo, another sweat, man. My God. Dude, Fink made a couple decisions this game that had me fucking sweating, bro. My Lord. Like, she did a good job of locking down this 4K1 and did get a pretty good result. But a couple decisions made in this game had me fucking sweating, dude. My Lord. I mean, I'll just say that Fink was purposefully keeping it interesting, right? That's surely what was happening, right? Whew. But anyway, there you go. 4K1. Pretty solid result for Fink. Again, Plague is one of those like kind of feast or famine sets. I would say this is definitely a good result. It's definitely not unreasonable to get survivors out against Plague if you really know what you're doing and you play well. This is the killer that DC on first down chose as well. So I'm assuming that means that they're pretty confident in their ability to play it. So at this point, all they got to do is finish 5 gens. That's it. Finish 5 gens and that's it. Which again, when you say it like that, it sounds all easy, right? Just finish 5 gens. Ha ha ha. But I mean, if there's like a nasty 4 or 5 gen and the killer really plays it well, it might not end up being that easy. But good result from Fink. Good try from the survivors of Dead Men Walking. Again, I already talked about it plenty, but I think their major mistake was just not finishing those bottom side gens when they had the chance and then having to save them for later. Because I honestly think that was the only difference. I think that was the main thing. I think if they just did that one thing differently, I think they literally break the 4 gen there and it ends up being like a 6-7 stage game. Like, I think it's that big of a difference. Like, it's... And again, I think that's why it's so feast or famine, right? Like, that one little thing that went different there turned that game from a potential 6-7 stage to a 4K1. So, we'll see, man. I mean, we'll see. The limit does not exist. The limit doesn't exist. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how the killer from Dead Men Walking can do. I gotta play some ads, so let me get them out of the way. But WinCon now is going to be finishing off 5 gens. Short Wizard, to tie it up, he's got to get a 4K1. To win, he's got to get a 4K2. So very hard WinCon. The tie con feels relatively possible. And DC on first down is definitely in a good position to win this set if they can manage to have a good survivor game here where they just play really tight and don't make any major mistakes. So we will see. Let me run some ads. They'll probably be putting their builds together and everything anyway. And then we should be good to go. Yes. 100 points for Hufflepuff. Oh, Lord. Your new math champions. All right. Doing those zigzag pews on controllers near impossible. Yeah, I imagine controller plague is probably tough. Yeah, it feels bad for like controller everything, man. I feel like playing a lot of killers on controllers is really, really tough, dude. I don't know. All right, well, we gotta hold this lobby hostage for a couple of minutes anyway, but so this is interesting because this is one of those sets where, again, I think this is gonna boil down a lot to the survivors, because I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like the killer play does matter, right? Like, I don't want to, like, I feel like when I say this, I feel like I'm maybe like, I don't want to like make it seem like I'm implying that killer play doesn't matter. Killer play obviously matters, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that even if the killer plays near perfectly, if the survivors also play near perfectly, then they should be able to get all 5 gens done, right? Is how this usually goes. Can we have plague in every week? Hell no. It honestly, it feels like we do already. I feel like I just casted a bunch. We kind of did, right? I think plague was in it like maybe 2 weeks ago or something. Anyway, point is if the survivor teams plays it near perfectly, it's kind of out of the killer's hands, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is kind of the position that you want to be in a game like this. Like, you kind of always want to be in the position where as long as your team plays perfectly, you win, right? Like, that makes it so it's out of the hands of the other team and it's completely in the hands of your team, you know? Again, like I said, I wouldn't really expect anybody to play perfectly, but still. Like, I feel like definitely a spot that you want to be in, because now it's just going to be on them, right? As long as they play a good, tight game, they should have it. I tried not to repeat killer sooner than 3 weeks. Plague was in about a month ago. Yeah, I went and looked, and you're right. It actually was about a month ago. I think the reason why I feel that way is because I feel like every time we have Plague in the pool, she gets picked a lot. So maybe that's why. Do people? It's interesting because I wouldn't expect people to actually enjoy Plague sets. Like, I thought Plague would be a set that people would like really dislike, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's really interesting. I don't know. That's very, very interesting. Like, I thought that would be a set that people would hate. But then also I thought people would love Wraith. Like, it's weird to me because I would expect people to like to love the Wraith set and then hate the Plague set, but it's like the opposite. Like, how does that work? Interesting. I don't know, man. Very, very interesting. Very odd stuff. Solo queue forum. Yeah, guys, solo queue forum's up. If this looks fun to you, but you don't have a team, if you're like, oh man, this looks so fun, I want to try comp DBD, but I don't have friends that are interested in playing or blah blah whatever the fuck, we have a solo queue forum. Shade just refreshed it. It made a new one today. I think we have a command for it. !_ solo queue, ! forum. Is that what it is? ! solo queue, I think, gives you the link to it. So if you guys are interested, we have a form you can fill out where you can basically just let us know that you're interested, and then if other people sign up from your region, we will pair you guys together as a team, and you guys can kind of like, it's kind of just a way to find other gamers that are interested in this kind of play that you guys can kind of like hang out with, learn with. So yeah, actually, interestingly enough, DC on First Down, this team was made from a solo queue forum like a year ago or something. So a lot of teams have actually come from solo queue forums that end up sticking around and like growing and turning into like really, really good teams. I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of the teams kind of end up just dying out, but it has been like a door for a lot of people to kind of like, it's like a good way to get your foot in the door when it comes to like comp stuff. If you don't have friends or a team to play with. Oh no, did you forget the map? Oh no, that's a pretty big deal. Not like this. I forgot to hit apply. Apply. Not like this, dude. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, man, not everybody has friends fail proof. All right, some people out here are friendsless, okay? Look, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Everyone out here acting like everybody has a good solid friend group and stuff. Bro, sometimes some gamers out here, it's just hard to make friends, you know? Sometimes it be like that. And on top of that, some gamers that do have friends, sometimes they have friends that don't give a fuck about comp. Because again, comp is very polarizing. Like, people either think comp is cool or they're like, that's the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like fucking competitive Dead by Daylight is the dumbest thing to ever exist. Because to be fair, like, a lot of people don't view this game as in any kind of competitive capacity, and they just want to have like casual fun with it, which is a decently fair opinion. But it would not surprise me if a lot of people are interested in comp, but maybe like their friends are not. So it's like, well, fuck, like I don't have anyone to play with because my friends don't want to play, you know? So yeah, just again, solo queue forum. If you're interested, that's the place to do it. That is the place to do it. So feel free to at least give her a try. Yo, Sheep, thanks for the resub for 19 months. Welcome back. Natty Boy, thanks for the raid, gamer. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Hello from Hawaii. Yo, Jelly, what up? What are you doing in Hawaii? Bro, you travel a lot, don't you? God damn. How's Hawaii, gamer? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. I have friends, but I like to play solo. Same. But playing solo in comp is maybe not possible. So, you know. You say this, but I see killers camping and tunneling at 5 gens in solo queue. Wonder who shit on them in previous games. Yeah, true. That's a pretty good point. Some people do play pub games as if they're comp matches. So you're not, I guess you're not entirely wrong about that. But that's why here it's a good place to do it, because at least you'll be with a team that can handle it well, right? That's kind of the idea. Hey, camping, you know, tunneling might happen, but at least you and your team can combat it as best as possible. Here we go. So hook penalty, again, that hook penalty is going to kind of matter now, because now there is no tie condition. It's just going to be a win or a loss. If they manage to finish all 5 gens, actually, wait. No, wait a minute. That's even bigger than I thought. Because actually, the win con now is just finishing 4 gens. Wait, that penalty is actually fucking huge. That's really unfortunate. Because, yeah, the win con for survivors now is literally just to finish all 4 gens. That's it. Like, it's not even 5 gens. It's just 4 gens. So if they just match the... If they match the result of the other team, then they win. So, yeah, that's a massive difference in result. I didn't really get to see the setup too much just yet. It looks like there's a bunch of unblocked gens here bottom side. So I guess he spawned bottom. There's 4 here, right? Looks like there's a 4 gen bottom. So this is like the opposite of what we've seen. We've seen most 4 gens be on top side, but I think he's got a 4 gen bottom side this time. I'm not sure what that puke was at. Was he trying to find a Sombra? Like, what the fuck was that? I've been playing too much Overwatch. I'm sorry. I need to stop that. I'm sorry. Looks like they're kind of just camping it out. Prion's sitting down here. He's got an interesting build. Pretty like very like balanced landing in Dead Hard without no DS Dead Hard. DS has Lithe. We saw that out of the last team too, which is really interesting. DS Lithe I don't hate. Cole has a pretty aggressive build, which is why I think he's further forward and kind of in a more risky spot. Fink. Also has a bit of an aggressive build, but I like that build from Fink. Dama's got the Dama is now loving Suffo 5 gen. So it used to be Dama hating Wraith, but now it's Dama loving Suffo 5 gen. So I love to see that, you know. I love to see growth in a person, you know, and you know some good change. So I like it. Looking at the positive things now rather than the negative things, you know. But anyway, I do like to see this build from Fink. I think this is pretty spicy. This perk on the right here, we actually do allow this perk, which might surprise some people because that perk recently got buffed and we do allow it. And Fink also has a flashlight. So stuff could happen there, you know, things could happen. David's going to get found. This is Fink on the bottom side here, kind of pretty deep in it. I wonder if they've identified the gen setup yet or not. I don't know. Throws God Pallet. Does get puked on anyway, though. I think it wouldn't have been crazy here. I don't know. I'm trying to like nitpick every little thing I can just because I do think it's important because I mean, again, this is all about playing as efficiently as possible. I would maybe make the argument that like throwing God Pallet there is maybe not necessary, right? Like it's a plague, so if you get puked on, you're gonna get injured anyway. So maybe like just playing the window up until you're like at least injured or like close to getting injured and then throwing Pallet might be the play, but I don't hate it either. It's not that big of a deal. It's just, I'm just kind of being nitpicky. Corrupt puke coming in, not getting hit there. Oh, doubles back to check if they're still there. It is gonna get down there though, so there you go. Maybe could have played that a little bit better, but down goes Fink. This is gonna be the first down. Gen progress is looking pretty good though. Prion's gonna finish one of the gens top side. Damo's gonna leave a gen. Damo's definitely gonna want to be the one to get this unhook. Looks like Damo's gen got pain resed. Whoa, that was a weird time to switch back. Hits that gen with pop that had barely any progress bottom side. Again, I imagine Shark Wizard will probably play this similarly to how we saw Fink play it, where you just really stick to like the side where you have the 4 gen. This gen actually had a good bit of progress. Shark probably wishing he stayed pop for that gen, but he does put Eruption down on all 3. So Eruption here is huge. I think again, it always surprises me when we see a plague game without Eruption, because I feel like Eruption is so good for like holding down gens like this. Like just being able to put Eruption on every gen and have that last forever, basically, right? I mean, forever or until a gen pops, I guess, right? And just anytime you get it down, bam, 10 regression. Like it's a lot of regression just to happen instantly. Right now, the survivors are using this time to get the gens done down on the opposite side of the map. Dama might not even get the save. Sprint burst? Wait a minute. I saw the sprint burst usage at the last second. Nope. Isn't going to go for it. Can't get it in time. Fink's going to go struggle. So no unhook coming in. But to be honest with you, that's kind of a little bit of a mistake. Like, Actually, you know what? Never mind. I actually don't think that's a mistake. I was gonna say that was potential gen time that Dama could have been doing, but they got both the bottom side gens done anyway. And also, I think having that position there is actually really good because that way, if the plague ever gives room, then you're there for it, right? Like that's kind of what Dead Men Walking did last game, and I praised them for having good positioning. So hold on, let me not be a fucking hypocrite, because yeah, that was the same thing there, which I think was smart. Like if Shark Wizard would have walked away a little bit too far, Dama Boba could have sprint bursted in and got the save. Shark Wizard didn't walk away too far. He kind of just stayed near the hook, which kind of locked it down. And I think Dama Boba will probably run in now and get the unhook. So yeah, there we go. The unhook comes in now. Fink is going to try to desperately get down to the other side of the map ASAP. Right? Where are you going, Fink? Where are you going? Fink, where are you going? Into the 3-gen. Like they're gonna finish that gen topside before you get there. It's okay. It's okay, man. Smash it into a blinds. I don't think I like this. I guess it's okay, because either way, you're probably going to die, right? They're going to pop this gen down here. That's going to leave just the 3-gen. Wait, that's the win con. What the fuck am I talking about? That's the win con, though. Yeah, wait, that's the win con. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think my brain is just not functioning very well today. That's the win con. So that's probably why they played that way. Because I think they were just protecting the win con, which was finishing 4 gens. So yeah. Now there's a 3-gen. All 3 survivors are fresh hook, and they also have deli. So now I guess at this point, this is just practice breaking a 3-gen, right? Blast mine coming in. Because here's the thing, they can still break this 3-gen. Like this, even though the win con has been met, they can still break this if they want to. So this might still be good practice. I hope both sides still play this out as if the game is still on the line, because I'm really curious to see how they handle this. But I do think, like, if the win con was different, if the win con was like finishing all 5 gens, I think, yeah, in that play, I think Fink runs top side, and then you try your best to get one of these bottom side gens done while she dies. So, yeah, and I think that was pretty possible. But yeah, it makes sense that they would not risk it and just take the win con and go from there. Looks like he's gonna find Prion. Shark Wizard does get Corrupt Puke, finds Prion. He's got this pallet. Oh, but steps a little bit too far and gets moonwalked on. Maybe expected the old double moonwalk, but didn't happen. Doesn't get hit by that puke. I think he's just gonna save this maze tile. This pallet's pretty fucking strong. Oh, makes that window too. Prion playing this chase really well. Avoids that puke as well. Like him buying time here is pretty big. What gen is being worked? Looks like they probably spent a lot of this time rotating back there, but they do get back there. They just started progressing 2 different gens. They're not going to get that much progress, so unfortunately that didn't quite buy enough time. Prion is going to go. Oh, nope, too late. That would have been cool, but too late. Also, I'm a little bit sad. I'm going to be perfectly real with you guys. I'm a little bit sad that Fink was the one that got tunneled out, because I really wanted to see that build kick in. Like, I feel like that build, puking on the gem with Corrupt Puke. Don't worry, man. I'm also having a bit of a weird brain day, Shark Wizard. Okay, you're puking on gens with fucking Corrupt Puke. I'm out here calling Jasu Jasm instead because I have Schism on the brain. Not even Schism. What the fuck am I even saying? Prism. Not even Schism. Schism's not a team anymore. See, I'm still fucking up. It's just a tough brain day, dude. It's a bad brain day for everybody. You know, I don't know what to say. Today is it's brain fail Friday. You know. But anyway, Dama gets found here, is going to just go to the corner. Dama does have delis, so this is a pretty big opportunity for them to get gen progress on if they want. They might be doubled on that front gen. I'm assuming they probably are. Dama buying time by circling this rock too, and this is a lot of time. Like, that rock just bought them so much time. Pain res is going to be massive here. Like, whether or not this is a pain res is going to be very important. There's no hooks, because Fink died here. Oh, they're going to get it done. That's unbreakable, and they're going to get it done. So yeah, never mind. They broke the 3-gen with almost relative ease, I guess. And there you go. 3-gen broken. Dama can get herself up with Unbreakable, so she doesn't even need a teammate. Prion will probably go work a gate, maybe? Oh, Cole's going to pick her up to try to... Yes? No? He's going to pick her up to try to save Unbreakable? Yes? Yes? No? Yes? He's also going to die edge map? Maybe? No? What's happening? She's gonna Unbreakable and sprint burst away. I don't think she actually got enough distance to fully get away, though. I think she's going to go down. I don't think she makes this, right? Yeah, she doesn't make that. The old sneaky unbreakable in the sprint burst, though. That's fucking hilarious. Doesn't get it, though. But that being said, Dama still has deli. So, like, if Dama gets hooked, it's still going to be only one stage because she'll be able to deli and then run to the hook. Or sorry, deli and run to the gate. So this is still... I mean, again, the game's over. Like, all right, like technically the win con's already met. But just for the sake of being optimal here, because again, I still think for the sake of learning, this is all still really important, right? Chart Wizard wants to find somebody else instead rather than Damaboba, I believe, because he probably knows, right? After seeing the Unbreakable and everything, and also seeing them unhook, he probably knows that that's Deli. Finds Prion, because I think the alternative play is to force them both out. Like, hypothetically, if Prion and Cole were both here, and then you force them both out, that's also a way to get all three stages out of it. But Cole's doing the other gate, which is really smart. He's also probably just going to stealth now. So there you go. This is really smart from DC on first down. Like, they're doing the right thing here. Like, splitting up and then just stealthing. Because here's the thing. If everyone leaves, you can't Kobe, right? Like, as long as everybody doesn't leave, then there's no Kobeing happening. But as long as you don't get found, then you're good. Cole reading the heartbeat really well. He's just going to leave. And if you take too long as well, then Damaboba is just going to crawl out of the gate. So... You know what I mean? Why is there a raid notification? Wait, were notifications on? I didn't think they were. Was there a raid notification? There shouldn't have been. Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah. They're all gonna get out. I think Damaboba's gonna get out without even getting hooked at all. And that's gonna be what? Just 4 stages? 4 stages too fresh. So hey, I guess it makes sense why DC on first down picked Plague. You know, I guess it makes sense. That was a pretty goddamn strong showing from them. Again, Plague has been a fucking menace today. Like, we've seen them annihilate pretty much every team. Like, pretty much every game today has been a 4K from Plague. It's just been like one annihilation after another, I think, right? Wait a minute. What all sets did we have today? I think so. Right? Wait, no, I think Prism got some people out. Prism got people out too. I think they got 9 staged, right? So, okay, every game has been pretty dominant, though. I mean, even the game where they got people out, I think, was 9 stages. So, like, Plague has been pretty dominant today. But yeah, DC on first down played this really well. Like, the thing about this, too, is I don't really think Shark Wizard played this particularly badly, either. Like, I think there was maybe a couple little minor things that he could have done better here and there, but he didn't really play this particularly badly. I think DC on first down just really gets this Plague set. Like, I think there's a reason that they're picking the set. I think they're really comfortable on it, and it really shows, because that was like fantastically played. That was very, very well done. So there you go. That's gonna tie up the set 1-1. Then Men Walking have 1. DC on first down have 1. Which is gonna take us to our tiebreaker, which is gonna be Trapper Boy, which is gonna be fucking sick. I hope we see more Naughty Bear. Go on, Naughty. Go on. I'm excited. This is gonna be pretty cool. So now, let me also explain what I expect and maybe hope to see out of this one. So now again, and this is something I'm keeping an eye on too, because I'm open to the idea of changing this for next time we have Trapper if it seems like we need to. But we banned the add-on Eerie Stone. Eerie Stone is the add-on where your traps auto reset themselves. Oh, I don't even fucking have it because this is a fresh account. Hold on, let me go here. We banned the add-on Eerie Stone, right? Like this add-on where the traps will reset themselves every 30 seconds or whatever. Like one random trap will reset itself, because Trapper recently got buffed and he now has 10 traps total, whereas before he had 8. But this add-on was already really strong before, but now that there's 10 traps, I still think right now, I'm still convinced that it needs to be banned. Like, I'm open to the idea of, like, if people think this should be unbanned and like that Trapper needs it, then maybe I'm open to the idea. But I think Trapper with his add-on right now is going to be fucking disgusting. Because, like, here's the thing. With this add-on being banned, the survivors can basically play really aggressively. And, oh, sorry, Prion. The lobby's not actually up. My bad. I'm baiting you. Right now, with that add-on being banned, the survivors are basically able to play really aggressively. And they can kind of just like spawn up and just like run at the killer, right? Like whoever has like dead hard DS or whatever and like wants to be chased can basically just run at the killer right off spawn and just like watch them, right? And be like, okay, you can either set traps and I'll just follow you around and disarm every trap you set, or you can chase me right now with no trap with no traps down on the map, right? And what can the Trapper really do about that, right? Like, you can kind of force his hand and not really give him time to set up. But the thing is that if you have Eerie Stone, you don't really have to care about that, right? Like if you could hypothetically run Eerie Stone and like if you can run double Eerie's, for instance, then you could just go around placing traps even if people are disarming them and not fucking care because they're just going to auto set themselves. Like you can basically just shut down 10 different pallets or windows basically forever, right? Because I mean, all the servers can do is like temporarily disarm them and then they're just going to rearm themselves eventually. So it feels like it might be a bit overwhelming. That being said, maybe I am overestimating it. Because to be fair, it resets it once every 30 seconds, right? I mean, hypothetically, Prion, I keep baiting you. It resets it once every 30 seconds. Hypothetically, if you just armed like 3 or 4 traps at once, that could hypothetically, I mean, that shuts down, you know, it takes like 2 minutes for that to come back. So maybe I keep baiting them, dude. I keep baiting them. I'm still waiting on the invite. I'm sorry, guys. I appreciate you guys being so eager, but I'm still waiting on the invite. I'm waiting for my boy Shart Wizard, I think. Or maybe I need a friend request? No. Usually the homie Shart Wizard. Oh, hey gamers, let me get you guys in. I don't think that's from this set. Bray was in the last set. Well, let me get you guys in anyway. It's fine. Sorry, we're getting Naughty Bear real quick. Is that an actual thing? I can't tell. Because that'd be sick if so. No, Eerie Stone does not give him haste. No. No. That would be fucking insane if it did. Yes, you guys are getting Naughty Bear real quick. Okay, I'll allow it. I will allow the delay of game for the sake of Naughty Bear. Yes, you know what? I'll allow this. I'll allow this. I like it. I dig it. I respect it. I'm often called a naughty bear at the gay clubs I visit. That's a joke about how, you know, you call big gay guys bears and stuff. Good one, man. I like it. What's the point of having power if you can't abuse it from time to time? I mean, again, it's questionable whether or not it's really like too strong. I guess that's the thing. Also, by the way, Lucifer Rising, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the raid. Hope the stream went well. That happened in the middle of the last game, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, again, I don't know. It's a little debatable, right? Like, I don't know if Eerie Stone is going to be too much or if it won't be. Like, I'm not 100%. Like, it might be fine, honestly. Like, it might be fine. But I just, like, kind of had a feeling that it was going to be a little overwhelming. And I also think it's more interesting, to me, from my point of view anyway, I think it's more interesting to ban it, and that way the survivors know that it's banned, which means that they know that they can play aggressively, because I really want to see that aggressive play. I think it's interesting to see. And I especially want, like, the newer teams especially to be able to, like, know about that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because I think it's, like, an interesting strategy that you don't see on a lot of other people. Oh, you meant about delaying the game. I see. I got you. All right, never mind. I got you. Isn't the fresh hook win con kind of redundant? If both teams draw on 12 hooks, then they both have 4 fresh hooks regardless. Well, yeah. I mean, it's redundant if they both 4K, but if they both 4K, then the win con becomes gens. So you're only thinking about 4Ks. What about if they don't 4K? Like the fresh hook there, the fresh hook win con is there for when they don't 4K. I fixes my mouse. I love how you typoed that. Maybe your keyboard's broken now. Yeah. I'm glad that your mouse is at least finally fixed now. Again, unfortunate that you couldn't get the game that you wanted earlier. But hey, I'm glad it's fixed now, you know? Took some time, but you got there. And there's always next time, you know? There's always next time. Get the gamers in. Summon thine gamers. We have trapper games to play. Summon thine gamers. Who am I inviting? I don't know. Prion's already in here. It's fine. It's fine. They'll figure it out. I thought the win con ties went left to right. They do. But the point is that, like, if there's a 4K, the only thing that can be different is gens. And if both teams 4K at one gen, what would you make the tie condition from there? Like, I don't understand what you're confused about. Like, your scenario of saying that, like, why is the fresh hook so a win con thing? Like that only applies to 4Ks and nothing else, you know? So I guess I just don't know what you're confused about. Hi, Ash Money, what up? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well too. I'm digging all the Trapper love. I'm glad we got to see Trapper, man. I was worried we weren't going to see him at all. Rock hard for, oh god. Is this like for Naughty Bear or something? Oh god. No, for Plague. Rock. Oh wait, you guys, yeah, wait, you can see it. Rock hard for Plague is his name, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, you know, just in case you were wondering. Also, I love, what the fuck is, I should not have clicked on this profile. I should not have gone there. I should have not gone there. What the fuck is going on here, dude? What is happening? I made a mistake. I shouldn't have gone there, man. Whew. Good old girl cock. Wait, was girl cock a meme from stream? I remember laughing about someone named girl cock and then like memeing about it a bunch, but was that from stream or was that from something else? Was that like an off stream thing that I laughed about? I can't remember. That's a secret group for comp players? Yeah? It's a way of life. Girl cock is just a lifestyle. Oh. I remember laughing. I remember having like a I don't know, where we laughed about somebody named girl cock at some point, but I can't remember who it was and where it was. I don't even know if it was on stream. I don't know, but I kind of like it. I dig it. Also, if that's a secret group, that's not very secret. I mean, I click on Cole's profile and the first thing I see is girl cock, bro. I mean, that's not very secret. You guys made me want to keep your girl cocks a little bit more hidden than that, dude. My lord, just waving around all over the place and shit. Jesus. Control your girl cocks, bro. My god. So where would you ever be on a tier list now? Smile. Shut up, Koala. Shut up. You don't even want to know the answer. You just want to ask me that because you know I've been asked that a million times. You fucker. Hi, Nilety. What up? We're as secret as Fight Club. Are you? Because you're talking about girl cock an awful lot right now. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. Nothing but up from here. Plus I'm a survivor main. To be exact, a Fang main. Yeah, I believe, dude. You guys, again, you guys played well. I feel like give you guys some more time to practice together as a team. I feel like, dude, I feel like you guys are gonna do really, really well together. So yeah, I'm excited for it too, man. Hopefully we can see you guys back next week. Maybe not next week, but maybe the week after. I mean, in the next couple weeks. Hopefully we'll be able to see you back. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see that team improve. I think you guys have a lot of potential. I'm being serious. I haven't watched stream all week. Oh, honestly, Trapper is probably like, he's still not great, but he's probably like not like he was what before, like D tier. Like people usually put him in like D tier, right? He's probably like high C, low B tier. Like he's definitely not like an A tier killer or anything, but he's at least significantly more solid now. He's S tier if you're using Naughty Bear. That's right, Naughty Bear, good old Naughty. Toby, why'd you hide my lighter? What the fuck? I almost lost it. Ha! Damn, you found it? Fuck. I can't believe you found it. I thought I hit it pretty good. The hell did I miss? Something about girl cock. Cole's in a group called Girl Cock. And people love girl cock. I mean, I gotta love girl cock, you know? That's gonna be a quote that gets misquoted for sure. Is it even a misquote though? It can't really even be a misquote if I just say if I just say it. It's not even a misquote. That's just a quote. So yeah, sure. Sure, man. Go ahead. I don't give a shit. I love girl cock. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. I'll take all the girl cock. More, you know, more girl cock for me. If you guys have a problem with it, that's fine. I'll hoard all the girl cock. Fuck it. Fuck it, dude. I can't take it out of context if the context is loving girl cock. Exactly. Right? Exactly. No context to take it out of. You know what I mean? It's all right there. You should definitely make the Naughty Bear voice for 1 hour, a subathon goal. The Naughty Bear, do you want me to talk like this all the time? Like Naughty Bear? Go on, Naughty. Have some fun. You're doing marvelous, Naughty Bear. That sounds awful. Maybe for like a subathon or something, but that sounds awful. I feel like half the people would leave and the other half would find it hilarious. All right, so this will be the first Trapper game, so this is going to kind of set the pace for this. It's going to be the killer from Dead Man Walking up against the survivors of DC on first down. This is going to be on Wrecker's Yard. I would expect to see probably the other ultra rare where people get injured when they disarm traps. I don't really know what else we'll expect to see in terms of build. I think there's a lot of stuff that might happen. So I'm not 100% sure what we'll see, but we'll see. Again, from the survivor side, what I'm hoping for is whoever has the aggressive build, which is probably going to be Fink, but it could be someone else too. Oh, naughty!
Who's going to die today?
I love it. Who's going to die today, naughty? Who, naughty bear? Tell me who. So he's got Sloppy Butcher, Noed, Pain Res, Corrupt Intervention. Pretty solid build. And yeah, he's got Trapper Sack. So, okay. This is actually kind of a big deal. Trapper Sack means that once he places a trap, he can never pick it up. It is there forever. The only thing he can do is reset it. So, every trap that he sets right here is permanent. It is permanently there. The only thing he can do is reset them. So, that's kind of a big deal from the point of view of survivors, because as long as they just know where the traps are, they can kind of help avoid them later, because they can never really be moved. But that being said, that also kind of lets him place a lot of traps early game, so maybe he can get some down before people really start to identify where they are. He did get Shack Pallet down, though. He finds Cole, good old Cole there, who has also a slightly aggressive build. Fink's gonna disarm a trap and get injured for it. The fake there, he's not biting, he's gonna get hit. First hit comes in and a stun. Fink is going to go around disarming all the traps now because Fink's already injured. So again, I like that. And I feel like that's a good thing to keep doing, is to just try to keep an eye on the killer, disarm any traps you see. If they're able to see that trap, they can maybe call that out. They probably just called that out, right? Cool. Like for sure Cole saw it. So as long as we're able to call out the traps and keep disarming them, it's going to be really hard to get anything done. Fink, though, mispositioning really hard on this Paladin, is going to go down, actually. That was a pretty big misplay there. Just kind of falling for the little two-step juke on a filler pallet. Definitely not ideal. Oh, not able to make it is Dama. And Scotty said no. Scotty said no. So first hook coming in. There you go. And again, that trap can't be moved. So again, like that trap that was normally under that pallet is now just kind of sitting at an empty filler tile, which is pretty unfortunate. I feel like this purple add-on is a little, like, I don't know, man. It's a little questionable. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I think the Eerie add-on goes without saying, but the purple add-on is a little, like, I'm not sure if I like it or not. Then again, like, no, I was gonna say, like, what other options do you have? But I actually do think you have better options. We'll see. So we'll see how they handle this. Fink's build is pretty good for this. She has Kinship and Decisive Strike. So if she ends up getting tunneled here, this is a pretty good spot to be in. She's gonna body block for at least a second just to help Damo get away a little bit. But uh-oh. Actually, that was borrowed time, so this haste and endurance is lasting forever, dude. Borrowed time is such a good perk for that, man. Like, your haste and borrowed time just goes for so long. Lithe gets used, some distance gets made up, but that's gonna be a down in the corner. Oh, whoa, whoa, making him whiff. Think gonna circle this rock a bit and buy some more time. That's gonna be DS, and they're still sitting at 5 gens. They're gonna be able to pop this one. And another one is getting close. DS comes in. Was a pain res stack used already? No, there wasn't even a pain res stack used. So they might get a... Oh no, Scotty. Scotty, no. Scotty, don't. Gonna get this hook. This could be pain res, but I don't think it'll make it in time. Ooh, well, it might. If this is pain res, it will make it in time. So might be able to deny this gen for a little bit longer if this is pain res. Yep, denies that gen for a little bit longer. So still sitting at 4 gens for at least a little bit longer. And this is not a bad spot at all for Scotty. This is really not terrible. Like, looking kind of okay. Fink's gonna be on Death Hook. I mean, Fink does have Kinship. If they really want to stall this out, they can trigger Kinship, which I think is maybe what Cole is doing right now. There you go. Kinship's activated, so yeah, he's gonna bail. Kinship stalls out this hook progress for 34 seconds. So that bar is not gonna move for 34 seconds now. So that's gonna buy a lot of time on that. So if Scotty wants to like camp out this kill, which it looks like he wants to do, it's gonna take 94 seconds total for that kill to become an actual, that hook to become an actual kill. Is what I'm trying to say. Words are hard. So yeah, that's gonna buy them a lot of time to do gens. There is like all the gens are kind of right here though. He's got 2 here, Shack, and then 2 to the side. This is a really good little gen setup here from Scotty though. So I think he's just trying to protect this as much as he can. I think somebody was going back for the unhook, right? Right? No, I thought I saw someone rotating back, but I guess it's just all that acid I dropped on. Joking, Twitch staff. I'm joking. Drugs are bad. Damn it, grabs the unhook. Again, that's borrowed time, so it's going to be really, really good. That buys an extra 10 seconds of both haste and endurance, and the haste especially is a big deal. Like, people might not realize, but that extra 10 seconds of haste means you can get so much further. Like, she still has haste. Look, still has haste. Like, look at how long that lasts, dude. Borrowed time is such a good perk, dude. It is so good. Like, Fink able to get across the goddamn universe with that. Has these pallets. This chase is really important. I mean, Trapper at this point is basically just a 4.6 killer. I mean, he can stop and trap something if he wants to, but, you know, that's obviously not the best play. But this chase is going to matter a lot, right? Like, how long Fink can survive this is going to be huge. Pryon here to body block. But Scotty ain't interested. Scotty don't want it. But Scotty should probably just hit him. To be honest with you, this is not... He's Bloodlust 3. Okay, yeah, this is where body blocking definitely makes sense now. There's Bloodlust 3. I was gonna say, I feel like Bloodlust wasn't even necessary yet because there was still a safe pallet right here. But now there's Bloodlust 3, now it's definitely necessary. Oh! Bloodlust 3 too strong though when he gets around. They do pop 2 more gens though, only 1 gen left. So at this point, like, is this tunnel even worth it? You know? I'm not sure if it was even worth it at this point. Like, this is where tunneling out people on like low tier killers can be really risky. Because sometimes it'll take so long that, like, the game's already over, right? Like, they're probably not gonna be able to pop this, but he doesn't have pop with the weasel or anything, right? So he's not gonna be able to regress this significantly. Oh, Cole might take a hit here for Dama. No, doesn't take a hit for Dama. She has Deli, but this is gonna be pain res. I think he maybe should have taken a hit for her there, to be honest with you. Because, like, the fact that this is going to get pain res is pretty unfortunate. Because I feel like if you just kept it from being pain res, it's so close to being done that, like, that's insane pressure. Like, you really can't walk away from that, right? That wasn't pain res. Oh, he had to dry kick it. And the deli comes in right away. And yeah, damage is just going to bail. So never mind, it ends up working out. Because it wasn't pain res. If that was pain res, though, I definitely think you're giving up a lot of pressure. Because, like, at this point, like, right now, it's really hard for Scotty. Like, look, you see how fast he turned there? He got that hit, and that motherfucker was immediately like, nope, hold on, let me go check that gen. Like, that gen is so progressed that it's hard for the killer to like justify walking away from it unless you know for sure where everyone is, right? Like, right now he knows for sure that both Damaboba and Cole both ran down to the other side, and he saw that the third survivor was here, so he felt comfortable walking away there. But even then, like he's still this afraid that he's like, wait, did they double back? Maybe they doubled back to work on it, I don't know. Like, having that much progress on a gen puts so much pressure on a killer to like never really want to walk away from it. So yeah, I think potentially giving him a pain res there when they could have taken a hit, I think was maybe a bit of a mistake. That being said, there wasn't a pain res. They're still kind of fine. Damaboba's injured at the moment with Deli, so she can't really do much. Are they gonna wait for Damaboba before they? No. Ryland's pressuring this gen off to the side. I think Cole is probably gonna. Yeah, Cole's gonna position in a place where he can pressure this mid gen. In between. Scotty's going to chase Dwight away, but while this is going on, Cole will probably at least tap the gen, I would assume. Yeah, he's going to tap it and then walk away himself. And this is going to be just a game of pre-running, right? These guys are both just going to pre-run. Like, they're both going to tap the gen when they can and then pre-run. Oh, Damaboba is going to be healed now. And then once all 3 of them are up, this is going to be just the same thing, but with 3 survivors, right? They're going to run up, do the gen as much as they can, and then pre-run away. Oh, did he manage to get that trap down without them realizing? I don't know if Cole saw that trap or not. If Cole saw that trap, then they might be okay. But if Cole did not see them setting that trap, that could be really dangerous. Because if they step in that trap and get hooked in this 3-gen area, that's where things can get kind of iffy. Ooh. Setting up a lot of traps on that side. Cole's actually going to get on the deep gen too. That's interesting. So he's going to pressure this really, really deep gen, which I think Scotty can see, right? He didn't see it. He didn't see it. Like, you can see some sparks flying back there, but I guess he just didn't quite see it. So all 3 gens being pressured now. Dama gonna tap that and then run away. Gonna force Scotty to come back and kick it again. Every kick adds 2.5% regression, technically. So technically, he's actually losing progress overall. But with all 3 of these guys pressuring different gens, yeah, they're definitely gonna slowly get ahead. I wonder if he saw that trap. Because I don't think that was, like, totally hidden. He might have seen it. These traps around this gen are kind of the worry point. I don't know if Pryon knows about him or not, but he might. And that's kind of the, like, I think that's my main worry part. Yeah, he knows about that trap. So yeah, I think he knows. He definitely knows about that one. There's 2 over here too that I don't know if he knows about, but I think he does. And like basically, as long as he knows about those traps, then this game's over. This game's over in the sense that the gens are done. But like, there's still NOED in play, right? The killer can still kind of pop off with NOED. But the gens are definitely getting done. This is not a viable strategy to hold this. Cole's gonna run around the outside. He'll most likely eat a hit here, but like, still, even him getting tagged and chased like this buys so much time for these other gens. Like, look at how much progress they have, you know what I mean? And now he's got to worry about this back gen that was sitting at like 70% too, you know? So, tough. Dama's gonna sprint burst away, and he's gonna commit pretty hard to this now too. She has a window here though. Fakes it. Really to hit, but this is gonna buy Prion time to get the gen done, right? Is there any adrenaline in play? No. But Cole's already waiting by a gate. Dama's the one that's been hooked, so this is probably the worst target for the killer, best target for the survivors, because Dama's worth the least amount of hook stages. So yeah, final gen pops. I believe Cole. Yeah, Cole's already on the gate by the bus, which is actually the gate that was right over there. But Tangy's gonna go to this one instead. Tangy Scotty, this is the Oni, right? This is the Oni from SCRIMS, right? Prion's gonna throw that pallet. I feel like they have a pretty good idea that Noah's gonna be in play, right? Like, I feel like they probably have a pretty good idea about this. Prion is most likely dead. Oh, he's gonna make it to this god pallet. Oh, they broke it. Never mind, it's fine. Oh, that's tragic. That is tragic for our boy Scotty. Oh, that's tragic. Wow, DC on first down has played this so well. They played this so well. He's gonna get tagged, uses overcome to just get the fuck out of dodge. And Dama's already waiting by hatch. These two are gonna leave. Dama's gonna get hatch. That's gonna be 4 stages. Damn, both these last 2 killers, they 4-staged. Whew. Oh, brother. Very, very good showing from DC on first down there. 4 stages, 2 fresh for Scotty. Couldn't quite get it going. Again, I feel like on a killer like Trapper is the type of killer where I think maybe going for that like traditional tunnel out 1 survivor strat, like it's tough because he did down Fink really early on. So like he might not have planned on doing that, but with how fast that first down came in, maybe he was like, all right, maybe I should do it because that first down came in, right? Like, it's hard to blame him because like he did down her at 5 gens, I think, like really early on, and it kind of did seem like it was an okay place to do it, but in the end, I think it kind of ended up being like what fucked him, because once you get down to that final 3v1, again, it's just so hard as Trapper. Like, if the survivors can see your traps, I also think that this add-on kind of cucked him too a little bit. Like, the fact that he couldn't replace his traps ever maybe was a bit of a... kind of sucked a little bit. Because I feel like he couldn't really utilize his traps as well as they maybe could have been utilized. But yeah, I don't know. I think the tunnel out was probably what fucked him over, because DC on first down just did a really... I mean, to their credit too, DC on first down did a really good job. Fink did a really good job in chase. Especially on the last unhook, did a really good job of buying a lot of time and giving her team time to do gens. So, I mean, it was partially like the tunnel out that fucked him over, but also partially just DC on first down handling it really well. Like Fink buying time really well. Having her be the one that plays aggressively with this build that's so anti-tunnel. And then also them capitalizing on her getting tunneled by doing gens and doing the right gens and getting them done as fast as they can. Like, it was basically just like perfect macro play from the survivor side, essentially. So, good try from Scotty. 4 stages. I mean, keep in mind, it is Trapper, so like, it's not necessarily it's not like this is impossible, right? Like, that's a very hard win condition to beat, but it is Trapper, so like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's completely over. Like, you never know, things can happen, you know. But basically the win con now is just gonna be either 4 stages with 3 fresh or 5 stages. So pretty easy win con for Prion, all things considered. As long as he just, you know, has good chases. And again, I feel like with that kind of a win con, you don't really have to play for tunnel out, right? And I think that's what's going to end up being the difference here. Because Scotty was playing for tunnel out, it made every hook stage so much harder. Whereas if you're just going for fresh hooks, it makes it so much easier to get your stages. And especially if you have no one to fall back on late game, it feels like as long as you just don't play for tunnel out, that it feels like this feels pretty achievable. You know what I mean? So I guess we'll see. Let me get gamers in here. Let me get the Shart Wizard in here. The old Shart Wizard. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, chat. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the little text that says that I'm getting coffee, but I'm not getting coffee. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. Just give me a second, okay? BRB. BRB, 1 check. Give me a quick second. Be right back. Be right back. Oh, okay, I'm here. Hello, hello. Aw, no Naughty Bear. What the fuck? Wait, we have to watch Trapper? And not Naughty Bear? What the fuck? What the oh my, look. That's okay. -5. Imagine, -5 penalty. -0.5 penalty. No Naughty Bear. -0.5. You think it's worth using a perk slot for bar time and solo queue? Okay, I would say it's worth running if you think that you're running into tunneling a lot and it's an issue. Like, I don't know, because again, I don't run into people that tunnel like fucking ever. Like, I feel like everyone tells me like, oh my god, every game of Survivor and solo queue is just tunneling all the time. Oh my god, every killer I run into just tunnels, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know, I don't run into that shit like ever. Like, I run into somebody that hard tunnels like once every like 20 games. Like, I don't know, like never happens to me. But if that's something that does happen to you, then I mean, sure, yeah, I think it's very good. Yes. But I mean, that being said, like it helps your teammate, but like your teammate also has to use it well too. So also solo queue, like you might run borrowed time and then unhook a teammate with borrowed time, and then they might just suck ass and then, you know, like run to a fucking shit pallet and die. Like, I don't know, like if you borrowed time a meg, like it's only gonna do so much, you know. I tried to Venmo for the skin. Pain. It's not in the stars. What the fuck? What does that mean? It's not in the stars? Are you like connecting with the cosmos right now? Are you good? Was it Fink that popped acid today? What's happening? I'm with you on that, Tofu. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, I feel like it's good. Like, it is good against tunneling. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't run into tunneling enough for me to run borrowed time. But I feel like if I did, then yeah, borrowed time is really good. I think it definitely in a scrim setting. In a scrim setting, borrowed time is massive. Like, it always blows my mind when any of these gamers don't have, oh my god, this weapon. When any of these gamers don't have borrowed time, it kind of blows my mind. He's got the green one makes it so the disarming takes longer. Is that what it is? I think that's the one where disarming takes longer, right? But maybe I'm wrong. Has agitation, has pain res, has no-ed. So this is the same general build as last game, except instead of sloppy, there's agitation. So potential basement plays if they go down in bad spots. Oh, the double, triple, quadruple back, but Shart Wizard ain't falling for it. He's the Wizard of Sharts. He looks like he was thinking about trapping it, but he doesn't. Dwight's gonna disarm that first initial trap he sets. And Dwight, again, yeah, he has the aggressive build. So, again, this is exactly what I expect to see. I expect to see the people with aggressive builds kind of pressuring the traps and trying to deny the power as much as they can. The trap here is still up, though, so Shack is not really that playable. I mean, Window's playable, but that's it. And yeah, I imagine Dwight's just going to continue to do so. So Pion said, all right, if I got to chase you, I got to chase you. He's going to deny this. Dwight tried to get behind him and stun him, but it didn't work. The ass was too fat and it blocked the pallet. So unfortunate. He's gonna go down. He's gonna get basemented. Oh no, he's gonna get basemented. Oh no. And this is against Trapper with a bunch of traps. He's gonna trap all over the goddamn place. Uh-oh. Ooh, uh-oh. So he has the other doorway trapped. He traps that doorway now. He's probably gonna grab a trap and put it on the window. And this is really, the fact that this is so early too, is pretty big. I mean, again, keep in mind the win con here is only like 4 stages 3 fresh. So he doesn't even really need to like go super hard with this, but why not, right? Why not? The thing about this too is that they literally can't even get into the shack, or they can't even get in there without taking an injury. Well, wait a minute, that's actually not true, because they can trap buffer for a teammate. But the only way that they can get in there to even save is either A, to disarm a trap, which would make them injured, which then makes the save impossible, or B, having one survivor like start to disarm and then the other survivor walk through the trap, because you can't get trapped while it's being disarmed. But it looks like Fang's just gonna disarm it and then run in. I did hear Kate behind there. I don't like the way Prion played that. Okay, he did still get the redown though, but this is DS. I don't like the way Prion played that. I think you down Fang immediately, and then you deal with the Dwight who's doing the little trap standoff. I'm not really sure why he played it that way. I mean, again, he's fine, right? Like, he's still so far ahead based on the win con that I think he's fine. I mean, is he though? This guy's got DS. Like, This is probably the best possible scenario for the survivors, actually, like hypothetically. Like based on the position they were in, this is the best possible scenario for them. Because he's going to DS, and he can maybe get the fuck away from basement now. Pryon did pre-trap the only, well, not the only pallet, but the main pallet that was nearby. Yeonjin's there to body block. Like, this gives him at least a somewhat of a chance to recover. Whereas I feel like he could have had a penalty. Does this matter? He has literally a minus infinity penalty. True. He didn't pick Naughty Bear, so yeah, you're right. Like, honestly, none of this matters. That's true. Like, why even play the game? Why do anything? If, fucking honestly, if we can't have Naughty Bear, why even exist at that point? No, but really, he's just going to chase Yeonjin now. So this actually plays out kind of interestingly, because now he's going to chase Yeonjin, and this is going to be another fresh hook. So this played out really weirdly, because he got a separate down across the map, and then came back to basement to try to punish the unhook. But then just ends up with another fresh hook, which he already had across the map to begin with. So yeah, the survivors definitely got the better out of him there for sure. I mean, I guess you could say you got DS out of the way, so it doesn't have to deal with DS anymore, I guess. But like, the survivors definitely got the better out of him here. Because again, I feel like coming out of basement, he could have just downed Fang, and then Dwight still had to deal with trap bullshit. And even if Dwight gets away, like whatever, man. Like you have another basement hook with a bunch of traps up, so fuck it, you know? And also, I feel like Dwight most likely has DS since he was the one that was playing aggressively. I don't know. I can go on all day about it, but it's fine. I think it was just a little bit of a bad judgment call from Pryon. Happens. Again, like I said, easy for me as a caster to sit here and say what the right and wrong thing is to do all the time, because I'm fucking casting, I'm not playing, right? It's so much harder as a player. Like, as a player, it's so much harder to, like, make split-second decisions and know what the right thing is to do, and, like, you don't want to fuck up and make the wrong decisions, so you're like, oh, okay, let me go for the safe play, but then you're like, wait a minute, what is the safe play? Like, I can sit here and pretend like it's easy, it's not, you know? He's gonna get the third down on the Shark Wizard here, though, off to the side. This is gonna be the third fresh hook. So there you go. Third fresh hook coming in on the Shark Wizard. Is Deli out of play? Oh, Deli is out of play, actually. You're right. So no Deli in play either. And that's the third fresh hook. So at this point, the next hook wins. The next hook stage of any kind wins. And there's also no it in play. And there's still 3 gens. So this is looking basically over. But hey, I mean, who knows? Maybe someone will take him on a 3-gen plus exit gate chase. And no-ed cleansing chase. A 3-gen no-ed cleansing exit gate opening chase, where also they get out of the exit gate at the end of it. That's basically what they need to do now to win. So, I mean, not impossible, but definitely not possible either. No, it's pretty much impossible. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Pryon will, I don't know. Maybe he'll... His mouse will break. Maybe his mouse will break. Happened earlier. We had a killer's mouse break earlier. Maybe it'll happen. Maybe his mouse will break. I don't know. Ooh, go! No, go, God. Well, that's it. That's gonna be the 4th fresh hook, which is enough for the win con. And yeah, it's gonna be maybe flashlight save or something. Maybe any flashlighters? No, no one. Yep, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be GG. So there's hook number 4. That's gonna lock it down. DC on first down is gonna take the 2-1. Yeonjin going for a blind, but way too late. There's the hook. It's also a pain res, so it denies it even more. At this point, we might as well just play this out and see how it goes. So, like, I guess we'll see. Still only 1 pain res left. Everyone's been hooked once, so no one's really that close to dying. So this is kind of a weird one, because I feel like this one could still swing either way. Like, I feel like the survivors should be able to get all the gens done, considering that everyone's still alive. Oh, but if they keep doing stuff like that, then I don't know. You never know. You know what I mean? Because, again, Trapper is not that strong of a killer. And I feel like with all 4 of them up, they should be okay. I don't actually know how much they know about the traps, though. Like, it doesn't feel like they've done... Like, I feel like DC on first down, whenever they were on Survivor, it felt like they were, like, very disciplined in, like, knowing where every trap was. Like, I don't think they stepped in a single trap, did they? I'm pretty sure they didn't. Whereas here, like, Fang stepped in that trap earlier. I don't, like, a couple of the traps are, like, not disarmed. I'm not exactly sure if they even know where all the traps are right now. And if that's the case, that's where Trapper can start to get really dangerous, you know? Like, Trapper can get real dangerous at that point. Goes ahead and resets the trap here on that long wall. Still has 1 potential pain res. I think it's on Dwight. Yeah, because Dwight was hooked in basement. So still a pain res on Dwight if he finds him. But Zim's going to be death hooked now. So once Zim gets unhooked, that's going to be kind of a risk of dying. No one else is really that in danger though. He sees some scratch marks, but Bang gets a lot of distance away. I think he maybe wants to hold this 3-gen, like passively. Like I think he wants to passively hold this 3-gen here, like with like main and then these two. He's got a lot of traps here, but Shark Wizard's got a lot of progress on that gen, so it might be a bit hard. Dwight's got the other gen basically done. Not basically done, it is done now. He wants to protect the hook, at least force a 1-for-1. There's the 1-for-1. And I think he'll just take this hook. Yeah, this isn't going to be a pain res. Again, the final pain res is on Dwight, so no pain res. But it will be second stage for Kate. And again, this gen over here, and this 4-lane has a lot of progress. So that's probably the main threat to Pryon right now. But this young Jin is Death Hook, and she kind of like stopped to disarm this trap. So she's fucking around. She's definitely buying the ticket to fuck around town. But I don't think she's going to arrive at Find Outville. Yeah, no, they actually managed to pop the final gen. And again, that now makes Young Jin actually the worst target since she's worth the least amount of stages. He's going to down her. If he slugs, she has Unbreakable. So yeah, he's not going to. No flashlight save. Down comes in. He's going to grab his hook. That's stage number 7 with a kill. And if you can find... Oh, Shark Wizard! Not the trap, man. Oh, gamer, that one wasn't even covered by grass or anything. I mean, he's the Wizard of Sharks, not the Wizard of Traps. So come some slack. Oh, no, Fang! I don't know how to make an excuse for you. I don't know. I was trying to give Shark Wizard an excuse, but I don't know what to do for you either, man. Fuck. Well, there's going to be a couple more hooks. I think Dwight honestly might just open a gate and leave. So, yeah, that's going to end up being a 10-stage game, I think. 10 stages, 4 fresh. Ends up actually just being an overall really good result. So the win con was not that big of a win con, but Pryon said, fuck it. We go hard anyway. Gets 10 stages, gets a bunch of results. And yeah, that was very impressive. That was very, very impressive. I mean, very, very good play from Pryon. Little sloppy for Deadbed Walking. Again, Deadbed Walking have played every single one of these sets very, very well. This one felt like maybe they don't have a lot of experience against Trapper. Maybe they just kind of like, maybe it just snowballed a little bit too much in another direction. They did manage to recover from that basement hook really, really well, but then after that, I think they kind of like lost track of where the traps were, and then they kind of like stepped in quite a few of them, and then that kind of helped Pryon snowball quite a bit. But regardless, DC on first down, real clean comeback. Started out the series 1-0, or sorry, started out the series 0-1. They lost that first initial Wraith set, but then looked really strong. They literally both the last 2 sets against Plague and Trapper ended up getting out with only 4 stages in both of those matches. So big, massive comeback from DC on first down. Looked really good in both those games. Deadman Walking still looked really good as a team, but just DC on first down seemed like they were just a little bit ahead. Just enough to be able to get that 2-1. So there you go. GG's. Solid match, though. Very, very solid best of 3 from these guys. E. Oh, nice. Nice. E. Nice. But solid games, man. Very, very solid games. Honestly, both those teams looking very solid. DC on first down, just a little bit stronger. That's gonna be it, guys. That's gonna be it. This actually wraps up perfectly right at midnight, so it's kind of perfectly on schedule. Actually, we had two sets go to tiebreaker. We had a pretty good day today. So I think what we're gonna do is next week we're gonna do 2 days of scrims, because next week I also have to end early on Friday. I can't do an 8-hour day on Friday next week because I have something going on earlier in the day. So I think what we'll do is next week we'll schedule games for both Friday and Sunday. And then the week after that, we're going to go back to doing only Fridays. So for next week only, we're going to have 2 days of scrims. And then after that, we're going back to 1 day. Okay. So 1 week only. So we'll see how that plays out next week. Assuming we have the signups for it anyway. Assuming we have enough signups, because I think the signups are coming out a little bit late. So assuming we have the signups for it, we'll do full two whole days next week. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed the games. That was the final game of the day. Again, major shout out to the mods who run this. Donna Melon, Shay, Jassy was helping a lot today. I think Rabbit Panda might have came in and helped a bunch at some point. I know she wasn't there early, but I think she came in and helped a lot. All the mods, both Shays, Nivix, Monkey Burrito, Donnie Melon, fucking everybody. Thank you guys, everybody, for helping and running things. These guys are, again, volunteering hours of their time every weekend, and definitely needs to be appreciated. So definitely show them love and appreciate them. And yeah, because again, without them, we wouldn't have anybody. Thank you to the players as well. I mean, this is something I don't say enough, but again, without players, we wouldn't be able to do this either. So the fact that people are willing to come on, like play in front of in front of fucking thousands of people and go through that nerve-wracking experience of having everyone fucking watch your gameplay and judge it. Like that, it's got to be at least a little uncomfortable. So kudos to everybody for coming in and playing as well, and just being able to, like, you know, go through that for the sake of our entertainment. And yeah. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Thank you guys for hanging out. Love you guys. Feel free to follow if you're not following already. If you guys enjoyed scrims, we do them every weekend. We do them every Friday. Next week, like I said, we'll do them Friday and Sunday, but normally we just do them on Fridays. So if you guys enjoyed this, every Friday we do this. Every other day of the week other than Saturday, I'm live just doing normal stuff. So if you don't like comp and you just want to watch normal gameplay, hey, come back on Sunday, I guess. I'll be gaming. I'm gonna throw you guys over to... Did Carnivorous change her stream schedule to late at night, by the way? I'm gonna raid Carnivorous. I feel like I remember I raided her like a while back because I was like, oh, I've never gotten the opportunity to raid Carnivorous before. She's never live at this hour. But like now I feel like I'm seeing her a lot. She must have changed her schedule or something. I don't know. I'm gonna raid Carnivorous. Carnivorous is a really well-known artist, man. But I think she's currently... Oh, she's getting... Oh, God. She's getting Meg to Prestige 100. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. But I already said I was going to raid her. I can't cancel it now. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, let's think of a good raid message then. Carnivorous is a really well-known artist main. She's really, really good at artists. She's very well known for the artist play. But apparently she's also a Meg main too, which is disgusting. So yeah, let's raid Carnivorous, and the raid message can be... The raid message can be, Meg, sorry, I'm out. What face? There you go. That's the raid message. There you go. Spam that. Just go spam that inner chat. All right. Just go spam that inner chat. Just go spam her with that shit. There you go. Meg, sorry, I'm out. Sorry. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for vibing. Go chill with Karn. Go enjoy. She's playing Swift, I think, and just farming blood points. Thank you guys for hanging out. Love you guys. I'll be back on Sunday. Hope you guys have an awesome rest of your weekend. And until next time, I'm out of here. I'll see ya. I'll take care. See ya. See you later. I'll see ya.